How would I describe Leo in one word?
Oh, man.
In one word?
Man. Let me look at adjectives really quickly.
I would describe Leo in one word as refreshing.
So, one word for Leo, Asian. By improving himself, he also wanted to improve other people.
Leo is very authentic.
He's like a robot. Leo is a freak of nature. He's like a whiz kid. He's very young, yet he has an old soul.
Energetic.
Very confident. Yeah, he's very confident.
Charismatic.
One word. Wisdom. He reminds me of King Solomon, super wise. He knows how to go about solving a problem. He knows how to speak to people, and most important, he knows how to learn from people.
Andrew in one word?
Oh, man.
That's a good one. Hold on, let me think about that.
He's a genius too. I can't say genius about both.
I gotta think about that one.
I would describe Andrew in one word as inspiring.
Andrew is very sincere and he comes with love.
A boss. Andrew's a boss.
Very kind-hearted.
Driven. Yeah, Andrew is driven.
Genuine.
Is genuine.
Authentic.
Authentic.
He also shared the bad stuff, failures, because he was saying you learn just as much as from your failures as you do your successes. And I think that's really important.
Caring.
Brilliant.
I'm gonna say powerful.
Very ambitious, very determined, very smart and creative.
And Andrew is intense.
There's a lot of words to describe Andrew, but if I had to choose one word, it would be expert.
Their values, the teamwork that they obviously have, the yin and yang that they have with each other.
Together, they are just a power dynamic. They add so much to this group, and I can't put more value on one and not the other.
They're kind of like the yin and yang. They're so similar, but yet they're so different. You might see Andrew come out in a suit, and you might see Leo come out in sweats. And I didn't know what they were wearing, and then sure enough, they came out on stage. Andrew had on a suit, Leo had on sweats, because they just be themselves. And they teach you that you could be yourself.
Their values and morals. They have outstanding values and morals.
And if they say they're going to do something, they're going to try their level best to do it.
Their harmony, where they work together.
It is not what you would expect. Completely in a weird way, completely authentic and awesome.
Their genuine love and friendship for each other.
They make a fantastic team. They work together excellent.
They both have the excitement.
To everybody in their community.
Their best quality as a team is their synergy. They work well together, they work well off of each other, and you get that balance.
It's just brotherhood, it's family, it's togetherness, it's a clan.
So you can tell that they just have like a level balance, which I think is very great as business partners.
Hello, welcome to day one of the Real Estate Summit. So good to see you on here this morning. Go ahead and type in the chat, what part of the country are you listening from? Let's get the chat rolling early. Welcome in. We have a jam-packed 2 days, and I'll share with you a little bit of what we're working on together here and some things I think that are going to encourage you, inspire you. So keep the interactions high in the chat. We have a lot of stuff we're going to be covering together, and a lot of growth that I want to take place over the next couple of days. All right. So I am going to, let me see, normally I'm in the studio. This is a very small summit. And I want to share with you what that means, because that means you're going to get to interact. You're going to get to ask questions. And this is something we only invited a handful of people to. And by the way, tell me, am I freezing up on your end, or is that just my end? We invited a handful of people because we wanted to record a training. And we've had this heavy on our mind to give out, to share with you, to share with the world. doing so, I said, well, golly, if we're going to spend 12 hours over 2 days in front of a camera, we might as well invite a few of the people who have been hanging out around us and let them ask questions and let them grow and connect. And we're just going to have a fun time together. All right. So it is I'm going to tell you what we're going to cover. And I'm going to be taking a few notes here, make sure that I'm lined up. And I want you to do the same. So if you don't have your pen and pad, grab you one and get ready to get started. All right. So I want to take a quick test because I want to see who's on. And I want to see, as I'm going throughout the days, I want to be speaking to your situations, your businesses, and of course, then be speaking to everyone who's going to be listening to this recording. So starting off here, while I see if I can get this freezing to stop, starting off, type it in the chat. If you're new, are you looking for your first deal? Brand new, just type new in the chat. If you've done one or more deals, just type experienced in the chat. So if you've done one or more deals, you're experienced. If you're looking for your first deal, then you're new. I want to see who we got listening in today. Got some experience, got some new. All right, good. All right. So the first thing I want to give you guys is a guide. You're going to be very clear. Some ups and some downs. You're going to experience some excitement, some oh crap moments, and some exciting things. So I'm going to be silent for the next 60 seconds while I figure out this freezing thing. So I have not gone anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I am going to see if I can get this freezing thing stopped. All right. We're heading in the right direction. Sometimes I want to point out because we make the best of every situation. That's how business is. Not everything goes as planned. In fact, most things will not go as planned. And what makes you as a business owner, what makes me as a business owner is not how we deal when the checks are big and they're coming in, is not how we deal when the deal closes prime. How we survive and thrive as business owners, how we deal with the challenges, the unexpected. So I want you to take everything as an example or a lesson of that. But as you're thinking through this, as you're developing your business acumen, as you're stepping into new levels of wisdom and power and business and income, know that there's going to be a lot of crap that goes wrong, a lot of things that are going to go sideways and are going to screw you up if you let it. But it's up to us as business owners, it's up to us as men and women to say, hey, I am not going to let this take me off course. Because the whole purpose of these 2 days is to give you step-by-step instructions, is to give you clarity, get you to the next level. And so as we're accomplishing that together, just be ready. If you don't have your pen and paper, grab it, get ready to take notes. And starting out, what I'm going to be showing you over these next 2 days is, number one, write it down if you're taking notes, how to find properties. Number two, how to negotiate deals and close properties. Number three, how to turn those properties to cash or cash flow as soon as possible. Number four, I'm going to be showing you money, both on the borrowing private money side and on the selling stuff side. And I'm going to be showing you how to make sure that you find, somebody come to me recently, wholesale deal is going to be closing. They was going to be making around $20,000. I restructured the whole thing for them. And by the time I got done, they're going to make somewhere between 70 and 90,000 over a period of time. Now, how many of you would let me show up in your business if I took a $20,000 payday and turned it to 70,000 for you? Give me a yes in the chat. All right. So that's what I want to see for you guys. I'm going to be showing you, if you have been for quite some time working on this business, going like, what the heck am I doing wrong? How, how is this going sideways for me? I want you to know that you're not alone. That's totally normal, that you get caught up, for the first several years in business. I'm about to show you how it began for me. And for the first several years in business and trying all sorts of entrepreneurial ventures, I didn't make money. When I found real estate, I was making less than $30,000 a year. And I talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sellers. And I just got told no over and over and over again. And then finally, somebody one day said to me, yes, I'll sell you my house, nothing down. After hundreds of people told me no, after tons of people cussed me out. And I realized that it was just a matter of asking the right questions and to get to the right answers. Now, something I want to point out for you. Testing 1, 2. All right, I think we're getting somewhere now. Something I want to point out for you as you're building up your real estate investing business is how you interact. All right, if you guys can still hear me okay, give me a yes in the chat. I want to make sure that even though the camera's giving us challenges, that you guys are hearing me okay. Testing 1, 2. Can you all hear me? Testing 1, 2. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Test, 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 test. All right. All right. We got the yeses coming in now. Good. So I'm going to dive in. I'm going to share my screen. Michelle, Judy Sweeney is trying to get in. If you could text her and help her out. Judy Sweeney is one of our incredible mastermind members, which you guys are going to meet. She's done over 100 deals, and some of you guys know her. She's incredible. And so, Michelle, if you could reach out to Judy and get her in if she's not already in. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm just going to start this business with you guys and give you some step-by-steps. All right. So dealing with the, excuse me, the first thing I want you to point out, and if you're taking notes, write it down. Do what you do best and hire others to do what they do best. I'll explain what that means over these 2 days together. Do what you do best and hire others to do what they do best. What do I mean by that? As you guys can tell, I'm not a tech guy. I'm sitting in my studio, in my office with a laptop, a little background behind me, a little light in front of me, and not being in the main studio, not having the staff that run it. This is very, like I said, a very small summit, impromptu. We just wanted to record this and to get this information in the hands of our people, and wanted you guys to show up. So very grateful you're here. So this is the Wealth Summit. This is the May 2025 Wealth Summit. If you're watching the recording, whenever you're watching this, know that this information is going to transform your life. I'm going to show you where it all started for me. I'm going to show you what to expect. And I want you to write this down. Step into the flow of money. Step into the flow of money. What do I mean by step into the flow of money? By stepping into the flow of money, I mean that you, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, are constantly surrounded by opportunities. You, as an entrepreneur and a business owner, are consistently being given opportunities that can either help you get ahead or can be distractions to cause you to be behind. And how we deal with those interruptions, how we deal with those opportunities is going to be the make or break of how things go. So here's what's very important. Step into the flow of money for me means, crap, I'm frozen again. Step into the flow of money for me means that I am figuring out where money flows, and I am positioning myself in the path of opportunity. I'll explain way more over these couple of days. So here's what I'm going to be covering with you. How we find deals, how we negotiate deals, how we fund deals. It's a huge one, guys. There is more than enough money out there looking for deals if you know how to bring deals and compile them in a way that attracts money. Whether it's partners, private money lenders, institutions, there is billions of dollars on the sidelines looking for a home. There is closing deals, how we, after we contract a deal, we get it through to the closing table, how we sell those deals and get them sold quickly so we're not sitting on inventory, so we're not sitting on vacant houses, how we protect the assets, because unfortunately, once you start building a castle, once you start building an empire, there are predators out there who will try to knock it down. And most importantly, how you can implement these tools to serve your business. Now, I have no doubt that every one of you at some other time, at some other place, have heard something about real estate investing. Yet wherever you are, the gap between where you are and where you want to be is clarity on how to implement. I'm going to say that again. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is clarity on how to implement. If we had a gun to our head and we had to close a deal in the next 60 days or we died, every one of us would figure out how to get in the right room with the right people to close a freaking deal. But because we get all of these messages bombarded at us, well, what about tax sales? And what about liens, which we do? What about judgments, which we do? What about everything else? Sub 2, creative finance. What about owner financing? What about wholesaling? What about fix and flip? All of these strategies that start coming to us, and before long, it just becomes noise. So my job over these 2 days is to clear it up and to give you absolute clarity on what your next steps are. All right. So why I love real estate, again, most of you know why you love real estate, why you're here. I don't have to convince you, but I love the fact that you can get a cost seg. You can, the government, the IRS allows you to save tremendous amounts of taxes through depreciation. We're not going to have time to get deep into that. I love the predictability. Now somebody says, but Andrew, ain't we in uncertain times? Somewhat, except if you look over any periods of decades, real estate always goes up. Now here's the key. You see people who buy high and get in on a crash. I'm going to show you how to make good money with bad numbers. Because if I'm buying a house in the Midwest, which by the way, the Midwest is rising while Florida and some other places are declining, San Diego, where I'm sitting right now, home prices are going down. They're predicting by 1.1% this year, which is interesting. But the Midwest is continuing to rise. But assuming that house prices do go down, we're just going to buy more properties because we are buying them by taking over debts with low or no interest. I'll show you how to do that. We are buying at discounts, as I'll show you how to do. And so it's predictable. It's saying if the market goes up, great, we're going to keep buying and make more money because we know how to find those unicorn deals. If the market goes down, great, we're going to buy even more because we know how to find unicorn deals and we know how to make them cash flow when other people get in too deep. We buy from tired landlords all the time who don't know the things that I'm about to show you, which is how to turn deals to cash without you having to dump hours of work, effort, or money into them. All right. Predictability, leverage. I love the fact that you can go buy houses, and starting out, I was buying them with nothing down. I had no money. We still buy them with nothing down quite commonly. I love that you can cash flow them. The difference between the mortgage payment on the house, which we're 73% of loans right now, the interest rates are below 5%, 73% of loans that are out there on houses right now, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, rates are below 5%, waiting on you and I to come take them over. Because if we don't, then they're going to sell to somebody else who's getting today's rates. So instead of keeping that 2 or 3 or 4% interest loan on the property, somebody's going to go out and get a new 6 or 7% loan and pay off the old low interest loan. Not us. We get to go in, buy the house, collect the deed, and agree to cover that low interest loan. Appreciation. Over a period of decades, houses appreciate in value. I already talked about depreciation along with the cost segregation. I love that it's a high ticket. Make $1 million by selling 1 million items for $1, or make $1 million by selling 10 items at 100,000. Our average profit per deal is just over $52,000. Now, if you do the math on that, before I got into real estate, I'd never made over 30,000 in a single year before. 30,000 in a year of work and labor to holy cow. How does this happen? It's duplicatable. Always dreamed of being an entertainer, singing, dancing, having fun, but I didn't get that gift. But something that I can do and that anyone can do is you can buy houses, you can take over debts, you can gather deeds, and you can turn those to cash flow. Hundreds of ways to do that, hundreds of ways to make money in this market. I'm going to, again, simplify it over these 2 days. All right, so here's what's about to happen, and then I'll tell you who I am and what's going on in our world. But I want to find out, how many of you, this is your first time seeing me? If this is your first time seeing me, just say yes. If you've seen me before, just type it in the chat. I've seen you before. Let's see. First time. Welcome. Awesome. Welcome. Awesome. Awesome. Jeffrey's seen me before. Ruth, first time seeing me. Austin, first time seeing me. Christy, I know you've seen me before. So good to see you. By the way, Christy had gone several months trying to get her first deal. And just shout out to Christy. She's part of our mastermind community. Me and Leo run a mastermind. And Christy, to her credit, just does not give up. And she kept reaching out. We kept helping her and coaching her as we do in the mastermind. And she come through. I don't know if they all got signed, but last week she was on her way up to 4 contracts being signed. So shout out to Christy, however many of those that had came through. All right. So for those of you it's first time seeing me, I'm going to show you who I am, what it is I do, and what you're about to get clarity on. All right. So a couple things that happens. I'm going to show you the main ways we make money. I'll come back to that in a moment. You're going to hear from a couple of our incredible mastermind students, actually three. You're going to hear from Ashley, who helped Leo and I, which I'll show you in a moment, get our Airbnb. It's done over 6 figures in the last few months. And we'll show you how that Ashley took us from barely making money on it to cranking cash flow on this incredible Airbnb. And we have a few of them now. We're going to show you how Connor, a incredible young man, part of the mastermind community, has automated this business. I used to carry around paper folders with all of these papers in it, and I would follow up based on the papers in that folder. That's my follow-up system for the first couple hundred deals that I bought. And Connor has created a CRM using AI and the automations of today that a push of a button, all the follow-up is done for you, all the pre-screening. It's freaking incredible. And then you're going to hear from Mr. Prosperity, we call him, David Selvin, this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon. And he's going to show you how to get the freaking money. You just got one of the guys qualified for $300,000 business credit interest-free. All right. If you could use an extra $300,000 business credit interest-free, give me a yes in the chat. So here's what I want to show you, and then we're going to dive in. And thank you guys. I shout out to you for sticking here through the freezing and the tough little start there. So first thing that happened, it's 2013, it's October, November, and there's a guy who we knew who was flipping houses. And me, my brother, my dad, we work construction, and he said, hey, can you come over and work on these houses that we're flipping? And my dad said, yeah, we'll come over. So we went over and we started working on these houses. So we was working on this house. We done that siding. We done the aluminum around. We installed that door. We installed these cabinets, as you can see. And I'm renovating this house. We're getting up. It's 90 miles from our home in Bellerive, Illinois. I was born and raised in a little town of 400 people called Bellerive, Illinois. Country boy, preacher's kid. And we're driving every morning. We're getting up at 4:30 a.m. and driving 90 minutes to this house to start work. And we work on it all day. We're getting home late in the evening and we're turning this house around. And I start to look at the numbers and I'm going, wait a second. Is there a way for me to get on the other side of this house flipping business? I grew up doing construction all my life. I had run into some health challenges. I was having trouble keeping up with the construction, and I've been saying, like, God, I need something else, like open a door. I'm a firm believer that when you ask, the answer will show up. And so I had been asking, and fast forward to this is October, November 2013. We're working on this house. Fast forward to February of 2014. And I hear a radio ad and it says you can buy houses. I'm listening to talk radio. Ad comes on and says you can buy houses without money or credit. Well, I'd already been Googling like how to buy a rental house, how to flip a house. I had been already looking through all this stuff. When I heard this radio ad, I picked up the phone and I called the number immediately. And in April 23rd, 2014, I found myself at a seminar. And that seminar is where I called and negotiated my first ever wholesale deal that made me $3,000. Now, I share that because nothing happens until we make a change. I did the uncomfortable. Now, in that case, I had to borrow the money. It was a $6,000 seminar. I think I got a little discount. I don't even remember what it was for or what it was now, but $4,000 or $5,000. I scraped together the money. I borrowed, I put it on credit cards. Like I had to claw to get there, to pay for the hotel, the gas to drive to Atlanta, Georgia, and the hotel, the event cost. However, the information I gathered, you can best believe it was beyond my last dollar. I was already in debt over $80,000 from staying in the hospital. I had my notebook, I had my ink pen, and I was the best note taker in the room out of that room of 80 or 90 people. And that is where my life changed. Now, I share that piece of the story because a country boy, 21 years old, broke, trying to figure out how the heck to buy his first deal, trying to figure out how to take care of his family and the people around him, to 11 years later, grateful, thank you, God, have bought over 500 houses. Me and my brother Leo, who you guys will meet and see, and you'll see photos of him. We work together. We've been working together for many years, my business partner, and incredible heart, incredible guy. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that's all came about. But we're working on a 280 unit development right now. We have multiple other projects in the works and over 500 houses we've bought. We buy portfolios. We do all those things, except we still buy single family houses just like this, just like where I started in today's market. So commonly the feedback I get is, number one, people love the fact that we're still doing it. This is not some 30 years ago advice. This is advice of what we are doing in today's market that's working. We're going to give you action steps for both free leads and for paid leads. If you're in a place where you're great on the phone or you're working with our team, of course, you are going to want to get some paid leads cranking in, because if you can write a $2,000 check as we do and get 10 or 20 or 30 back, well, gosh, makes sense. But if you're new and you're on a shoestring budget like I was when I started, well, then by all means, I'm going to show you how to get the free leads. So fast forward, that was 2014. That all took place. I began to grind and hustle and bang it out and work and do deals. And now Leo and I, this is Leo and me, get the privilege of building communities. And this is where the summit comes in. This is where we love, and we wanted to record this for people who had been needing this information. And we said, well, shoot, let's do it live. Let's record it and invite some folks to listen in and ask questions, because that will add to the value and the fun, frankly. And so way easier sitting here talking to you than it is staring at a blank camera for many hours. But we get to build communities. This is an event we did in Louisville. We'll be doing another one here very soon. And some of you guys will be there, I know. And this is our mastermind retreat we do twice a year with our mastermind community. And this is our young entrepreneur get together, and we do Zooms every little bit, various trainings. But what happened was, you're going to see, I started buying houses in 2014. 2014, 15, 16, I am in the grind. I am hustling. I am building. I'm doing everything wrong because I didn't know what I didn't know. I learned, hey, I can go buy houses. I can gather deeds with no money or credit, but that's all I knew. I didn't know how to run a business. I didn't know how to get my life right. I didn't know how to enjoy the money I was making. I didn't know I should go on some trips. Leo and I go on an international trip now 1 to 2 times, sometimes 3 times a year. Some of you guys will come with us on our upcoming one to, where are we going next? I I think our next schedule is going to back to Bali, but I'm not certain about that. So I want to empower you guys over these 2 days to step into the best version of yourself. Here's what I mean by that. When Leo and I connected, I was overweight, and I was, and just to clarify, I call Leo my brother. We've known each other for many years. We go back, 2020 now. And so we're brothers, close friends. We're not blood brothers. So when we connected, I was overweight. I was stressed out. I was doing the business wrong. Yes, I had done hundreds of deals. Yes, I knew how to make money, but I didn't know how to run a team. I didn't know how to think strategically, and I didn't know how to constantly live in abundance. I was learning that. Now, I share that because Leo, being the friend that he is, said to me, brother, you're a little overweight. If you'll help me buy houses, I'll help you get your health where you want it. And I said, done. And we shook on it. And here we are a few years later, having built multiple 7-figure companies together. I share that because what happens is your network will improve your net worth. I know you've heard that before, except in this way, I want you to understand community is everything. Type it in the chat, community is everything. You're going to notice something we often hear in the feedback is people come to us and they say, you're different. You're different in that you care. You're different in that you work with us. You want us to truly succeed. And we have a mastermind that I'll reference. I won't be talking a whole lot about, but I will be referencing. And you'll hear me reference it because that's our extended family. And one of the highest compliments I got, I remember after we launched the mastermind, is someone come to me, one of the second member who ever joined the mastermind, come to me and Leo and said, you're the only person who put way more effort in after we joined the mastermind than you did in the first place to get us to join. And I said, yes. And we have an application process because our objective is that we have the few dozen right people around us, because quantity is easy. Quality, that's the talented part. All right. So for every one of you, I want you to, over these 2 days, be finding out who your people are, how to connect with them. Yes, the actions to take. We're going to go through that. But frankly, buying houses in this market is the easy part. Turning those houses to cash flow, to deals, to money is the easy part. But finding the right people, the right lenders, the right attorneys, the right partners, the right people to be around, because business was not meant to be built alone. So shout out to you for being here. We got a lot to cover. Here's the main ways we make money. I'm going to be talking about 3 of these in specific, in great detail, and you can write them down. Number 1, I'm going to be talking about the creative financing or owner financing route. I call it creative financing or owner financing, including if there's already a debt on the property. I'll explain that after a while. I call it creative or owner financing if it's free and clear, which, by the way, about 60% of properties are leveraged, meaning the people who own them have debt on them. And about 40% of properties now in the US are free and clear. Now, I'm going to be talking a lot about this because this is the way that we build empires. It's literally what I call gathering deeds. You call, you ask questions. You don't have to go down to the bank. You don't have to get your credit ran. You maybe have to write a check for a few hundred or a few $1,000s for closing costs, depending on which state you're in, how much that is. And boom, you begin to literally collect deeds and assets that pay you. That's how I grew my wealth and net worth starting at 21 without any history. Now, that being said, if you have a few $1,000s in the bank to put to work, or if you work with somebody like David and get access to capital, that helps speed up the process. That helps grow investing in yourself and leads in the business, but it's not required. I started on nothing but some good graces of some friends and a credit card. All right. So I share that because while many of you I know are in the position where you could buy traditionally, some of you may not yet be there. I want to give you this tool because it gives you Write it down, unlimited growth capabilities. What does that mean? I have bought as many as 9 houses in a week before. If everything goes as planned, here in 2 weeks, Leo and I will be closing on another 31 house package. How can we close that many properties at once? Of course, there's commercial loans with banks. That's one way. Another way, and my favorite way, and the way I've done the majority of deals over the years, is through creative finance. Just means that I agree, if you're not yet familiar with it, to pay either the seller over time or to cover their mortgage for them and give them the money, pay it off when I resell it down the line in months or years. So you gather the deed, you buy, you take ownership now, you get all the benefits of owning it, but you pay it off over time, just like you would the bank, the seller's the bank, or there's already a note on it that you agree to pay. We're going to be talking a little bit about the short-term rental and mid-term rental game. This is where it's a niche. Some of you, you're going to keep focused on buying on owner financing and sell and lease option like we do the majority of our deals. But you're going to come across some deals, like a deal I'll show you in a little while, that you look at it and you go, oh my gosh, we have one I'll show you after a while that made us $4,000 last week alone. Not net, gross. $4,000 last week alone. And it's a little $330,000 house. We paid $330,000. How did it make $4,000 last week? Because it's in Louisville, Kentucky, and last week was Derby week. So these little nuances where you go, oh my gosh, $4,000, that covers 2 months of mortgage payments on the house. And in a good summer month, I bet, I haven't seen the numbers for this month yet because this month is not over. I bet that house will gross $10,000 this month, maybe more. And so you start to look at these niches and you say, yes, I can handle it or I can't. Now there's a principle I'm going to teach all of you guys, and you're going to want to write this down. There is 3 major keys to making your business decisions. Number 1, 3 major keys to making your business decisions. Number 1 is your focus. Protect your focus. Number 2 is your time. Number 1's focus, number 2's time, and number 3 is your capital. Now, why do I say it in those terms? Because focus, we all only have, I don't know your sleep schedule or living schedule, but we all only have so many hours a day of focus. You guys are going to get the majority of my focus today and tomorrow. How? Because we're together for my hottest 6 hours. We're together from now until 11:45 PST, when we're going to go to lunch break. And we're going to we do a daily live stream every day. And then we'll be back here 90 minutes later, or whatever time the clock says. And we'll be back here finishing out the day. That 6 hours or so that we are together approximately is the time that is my clearest time. Now, I've already been up. I'm on the West Coast right now. I live in Louisville, Kentucky. We have a second home out here in the San Diego area. And I'm out on the West Coast right now. So it is, I wake up between 4 and 5 every morning. So I've already been up, got my morning routines out of the way, got my morning walk in, talked to God, done all the things. And that's very important. Chug my water. This is my second cup of coffee. But these next 6 hours is focus. Protect your focus. Write it down if you're taking notes. Protect your focus. Now, that is so important because what you find is there is no shortage of opportunity or, frankly, money. Imagine that you walked into Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos' house and they said to you, hey, I'm Ubering food in. I'll get anything you want. What would you like? Well, you're probably, if you're like me, I'm going to love a good ribeye steak. Why? Because I am not thinking about a shortage of money. If they say, hey, whatever car you want out of the garage, pick it out, take it. You're going to be honored and grateful because you know there's no shortage of money. Except, how do we step into those economies? This is what this former poor country boy didn't understand. How do I just work and grind and get ahead? How do the rich people do it? And once the code cracked, once the stars aligned and it started to make sense, and I was able to jump from this side of always being broke and always wondering how to make more money to the side of living in constant abundance, which is a mindset that a bank account follows. Your bank account is only the symptom of the actions you take. Type it in the chat. Your bank account is a symptom of the actions you take. Your bank account is the symptom. What do I mean by that? I mean, if we're taking the actions to get us closer to success, then the bank account will follow by increasing. If we are taking actions of what a person who is short on money would take, then the bank account is going to follow. All right, so number one is protect your focus. Number two is protect your time. Every single one of us have 24 hours in a day. Every single one of us have 24 hours in a day. What does that mean? That means if you give an hour to something, an hour is going to go away from something else. If you have 24 hours in a day, that is a limited amount of time. Yes, you can multiply time. We'll talk about leveraging time. We'll talk about building team. We'll talk about AI and automations tomorrow and how to make this business work for you. So there's definitely time leverage, but understand no matter what part of the world you're in, I have 24 hours in a day. So we must protect our focus, protect our time, and multiply our money. There's capital. Those are the three pieces of making a decision: focus, time, capital, money. So how do we multiply money? We can't get more focus. We only have so much as we can manage our focus. We can, of course, eat healthy so we have more clear focus. We can have time, manage our time, manage our priorities. But capital we can multiply. There's no shortage. The government prints more consistently. If we can understand the money game, type it in the chat, the money game. If we can understand the money game and step out of the land of never enough into the land of always more than enough, which I'm going to be talking more about, the money game will begin to serve you. There's a reason that the 99% run out and the 1% run in. There's a reason that when the stock market goes down, some people sell and lose money and others buy like crazy. Understand that the 99% and the 1% think massively different. All right. We're going to talk about owner financing. We're going to talk about how to collect deeds, how to build legacy wealth, how to build your cash flow, how to, for those of you who it's a fit for, do short-term rentals and mid-term rentals. I believe every one of you should be doing lease options. And we're going to be covering the money game. The money game. We're going to be covering how you can become the money person. Now, imagine for a minute, just go with me for 1 second and imagine, because this is the type of breakthrough thinking I want you guys to have. And this is super simple. For some of you, you're going to be like, well, duh, that makes total sense. And some of you are going to be like, crap, that's brilliant. But either way, I think it's important to share the elephant in the room, and then we'll move on. Imagine for one moment that you, forget every obstacle you have, whether it be credit score, whether it be leverage, any risk, anything. Just imagine that someone said to you, imagine I said to you, hey, I'll loan you $1 million for 12 months. All I ask is on this day, 12 months from now, that you bring me $1 million back. Now, how many of you, if I just said, I'll wire you $1 million, if that was ever happened to you, how many of you believe you could take that $1 million and go lend it out on other people's deals, partner with people, or find some deals and turn them for a profit, and would put that $1 million to work for the year and would have no problem bringing it back, the same $1 million a year later? Give me a yes in the chat if this is making sense. That is understanding the flow of money. You say, oh, well, duh, you wire me $1 million. Like, I'm in. I'll go figure out how to put it to work. So understand it's tough to borrow money when you need it. It's easy to borrow it when you don't. So that's why you're going to constantly hear there's tons of private money, of course, in our community. At our event coming up, we're going to be having a lot of our private lenders there. But there's also billions of dollars of institutional capital and business credit funding and all sorts of funding options out there looking for a home, but we just got to understand how to step into that flow. Knowledge is power. And that's why we're going to be having the short-term rental queen on. It's where we're going to be having the AI pros, automation pros on. And that's why we're going to be having the funding pros on to show you ways that you can do business that you may not have known before these 2 days. All right, there's 2 ways to buy houses. Now, don't get me wrong, I've done hundreds of deals, commercial, single family, residential, just 66 unit mobile home park, pretty well every asset class just about you can think of. So I know there's hundreds of ways to structure deals. Probably no 2 deals of mine have ever been structured the same. But what I will tell you is they fall in these 2 categories. Either A, the seller is going to get cash the day we close, meaning I get the deed, seller, the person I bought the house from gets, or the property from, gets paid. Or B, I get the deed and I agreed to pay the seller later. First is cash. It can be bank cash, your cash, private money cash, business credit card cash, any cash, but the seller is getting their money that day. Terms means the seller is getting none or only part of their money that day, but they agreed to take the rest later as an IOU. All right? That makes sense? Give me a yes in the chat. I like to way oversimplify this business because so many people get so caught up in so many analogies and terms and what about this and that. I don't like to complicate it. So imagine for a minute, just in case this is a new concept, imagine for a minute I have, me and Leo are sitting here and Leo wants a laptop. And I say, hey, I got one that freezes up occasionally and you can have it for $800. And he says, hey, brother, instead of $800 for your laptop that's freezing up, can you, no longer is freezing up, can you sell it to me for $1,000? I'll pay you $1,000, but I'm going to give you $100 a month for 10 months. So extra $200 for giving you time to pay me off? Heck yeah, I'll do that. Boom, here's a laptop. Leo has a laptop. He can go rent it out to event people. He can do whatever he wants with the laptop. It's his. He owns it. All he's got to do is pay me $100 every month. Now he takes it and he goes down the street and he says, hey guys, I got a laptop. I'll lend it to you for a week for $100. He's paying me $100 a month to have ownership of this laptop, but he is getting $100 a week from people who are using it for events. Maybe he's added some softwares to it that I didn't know existed because he's way more tech savvy than me, right? So now because of that value add, you get paid in direct accordance to the value you add to the marketplace. Because of that value add, he is now able to get 4 times the amount of money that he is paying me. That is the way that owner financing works. Agree to pay the seller over time and we go get more money for the same thing because of what we know. All right, so here's the steps to buy and sell a deal that we're going to be covering. For those of you who see the coffee I'm drinking, we got the beautiful Truca mug. Check it out. We'll be talking about this a little more. The 8 categories of life. Isn't that beautiful? And I always drink coffee from a straw, so it keeps my teeth white. Buying houses means number one, we got to source the deal. By the way, this works on land. This works on commercial properties. So for any of you asking if I do commercial properties, I commonly get that question. The answer is yes. I have a strong belief that, well, everyone can and that wants to should eventually go and buy multifamily, buy portfolios, buy the asset classes you dream of. There's been no better way that I've found to go get an extra $5, $10, $15, $20, $30,000 a month than the single family real estate business. They're easy to buy. They're easy to sell. I should say simple to buy, simple to sell when you know how to find them and put the deal together. So we source the deal, meaning we go find houses for sale, like Facebook Marketplace, like pay per leads, fasthomeoffer.com, need to sell or they actually sold out, motivatedsellers.com, propertyleadsource.com, all the various lead sources. Zillow, it's free. Facebook Marketplace is free. So we source deals, number one. Number two, we pre-screen deals, meaning we have a quick conversation. We say to them, hey, Mr. Buyer, Mr. Seller, Mr. Seller, I'm interested in buying your house. Would you be interested in selling and let me pay you over time? Really simple. There's a whole script for this, by the way. If you don't have it, you can reach out to us and we'll get it to you. You can email us or text later when I'm going to be giving you guys all the opportunity to have a business overview call, and I'm happy to give you that resource for absolutely free. All right. You can email us there. The team put that in there, and just ask for the pre-screening script and video. Negotiate the deal. What does that mean? We ask questions. We don't make offers. We ask questions. Negotiating the deal means three big questions that we're going to ask, and I'll show you examples in a moment. Negotiating the deal means, what's the least you'll take on price? You ask the seller, what's the least you'll take a month till I pay you off? And usually we buy with nothing down. If they want something down, then follow up with, what's the least you would take down? Negotiating the deal just means getting the lowest price, the lowest monthly payment, and the lowest down payment possible. No banks, no credit checks, no third parties. What you and the seller agreed to is what you get. As soon as the deal is verbally negotiated, now we're going to take a pen and a paper, or you're going to use actually the automations that Connor has set up for you that I'll show you tomorrow. But either way, gets the same job done. And you're going to put on a 2-page standard purchase and sell agreement exactly what you just verbally agreed in the conversation. In other words, as you are talking to the seller, you are simply having a conversation of asking questions. With the least you'll take on price, least you'll take a month, least you'll take down. And as soon as you agree on numbers, you're going to write up the purchase agreement and send it over to them. They're going to okay that. And that is where you're going to send it to the title company, the closing attorney, to close, which we'll talk more about how to find those. Write down your questions, by the way. We're going to be taking questions and answers when we get back from breaks. We got a break coming up here in a little while, about another 25, 30 minutes. And when we come back from that break, from every break, we're going to be taking questions. And if I forget, just type it in the chat, ping me on the virtual ear, and I'll make sure that we get that over to, we answer your questions. Lastly, close the freaking deal. Take ownership. Now, question I often get, but Andrew, what if I contract the deal and it's not a good deal? Or how do I know it's a good deal? Number one, every deal that we do, with rare exception, we're going to buy the house with, contract the house with either a $10, if it's a cheap house, or if it's a more expensive house, $100 earnest money deposit. So the entire amount I have up for risk is $10 or $100. Now, why is that important? Because now I am going to have a phone conversation before I ever see the house. I'm going to contract to purchase it. Majority of our deals that we contract, almost all go to closing. So I'm not suggesting just throwing out 96 contracts a day and seeing what sticks. Definitely do your research. But there's no reason to go spend an hour doing research on a property that you're never going to buy nor contract before you ever even talk to the seller. You're going to talk to the seller based on the facts they gave you. What do I mean by that? While you're on the phone with them, we'll get it further into this. While you're on the phone with them, I'm going to ask them, hey, what do you think the property's worth? They're going to say, well, I'm asking 300. I think it's worth 325. Got it. What do you think that the property would X? What do you think it would need in work? Ask the seller. Based on what they tell me, I'm going to send a purchase agreement if the numbers align. Now, there's 3 things that can happen. Number one is, and most of the time, what they told me was reasonably close to true, and I'm going to close the thing. I'm going to do my own research, of course, between the conversation and the contract. Number 2, what they told me was inaccurate, and I am going to let them know that I am out. That happens. We're not going to drag them out for days, weeks, months. We're going to find out, and if we find something out that they told us that was inaccurate, we're going to be out. Or number 3, and sometimes what happens is they just simply forgot that the foundation was caving in, for example. And I've had that happen, actually. And then I go back to them and say, hey, good news and bad news. Bad news is there's an extra $23,000 foundation repair that's needed here. And I'm out unless you can give me an extra $40,000 off the price. And it's their choice. So understand there is always the next option. Our objective is to negotiate verbally deals, do minimal research, go online, figure out what you can, and you will do the major research between getting the purchase agreement signed and the closing that will happen. All right. But Andrew, what if I don't know if it's a good deal? Number one, we do most of these virtually. I've not seen 90% probably of the last 100 houses we bought. What I will tell you though is number one, you're going to have boots on the ground. I'm going to challenge you to be a part of the Midwest Gold Rush. Type it in the chat, the Midwest Gold Rush. I'm going to be talking a lot about that because there is a crazy opportunity in Louisville, Elizabethtown, Evansville, Bowling Green. The Midwest Gold Rush is real, guys. I'm going to challenge you guys to get in on it. The Midwest Gold Rush. Now, here's what's going to happen. You're going to have boots on the ground. Some of you are going to be plugging into our community or applying to be a part of, at some level, what we do. And when you do, you're going to find yourself going, well, crap, let me just hit up Kay. Let me just hit up Judy. Let me just hit up Chad. They're in the area. Or you're going to have, if it's an area where you don't have boots on the ground, there's appraisers, there's inspectors, there is realtors, there's professionals who you can hire to go through and double check things. But Andrew, what if an appraiser comes and he appraises it and it's low and it's $300 appraisals out or $500? You're right. You're risking the entire for $300 or $500. I'm not suggesting, by the way, write it down. No risk, no goodies. I'm not suggesting that this is a risk-free business. I'm just telling you, I don't know another business where you can risk $100 earnest money or $10 earnest money or a few $100s on an appraisal and potentially make our average $52,000 of profit. If I could go into a place where I knew I could put up a $500 and I would have an 80% chance of getting 10,000 back, I would absolutely go put it up today. So understand that you are simply adjusting the odds in your favor. Now, we'll talk more about protection. We'll talk more about how to make sure the deal is a good deal, and we'll dig into the nitty gritty. But I just want to address that up front so that there's not any overthinking going on. So after you buy the house, you're going to find buyers, pre-screen the buyers, get deposits, sign the deal. So real simply put, our main business model is buy on owner financing, which means buying the house on payments, and selling on lease option, which means the tenant is going to give us a deposit, non-refundable the day they move in, normally 10% of the purchase price. I'll share with you more about that. So for example, if we have a $300,000 house, on average, we're going to get about $30,000 non-refundable the day the tenant moves in. They're going to pay us rent and they're going to be responsible for the house because they eventually want to buy it. Now, I'm telling you that's our main core business model. I'm not telling you that that should or should not be yours. What I am telling you is when we go through your goals later today, when we go through your vision later today, when you are writing out what it is you want to accomplish, we're going to be matching up your goals, your vision, your freedom number with which aspects is most in alignment. Here's what I mean by that. You can go buy houses on owner financing, creative financing all day long. And you could long-term rent them, you can short-term rent them, you can lease option them, you can do whatever you want with them, sell them on owner financing. You hold the keys. You own the property. For me, my favorite business model has been buy on terms, buy on payments, sell on higher payments. And the difference is what has built our wealth over a period of many years. A lot of businesses inside this business. So we're going to be talking a lot about sourcing, pre-screening, negotiating. We're going to be talking about finding buyers because when you go out and you find a deal, as Christy has found multiple in the last 10 days, shout out to Christy or whatever it's been, 10 or 14 days now, we want to be positioned to go get them turned to cash flow quickly. We're in a once in a lifetime opportunity, I believe. The market is incredibly opportune right now. The market right now has a window of opportunity that is incredible. And we're seeing a movement where the East and the West are having some declining, some increased inventory, some declining markets, some declining prices, but the Midwest is continuing to rise. Very interesting timing. Now, it doesn't scare me at all because I want you to know, and by the end of these 2 days, you're going to understand how to make good money with bad numbers. So it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what goes up or down. It doesn't matter what the story is in the news media, which, by the way, the news media's job is to scare us and to give us bad news. That's my perception of that. So understand that we, as people of wealth, run in when others run out. So if the market goes up, we win big. We got assets. We're continuing to grow, and you will use these tools to continue to grow your wealth and asset base. And as inflation goes up, then your assets increase in value. You're protected. But as inflation goes down, and should the housing market take a little bit of a hit, you understand how to get deals and to continue to cash flow in every single market. Again, this is not just a strategy of real estate. It is, but it's a mindset shift of how do I win in every single market. I know guys who have been in the business for 40 plus years and are still winning in every single market. How? Because of the strategies that I'm showing you. All right. So here is the Boslow method, simply explained. We buy on owner finance, we sell on lease option. We're about to identify your objectives, and we're about to talk about your markets. At the end of these 2 days, I want you to be clear on at least 3 places. Write it down. 3 lead gen strategies. I want you to pick out 3 of the lead gen strategies that I'm teaching you in these 2 days, or that I'm reminding you of in these 2 days, for those of you who are been in our world for a while. And I want you to implement 3 no later than Thursday evening if you're watching this live. If you're watching the recording, no later than tomorrow evening. This is day 1. So, pre-screen leads. I want you to be clear on what you're going to be asking them. I want you to be clear on how you're going to negotiate the terms. This is part 1. The Boslow strategy means we buy on owner finance, sell on lease option. After we buy the property, which we're going to be going through, we're going to prepare it for a lease option. We're going to find people who want to pay us more than we paid for it. We're going to pre-screen them, make sure that they haven't had a bunch of evictions or problematic people. We're going to negotiate their non-refundable deposit the day they move in, get the most possible, and we're going to rent it to them. Then you're going to set up some software automation to manage payments. And then one day, like I'll be showing you after a while, when they cash you out, you get the big check. All right. So before we get to the next stage, I want to ask you this question. What is your freedom number? I'm going to explain what freedom number is. If you already know it, you can type it, but if not, I'm going to explain. Your freedom number is the number that you need to make every single month. That it's not your 200,000, 400,000, $1 million a month to buy the private jet, the dream 7 homes yet. That's the next step. All right, we want to get there. But this is a number that if you knew you had to over the next 12 to 18 months, you said, if I have the right blueprint, if I worked hand in hand with you and Leo and you guided me through how you've done over 500 deals, this is a number that would make my life good. Maybe I wouldn't be wealthy or rich yet, but is it 5,000 a month? 10? My first freedom number is 2,000 a month, by the way. 30,000 a month, 50,000 a month. Some of you, it's probably 100 plus, because I know several of you are already doing a lot of deals. What is that freedom number that you say, I don't have to be staring at the menu worrying about the steak prices? Because I remember being there years ago. I don't have to be worried if I want to hop a plane and go to Bali with you and Leo and it costs me 8 or 10 grand, I'll just wire it over, right? What's that thing where you can actually have the life that you want? All right, freedom number, type it in the chat. Let's go. We have 10,000 a month. Good. 10,000 a month. 5,000 a month. 5,000 a month. 10,000, 10,000, 40, 3,000. Good. All right. So this is good. I want you to be thinking about this. I want you to take your notebook and I want you to write down my freedom number is X dollars a month. Now, I want this because in a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, some of you And by sheer numbers, there's several dozen of us here. By sheer numbers, I know there's going to be a portion of you, unfortunately, and I can't choose this. I can give you the best information. I can give you the best tools. I can do everything but do it for you. And some of you, there's a percentage of you who unfortunately are going to be in the same place in 3-4 years from now. But I know there's some of you, and these are the one I'm talking to, because these are the people who I can relate to. These are the people we're going to end up doing business with for a lifetime. These are the people, you are the person who me and Leo is going to be taking by the hand and guiding through this business, saying, how do you create that extra 10, 20, 30, 50, 100,000 a month or more? All right. So I'm looking at this going, somebody on here, you're going to be looking back at this date, May 2025, and you're going to be saying, wait a second. I remember when I wrote that freedom number and I exceeded it in under 12 months. This is crazy. That young country boy who turned into a bit of a city boy, I guess, sitting in his second home in San Diego, got my brain turning, got my wheels turning, and says, oh my gosh, I can actually do this. I realize now this is the missing piece. I need to stop shiny object syndroming. I just know what I need to do. I need to hook up with the right people. I need to be around the right people. I need to follow instructions clearly. And a path is better than 96 paths. So I'm not suggesting it is or ain't us that you follow. I'm just suggesting this is a pathway. Whether you're looking to get an extra 6 figures a month, or whether it's just getting that extra 3, 5, 10,000 a month, this is a business that you can turn up at will. All right. So I see the freedom numbers. We're going to be using a method I call chunk it down method. And that means that we simplify everything. We make it real. So what do I mean by that? We're going to identify your high income skill. And I'm going to be showing these examples, but I want you to see when I show these examples a little later this morning, or for my East Coasters, early this afternoon, I want for you to be thinking, oh, here's where my high income skill fits. All right. So I want you to picture your high income skill. And I want you to just type in the chat. This is your brag moment. What is a thing you're good at? Is it talking to people? Are you good at sales? Are you good at being creative? Are you good at keeping the peace? Are you good at leading the team? What's something you're really good at? All right, type it in the chat. Now, here's what's going to happen. You're going to start to notice there's a Bible verse that talks about your gift will make room for you. And I used to think, well, gosh, what if everybody starts doing this? Won't it be oversaturated? I'm telling you, if you call people back and do what you freaking say you're going to do, you'll be ahead of 92% of your competition. Okay? So understand that. So your objective is to use your gift, own your gift, and know that it will make room for you. Austin says raising capital. Massive room for that in this industry, as I'm sure you already know, brother. I'm glad you're here. We often partner with people in the community. If somebody come into the community last year, I believe it was, and she said, hey, I don't want to do calls. I want to be, the capital person. And so I helped her set up a business where she is cranking incredible profits now, doing exactly that. And that's a gift. Ruth says talking to people. I'm telling you, that is a gift. Talking to people, communication, type it in the chat. Communication equals wealth. Austin communicates to raise capital. Ruth talks to people, can use that communication to collect deeds and build legacy wealth. Elizabeth is being creative. Yes, Elizabeth, I know you are creative in many beautiful ways. Elizabeth is awesome. Danielle says talking and communication. Good. I love that. What a beautiful gift in this business. Marlon, talking to people. Good. Marilyn, talking to people. Good. Talking, explaining things calmly to people, Amanda says. Good. Cold calling and follow-up aren't my strengths, but I'm a business owner. Gia, I'm telling you, every one of you guys, there is so much space in this industry for you. If you can be the winner and own your gift. If you don't enjoy cold calling and follow-ups, there's a lot of people who are good at that and don't know how the heck to run a business. They know how to go get checks, but not to run a business. They need somebody like you. So understand, my life transformed when Leo and I partnered up because I knew how to get checks, but I didn't know how to manage my life in a way that caused me to be able to enjoy it, which frankly, if you're making money and doing deals, what's the freaking point if you're not enjoying it? You guys will meet Leo later on today, probably today, either today or tomorrow. He'll hop on and say hello and share some wisdom, and that'll be a fun time. Your high income skill. Understand that in this business, there is finding great deals. That's how I started, being scrappy, finding the deals. There's asking great questions, which is sales. Selling, I love to sell things. I love to buy things. Why? Because if you have a moral and ethical obligation, if you believe in what you're selling, you have a moral and ethical obligation to sell it. If you believe in moral and ethical obligation to sell it, then you're doing everyone who you don't offer your service to who needs you a massive disservice. I hope that made sense. Meaning, I used to believe I was asking someone to sell me their house. Now I realize I'm not. I am asking what they need and I am solving their problem. Guys, I'm telling you, this is a game changer. When I realized that sales is serving, type it in the chat, sales is serving. This is the mindset. If you get nothing else out of these 2 days, understand if you are offering the right service, sales is serving. I love to tip, I love to give. Leo and I host tipping dinner every few weeks, and we will get together, a few of you guys, depending on what city we're in that week, and we'll put a post out. We'll say, hey guys, who wants to come join us for a tipping dinner? 10, 12, 15, sometimes 25 people will show up. And here's how a tipping dinner works. A tipping dinner, me and Leo pay for dinner for everybody. Let's say it's 25, dinner might be, a couple or $3,000, depending on the restaurant. We pay for dinner for everybody, but the requirement is everybody has to bring a $100 bill for a tip. So we pay for dinner, but the table, let's say 25 people, everybody about a $100 tip, that's $2,500. Then we surprise the wait staff with that $2,000 or $3,000 tip, or sometimes more. We surprise the wait staff with that tip. That's a tipping dinner. I love to tip. Why? Because the person who provides the food is serving at a high level, and I love paying for service. Now I share this because that is getting fed in the natural. Imagine what happens when we begin to feed our bank accounts and our money. Understand the velocity of money. What causes the economy to struggle? When people stop buying. As long as velocity is happening, as long as people are buying and selling, as long as people are buying stocks, market's going up. So understand the velocity of money is what will solve all problems. So stay in the movement of money. We invest. Leo and I invest 6 figures a year in our continuing education and masterminds to be around high-level people to continue learning and growing. Why? Because years ago, I remember being turned down by dozens of lenders who would not lend me money. When I was collecting deeds, I was buying houses, and I was doing the creative financing way, but I come across a couple deals that were big and huge profit potential that I needed a bank loan on. And I said, man, I just need a bank loan. And I was being turned down by all the banks. And I realized one day when I went into a bank, when we're together in Louisville, you'll meet this guy. I went into a bank and I applied for the loan, and he took my application and he put it in the drawer and he closed it. And he said, when do you want to close this loan? And I looked at him and I said, I've been turned down by other banks. Don't you need to run my credit? And he says, Andrew, this loan is done. And he named the guy who recommended me to him. He says, so-and-so said you're a good person. I can get this loan done for you. When do you want to close? Type it in the chat, relationship banking. Your network is truly your net worth. You're going to hear me talk a lot more about that. Use your high income skill to create the life you always dreamed of. This is going to be powerful. And then we're going to get to what I want to share with you. God has already given you powerful tools. God has already given you the gift of talking, of raising capital, of understanding, breath, coffee, water, health, all the things, the beautiful gifts we have, a house, a beautiful opportunity to serve and to connect with others. God has already blessed us with so many powerful tools, and it's our job to figure out how to sharpen those tools and use them to build the life that we were actually meant to live. All right. So we're going to talk about the foundations of wealth. We're going to talk about deals. We're going to talk about how we turn deals to profit. I'm going to show you one deal example very briefly before we go to break here in 15, because I want to open up this loop of conversation for you guys. And let me see if I can find the check in 3, 2, here we go. All right, here's a deal example that came to me, and I'm going to be giving you several more because we buy these. Remember, 60% of properties have a debt on them. 40% are free and clear. Many of the free and clear properties we buy with no interest whenever we're paying the seller. If they have a debt on them, commonly we're buying with 2, 3, and 4% interest. How many of you would like a few $1 million at 0% or at 3% interest in today's market? Give me a yes in the chat. So what I want for you, understand arbitrage. If I can borrow $1 million at 0% and I can lend it out at 10%, I'm making $100K a year. Understand arbitrage. You're playing the money game. I don't want you to be stuck in the house game like I was the first few years. I believed I was in the house game. I had to go look at every stupid house I bought. I had to stress over the deals. I had to put it all together, and I didn't understand that I needed to move from playing the house game to playing the money game. This seller comes to us, finds us from one of our signs, and we market. We'll talk more about how we find these deals after the first break. And they said to me, he said, I'm a disabled veteran. He said, I have always paid all my bills. And he said, I can't keep paying this $748 a month payment. He said, I'm going to an assisted living and I don't want to let it go back to the bank. And he said, I know I had pets here I wasn't able to maintain due to my health. He said, I understand if I list it with a realtor, I'm going to lose money and I can't afford to bring a check to close. After 6% commissions to the realtor and closing costs and selling traditionally, and somebody wanted to beat me up on price, he said, I got to let it go to foreclosure unless you guys can buy it from me. By the way, in the last 12 months, retirement account withdrawals are up by 40-something%, the majority of which are being used to bring mortgage payments current. You understand the delinquency rate that's happening right now is incredible. And the opportunity, the wave of deals coming to you and to me when we know how to put these deals together is a once in a lifetime unprecedented setup. And I'm very excited for that. Now, you can do deals in any market. So this is not some urgent do a deal now or never do one again. There's always an opportunity to do deals, but we are in a deed gathering era. Over the next year, 2 years, if you want to gather dozens of deeds and change and be on the right side of this transfer of wealth that's happening, you get to choose. The news media would have you believe, poor you, poor me, we just can't choose anything. Everybody's out to get us. The rich people hate us. I am of the belief we create our own destinies. And I want to empower every one of you to say, you know what? I get that there's maybe the wealth gap is bridging, maybe it's getting wider, but I can choose what side of the wealth transfer I'm on by being in the right rooms, at the right places, with the right people. All right. I pray that speaks to you, and I trust that gives you a inspiration to be on the right side of this. He says, I owe $128,000. If you'll buy my house, I don't need no cash. I said, okay, I'll buy the house. I'll pay the closing costs. It's Indiana, so closing cost is about $1,100. There's no transfer tax. I pay the $1,100. I agree to start paying the $748 on his mortgage payment. That included taxes and insurance. And I went out to the market and I said, hey, market, I own this house on Acorn Drive. It's 4-bed, 2.5 bath, or 1.5 bath. 1.5? No, 4-bed, 2-bath. It's 4-bed, 2-bath, and it needs some work. Work for equity. I would charge more but I'm only going to charge 160 because that's what I'm selling time. Understand you can get more when you're selling time than you can when you're selling traditionally. What do I mean by that? The person moving in here can't qualify for a mortgage. So they're not picking between you and 17 other houses that they're looking at. They are picking between you and you. And so while we treat everybody fairly like we want to be treated, there is a value that comes with the fact that they can move into the house now, rent the house from you now, and buy it later once they get their credit fixed. So they move in, they give me $5,000 the day they move in. They pay $1,195 a month in rent. Time goes by, the debt gets paid down, and they finally, one day, several years later, decide, I'm going to pay Andrew and Leo off. And so one day of this house that we had bought and forgot we even owned, we got this beautiful check of $52,424. Type it in the chat, the compounding effect. There's a great tool that's underestimated called momentum. I'm going to share with you some more deal examples. Momentum is the greatest underrated tool because as you lean into this, year one, imagine you go do five of these in year one. Some of you can do way more than that. I did 50 of these in the year of 2015, and it was 22 at that year. 5 times 5 is 25,000 up front. Now remember, our average non-refundable deposit is 10%. So our average would have been 16,000. However, the tenant moved in and agreed to do the work to this house. Because it needed work, we got less down. We was willing to accept less in return for them replacing the carpets, doing the painting, and taking it as is. All right. So imagine you went and 16,000 would be our average on this. Let's just say your average is 10. 10,000 times 5 is $50,000. That's year one. Now let's say year 2 and 3 rolls around and those 5 properties you bought in 2025 and 2026 start cashing you out in 2026 and 2027. Imagine your average profit, like ours, is just over $52,000. And this check does not include years of cash flow. Do the math. $748 payment, $1,195 a month rent. And it does not include if there was a profit on the 5K up front. So understand our average profit's $52,000 per deal. And year 2, after doing this the first year and making that extra $50,000 in non-refundable deposits, imagine what happens when you start hitting some back-end paydays. Imagine what happens when every single month you have some $748 payments going out and some $1,195 payments coming in. Can you picture yourself starting to build this business? Give me a yes in the chat. I want to see who I got, whose attention I got. And I'm going to show you one more deal example, and then we're going to keep rolling. All right. Good. Got the yeses rolling in. Shout out to you guys for being here. I'm very excited. These 2 days are going to be so transformative for you. You're going to be talking to the team. We're going to have opportunities for you to talk to the people who run so many aspects of our business and do your own business evaluation, whether your brand's spanking new and just trying to get a blueprint off the ground, or whether you are someone who's been doing this for years and you say, gosh, I need to update and adapt with the young guys in this new market, in this new age, in this AI and automation age. We're going to have some incredible breakthroughs for you and an opportunity for you to have business review with our team. All right, I'm going to show you one other example, and we're going to keep rolling. So here's another deal. This is a more extreme example, and I'll show you some less good deals as well. Don't want to just show you the best. But this is a deal that our lead acquisitions manager found on Facebook Marketplace, of all places. Free. Just messaging people online. Hey, interested in this house, I have a couple questions. What's the best number to reach you? Person sent him a number back, and he called and he said, hey, what can you tell me about the house? And the guy goes, dude, I bought this house. I meant to rehab it, and it's a lot of freaking work. I'm in over my head. Will you just buy it from me? I have 60,000 in it. My guy says, sure. We'll give you 60,000 if you'll give us time to pay you off in full. He says, well, what are you thinking? My guy says, hey, what's the least you'll take every month? And the seller says, I'll take $485 a month. And I didn't put it on here. I believe we had to put $5,000 down. $5,000 down and $485 a month. Done. Why? Because I know this area, although this house was rough, and I say rough, it was livable, but it, had a lot of crap in the front yard, in the backyard, in the living room, and everywhere else. I knew that with a little bit of cleanup, we got a $150,000 asset here. So we agreed to give the seller $5,000 down. You can get that, of course, from your business line of credit. If you're part of our community, me and Leo would love to partner with you. Other people partner with you. You can find somebody in your sphere. If you need to get the money, understand there's no lack of money looking for deals. There's only lack of people knowing how to find great deals and connect it with the right players. Hope that makes sense. All right, so need some light repairs. We buy it for 60. We give him 5 down. We pay him $485 a month. We turn around after we clean it out. We put it on the market for $149,000 as a lease option. The tenant moves in. They give us $10,000 down, $1,390 a month. You do the math on the cash flow. We got $485 going out plus taxes and insurance. Another about $150 a month going out. $1,390 a month coming in. Now, how many of those do you need until you hit your freedom number? Hello? I just want to drive this point home. We find these sellers who want to sell their house. Understand, without us, he would have been sitting on this house, paying tax bills, trying to figure out how to come up with the money to rehab it for months or years, and potentially even lost it on taxes and lost his 60 grand. Without us, he may have got zero or a lot lower price because a lot of the wholesalers was offering him a lot less money. With us, he gets $60,000 over time, $60,000 in immediate headache relief. And because of what we know and because of what you're learning today, you can take this headache of somebody else's and turn it into gold for your potential tenant buyer. All right. A lot more to cover on that. We're going to get to deal examples. I'm going to show you how to structure the deals and set them up for success. Now, something I'm going to be talking about when we get back from break. We're going to take a break here. We're going to be off for whatever the timer says. We're going to be coming back talking about the foundations of wealth. All right. When we come back, have your questions ready, because the moment we hop back in, I'm going to be taking your questions and we'll spend 5 or 10 minutes answering your questions. So get your questions typing in the chat. Michelle, if you could share the timer up on the screen, and we will be back here in 10 minutes. So 10:25 PST, that is what? 1:25 EST, I believe. All right. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Wealth Summit. So we have a lot to cover, and I had me a nice returning the phone calls there for 10 minutes and grab some more coffee and water. So I am set until our next break, which is about almost 90 minutes from now. Questions though, first, note I put a YouTube link in the chat for you guys that over lunch break want to go learn a little hyperspeed learning of a series I did for you. So I put that in the chat. You can save that and hop on that if you want later. All right, questions. Type your questions in the chat. I see Austin said, what are the numbers on consistency of lease or payments? So we have a very high collection rate, if I understand the question properly, because our tenants are putting skin in the game the day they move in, normally around 10% of the price of the property. So if we move somebody into a $150,000 property, on average, they're giving us $15,000 a day move in, non-refundable. We're putting them into a $30,000 house. On average a day, we put them in, we're getting, $300,000 house, we're getting 30,000. So you do that math and say, okay, wait a second. People have skin in the game. They're very likely to pay. So our eviction rate is very low because of the upfront. Now, that being said, we do sometimes have to file evictions. We had to file some last week. But, out of hundreds of deals and doing this for 11 years, the majority of people, they put skin in the game and they just pay way better. So collections is not really a pain when it comes to collecting. Awesome question. All right, keep the questions coming. Austin also says, do you teach the owners in a Bofslow deal how to complete a sale on a lease option? So if I understand the question right, Austin, you're asking me if the seller who sells us the deal understands how to complete the lease option with our buyer. And awesome question. So that would only be if we assign the deal. So normally the way it's going to work is I'm going to buy, let's say you sell me the house. Let's say you, Austin, sell me the house. I buy it, I get the deed, I pay you every month. That's transaction one. Nothing changes that. I'm buying the house, I am responsible. I already done my due diligence, and I believe it's a good enough deal that I can pay you and I can make money on it. Now, after our transaction is done and I have the deed to the property and I agree to pay you every month, now I turn around and I go take it to the marketplace. And let's say, who else we got on here? Let's say Ruth buys the house from me. So Austin, I bought the house from you. I now own it. You're just the bank who happens to get a check from me every month. Ruth buys the house from me. She gives me a non-refundable deposit. That's mine because I own the house. She pays me rent every month. That's mine because I own the house. If she ever stops paying, it's my responsibility to evict her because I own the house and put somebody else in and continue paying you through that process, Austin, until I get somebody to cash me out. And then if Ruth or the replacement that comes in and rents and lease options a house from me finally gets qualified and buys the house from me, at that point is when I pay you off and I get my $10, $20, $50, $80,000 check. If that does not fully clear it up, keep the questions coming until it is clear. We got a lot more to cover, so I'm going to dive in. Does that answer your question in the meantime, Austin? And does anybody else have a question? Let me see. We are going to be talking about the foundations of wealth. Let me see if we have any more questions. The question is whether the owner gets to learn that too. So only if they want to. We do occasionally have sellers coming to our events. We do events. We got one coming up in Louisville, which some of you guys will be at. The seller, the owner of the property who sold me the house, I just give them a very clear instruction of what we're going to do. And the balance I find, I've seen people who try to give the seller a 3-day seminar about how they're going to resell it and make money. And I've seen them lose sellers because the seller's like, I just want to sell the freaking house and be done with it. Like, I don't want to learn business while I'm at it. So yes, we're very open, honest about the communication, but you know, it's contingent on the questions that the seller asks. You know, my objective is to solve their problem, solve the problem they have in front of them, which is the house they need to sell. And whatever, you know, I'm not ever held back with information, but I also don't give seminars on phone calls where I would lose them. So awesome question. Gia K says, I've struggled with acquiring properties in Dallas. Not sure if it's my market or marketing strategies. Awesome question. We have people in Houston. We have people in Austin. We have people in Dallas. It is an interesting market. So you'll meet, in fact, Mr. Prosperity, David Selvin, who you'll meet tomorrow. You'll learn from him how Texas is. He's in Texas and Louisiana and various places. So probably both, if I had to say. Dallas is probably not the easiest market. It's also not the hardest. It can be done literally anywhere. We do have people doing it in Dallas, so I know it can be done there. And at the same time, lead quality and ability to close deals is going to be the number one key that you want to learn for everything. All right. Let's dive into the foundations of wealth and put some deals together. If you're ready, give me a yes in the chat. Keep the energy up. Keep the deals flowing. Keep the deals flowing. All right. So, by the way, just because we have Texans on here, I want to point out in all other states, we buy on owner financing, we sell on lease option. While you can do lease options in Texas, the rules are different there around lease options. So if you're doing deals in Texas, all of our students who buy in Texas buy on owner financing and sell on owner financing. Because in some of these other states, it takes months or longer to get a freaking house back if you have to foreclose. Texas, you can foreclose very rapidly. The laws are such. So I'm not opposed at all. If you're in Texas, just buy on owner finance, sell on owner finance. All right. Understand the foundations of wealth. I'm going to be giving you tools. I'm going to be showing you today. Before the end of today, I'm going to show you how I negotiate deals, how I find deals. I'm going to walk you through, and tonight you can go and you can find leads to talk to conversate with. But the challenge is not finding deals. They're abundant. I'm going to give you those tools. I'm going to show you that step by step. The actual challenge is understanding the flow of money and the foundation of wealth. Because if you understand you're not in the real estate game, you're actually in the money game. You're not in money. By the way, type it in the chat. Money is energy. When you understand the flow of money, the velocity of money, and the exchange of energy, the whole world begins to open up to you in a new way. All right. So I share this and I'm passionate about this because coming from the life of a poor, broke country boy and learning that I could actually create wealth and create income and create opportunity, it was mind-boggling to me. It was shocking to me. Like, oh my gosh, I did not know this type of wealth existed. And so my prayer is that over these 2 days, I can give you tools and strategies and reminders and bump the, not just the knowledge of the know-how, but connect the dots from what you know by the end of these 2 days to the actions you take that actually start getting you to your freedom number. I understand I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And some of you are going to be, before the end of today probably, and for sure before the end of tomorrow, going to be going, oh crap, how do I get in you guys' world? How do I hang out with the John Ortners that come to your events and speak, who's deployed over $4.2 billion of capital into single family residential properties? How do I hang out with the William Dickies who are managing 14,000 doors for people that you know? How do I get in contact with these hedge funds that are looking to pour millions of dollars in the marketplace? That is all here at your fingertips. Except the challenge is I need to understand the foundation of wealth so I can put the deals together and play this money game so you can live your purpose. Because ultimately, what good is all of this? This is just knowledge and stuff to do unless it is the fuel that drives your purpose. All right. I want to ask this question as we dive into the foundations of wealth and then more tactical structures is, what's one thing, if you made your freedom number, like magic wand, Done. You was part of our community, our world, and you had access to all the money, all the deal flow, and you immediately hit your freedom number starting this month. What is one thing you would do different? Where is somewhere you would travel? Where's a charity or a church you would give to? Who's somebody you would help? Type it in the chat. What's one thing you would do different if you hit your freedom number this month? I'm gonna future pace you in this way and get the wheels turning, because we're gonna be laying out your vision this afternoon. And when we lay out your vision, I want you to be thinking in this abundant mindset, not in terms of what you believe now you can create, but in terms of what you know you were meant for. All right? So type it in the chat. What would you do different? Where are you going to travel to? Or who are you going to give to? Elizabeth says she was give to Ben Carson's Charity for Education. That is awesome, Elizabeth. Christy said she would give to church and missions. I love that. Austin says, my life focus is working with Opportunity International and tackling extreme poverty. I love that, Austin. By the way, there's no right or wrong answer here. Leo and I attract people who are like us. We attract people who have a heart for God and for giving and for helping others, whatever form that shows up in. And so I just love to see this, because ultimately it's easy to get caught up in the nitty gritty of business and to lose the soul of why we do it. Marilyn says, I would set up a family trust. Ruth says, I would buy a house and help the homeless. I love that. Danielle says, I would open a nonprofit that would change the world. Yes, you would. And this is what I want you to know is deep within you. Don't insult God with small dreams. You are meant for so much more. You have the creativity. You are gifted. And I want you to be okay stepping into that and owning that. The difference between cockiness and confidence is confidence allows for greatness in others. I was always, for so many years, I had insecurity and low self-esteem because I believed to be confident was to be cocky, and that's not the case at all. To be confident is to say, I'm awesome and so are you. To be cocky is to say, I'm awesome so everybody else is stupid, right? Big difference. To be confident is to say, I'm awesome and so are you. I'm going to lift you up. There's enough money for me to be a multi-millionaire and you to be a multi-millionaire. For me to hit my freedom number and for you to hit your freedom number too. So understand there is more than enough. All right, so the foundations of wealth is to understand the leverage game. Understand the leverage game. I'm going to be talking to you tomorrow. You're going to be hearing from David. I'm going to be talking to him about understanding leverage. And I remember starting business and money seemed so difficult to get because I didn't understand what people who lend out hundreds of thousands of dollars in business lines of credit were looking for in a profile. Because I didn't understand that people who were looking to buy or sell millions of dollars of assets, what they were looking for. If I can just understand what they need and give it to them, they will gladly in return give you access to capital, to all the things, to deals. So now we start to understand the flow of money and how leverage works. Now, how many of you, if I offered to sell you a $100 bill for $10, this is going to make sense in a moment. If I offered to sell you a $100 bill for $10, and would this be interactive? Or I offered to sell you a stack of $1,000 for $100. Or I offered to sell you a stack of $10,000 for $1,000. Which one would you take? Would you take the $1,000 for 100? Would you take the $100 for 10? Would you take the 10,000 for 1,000? All right, give me a test in the chat. Would you do the 1,000 for 10,000? Now, I asked this, and keep it going in the chat. I want to see who got what I was just saying. If you gathered what I was just saying, every freaking one of you would say, give me the 10,000. Shoot, do you have $100,000 for 10,000, or do you have $1 million for 100,000? I'm in. I'll figure out where to get the 100,000. Why? Because money is not a problem when there is value. Money is never a problem when there is value. We get paid in direct accordance to the value add in the marketplace. So if I went around selling stacks of $10,000 for $1,000, I would have a 100% close rate. Why? Because everyone would immediately see value. Now, there might be a rare exception if somebody goes, is that really real? Is that, let me look at it, hold it up in the sunlight, make sure the 100 has the little watermarks in it. But if people understood it's really 10,000 in return for 1,000, oh my gosh, everybody's buying it. Why? Because we understand the trade of value. This is powerful, guys. If you get this, you understand the leverage game, you say, wait a second, there's value all around me. If I just have enough access to the enough $1,000, I can buy the 10,000 every single time. Why? Because money is energy. Communication creates wealth. If we learn to ask the right questions and add the right value, the whole world opens up to us. So now it becomes a game of saying, wait a second, how can I put out more $1,000? Because I know every time I put out 1,000, 10 comes back, because we understand investment and the flow of money. All right. So understand the flow of money. This is powerful, guys. As you're having this breakthrough, it's going to start making a lot more sense. Some of you are going to be hanging out with this in Louisville, and you're going to be understanding that there's people there who want to lend you money. Some of you guys are going to be hanging out with us in coming months and years in the mastermind, and you're going to understand there's a bunch of people in the mastermind looking to partner with you on deals. There is people looking for funding on deals and people looking to lend on deals. It's a trade of money where everybody wins. So understand that win-win scenarios is what people of wealth create. Money is a tool. Write it down, type it in the chat. Money is a tool, not an emotional support. Something I didn't get for so long. My energy was up when the money was up, and when the account was overchecked, my energy was down. I was depressed. Life sucked because I didn't understand money is just a tool. Money is the connection point from us to opportunity. Money is a tool that's meant to help you gather assets, buy back your time, create cash flow, give you opportunities, and create freedom. Money is a tool. And so we can remove the emotional attachment from money and start to look at it like the tool it is. Then it just makes sense. We realize, wait a second, I'm playing real life Monopoly here. I get to gather deeds. I get to create cash flow. I get to play the money game rather than living in anxiety and stress. All right. Understand the foundations of wealth. When we go from stopping earning, I remember the first time I got a $3,000 check from wholesaling a deal. And then I remember going in, getting check. I just showed you 52,000. I remember getting checks for 20, 30, 10, 50, 90, big checks. I remember getting these checks and I would see them and oh my gosh. First time I got a check, I was like, is this legal? Did I do this right? Did I do something wrong? Because I was used to working and making $14 an hour. So it didn't compute in my $14 an hour brain. If I work 8 hours, I get 14 times 8. And if I work 10, I get $140. And if I work 12, I get $68. It didn't compute in my mind that I can make a phone call and add value to someone who needed to sell their house, and make a phone call and add value to someone who wanted to buy a house and get a 5-figure check. Did not compute. Stop earning and start owning. Now, you're going to often hear me say, own nothing, control everything, because we're not going to have time to get into it in today's or tomorrow's event. But what I am going to share with you is we like to buy things in land trusts. And of course, if you're new to the business, at least start with an LLC. So don't want you to actually own anything, but we want you to control everything. We want you to have access to capital and access to assets that pay for your life. Move from hustle and grind to owning and cash flow. I'll say it again, move from hustle and grinding to ownership and cash flow. 2014, I started buying houses. 2015, I am cranking. I get my first office. I am broke as a joke. I am sleeping on an air mattress in a vacant house that I have. And when it sells, I'm sleeping in the office. I am wherever I can find to rest my head because I am broke as a joke trying to make this business get off the ground. Doing it wrong because I don't know what I don't know. I don't know how to run a business. I just know I'm out there trying to gather some deeds and some money. And I'm out there doing the business. Found myself going to bed at night late or falling asleep in the office, wherever I was at. I would go to sleep late. Found myself waking up to get right back on the phones. And I finally realized, wait a second, I got into this business to help the people I'm around. I got into this business to help my family. I got the business to give back. And my whole life is sucked up day and night in this business. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, morning to night, I am just grinding and hustling. I'm going, something has to change. I got in this business so I could be free, not so I could be a slave to a different job. True wealth is owned. True wealth is owned and managed. Go from hustle and grind to ownership and cash flow, and your whole world will change. Money is a mirror. Type it in the chat, write it down. Money is a mirror. Ignore it, it will ignore you. Respect it, it will respect you. Have a great relationship with it, and it will have a great relationship with you. Understand that money is a symptom of the actions we take. Count slow. Realize, wait a second, I've not been adding proper value in the appropriate way to the marketplace. Now, it's not about hard work. If so, I would have been the richest when I was roofing for 12 to 14 hours a day. I would have been the richest when I was out grinding in construction work. I know some people that work incredibly hard, but the money doesn't follow because they don't understand the relationship with money. So understand that, yes, I love to work hard. I attract a lot of people who work hard because that's the type of vibe me and Leo are. We attract great people with great hearts, and it's good to work hard, but money is a mirror. And money does not follow hard work. Money follows value. Understand the difference. Turn cash, time, and leverage cash flow for bigger checks. Now, here's what I want to point out for you. What I was talking about earlier is if you can borrow cheap money to buy deals, and I want to clarify what cheap money is. I remember starting out and there would be credit cards that have 25 and 30% APR interest rates. To me, that was cheap money. Why? Because if I could buy a house with $3,000 down on a credit card and I'm paying 25% interest, but I own this asset and I can use that as what I call, type it in the chat, a bridge loan. I use that 25% money for 2 or 3 months, somebody else's money, to give me an asset that I'm going to own the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years. Oh my gosh, sign me up every time. It's a bridge loan. 25% is only 2% per month. So if I hold it 90 days, I'm paying 6% on $3,000, or I'm paying 6% on 30 grand. Do the math. 6% on 30 grand is what? $900 or something. I may have done my math wrong there. But the point being is if you can leverage it right. Now, I'm not suggesting you use 25 or 30% credit cards to go on trips or to buy a car. But I am suggesting that you use leverage to grow your wealth base. It's the mindset of money. Borrow when you don't need it, because when you do, it's tougher to get. Learn to invest with joy and excitement and walk in constant abundance. Now, here is going to be a takeaway I'm going to be giving you, because there's a lot to cover, and I want to make sure I'm giving you what it is you most need. Which, by the way, let me do this. I want to just talk to you for a minute and ask you a couple questions. Number one, I want you to ask yourself, if you had to hit your freedom number, and this is a question I want resounding in your mind over the next couple of days, because this is something that I'm going to be showing you. Some of you guys already know the answer, and some of you are new to the answer, and you'll have it after tomorrow. If you had everything you needed and you had to hit your freedom number by the end of next month or you died, that was a must. You had to do it. What would you now be doing differently? All right, we're going to be setting up your goals this afternoon. We're going to be setting up, actually, we may do that this morning, PST. I want you to have your goals set up because when we was talking earlier about your freedom number, it's so important. If my average profit's $52,000 and my freedom number is $50,000 a month, well, I need one deal a month. Except that's going to happen in year 2 after the snowball's been built. Some of you are going, gosh, that's cool, man, but I need some money now. That's how it was when I started. So that's why, of course, we have wholesaling. That's why we have short-term rentals. That's why we have access to business lines of credit, because if you can fund the next 12 months of gathering deeds and gathering portfolios, now the second year when the profit starts to come in, you can borrow against your future. Such a powerful thing to do. And see, where we get mixed up, where I got mixed up, was I thought borrowing money was a bad thing. But borrowing money is a bad thing if it's consumer debt and bad debt. Borrowing money is a good thing when it is to borrow against my future. That's how I gained millionaire status. That's how I gained at 23 years old. That's how I gained building a net worth and building an asset base and building cash flow that helped me through the tough time of life. All because I was willing to borrow against my future. No risk, no goodies. All right. So I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to give you a list of places that I want you to write down. We're going to cover them rather rapidly. I want you to write this list down. There is 2 types of lead sources. There is, number 1, inbound calls. Write it down. Inbound calls. And number 2, there is outbound calls. Number 1, inbound calls, and number 2, outbound. Now, simply put, not to over-explain, but the inbound calls just simply mean somebody saw your sign, they saw your posting, they saw your magnet on your car, they saw some place that you buy houses and they decided to call you. Now, those are hot leads. They saw a paid ad, if you're doing paid ads. They seen you somewhere. They said, hey, I want to see you in my house. Those are the easiest, most fun to close when they are coming from those type of lead sources. Depending on the source, every 5 to 11 calls usually leads to a deal for us. Great, right? Inbound calls, a dream come true. Now there is outbound calls. Good thing about inbound calls is they're super quality. Bad thing is you can market, but you can't control how many inbound calls you get. Good thing about outbound calls is it's up to you. You can dial as much as you want and as often as you want. You just start smiling and dialing, and they're everywhere. Inbound dials and outbound dials. Now, I want to show you some places because by the end of today, I'm going to be giving you a to-do. And I want all of you guys to do this because, we just done this on a challenge. And when we come back, we had gotten, I think, 30-something deals contracted last month inside the community by doing the things I'm showing you. All right, finding the unicorns. This is where I want you to screenshot, take notes, do whatever you got to do. There's off-market deals. They're not for sale, but you found them or they found you. That's what I'm talking about, inbound calls. There's outbound calls. That is for sale by owners. That is you dialing. That is houses you found that were for sale some way, somehow. And of course, cold calling. Calling by the hundreds, hoping and praying somebody will answer and wants to sell. Now, my least favorite is the multiple listing service because there's usually a realtor involved that usually has to get paid. And there's just another layer of working there to get through and to close a deal if it's on the MLS. Bought tons of them from there. We'll keep buying tons of them from there. But my preference is for sell by owners and off-market deals. So here's some of our off-market sources I want to show you. Off-market deals are pay-per-lead sources. Some I mentioned earlier, like propertyleadsource.com. They cost normally, depending on the city, anywhere from $100 to $300 per lead. But Andrew, $300 for a phone call, that's $3,000 for 10 of them. Yes. And if I knew every 10th time on average I'm going to close a deal, how many of you would pay $3,000 to get an average of $52,000 back? Give me a yes in the chat. Now, I'm not suggesting if you're brand new and never did a phone call that you should go pay money for leads. In fact, I am urging you not to if you've never done a phone call. This is tools that you have in your tool belt because as you build your high income skill, several of you said yours was talking. As you build your high income skill, I want you to have a place to plug it in and understand that conversations leads to opportunity. And in business, doesn't matter whether it's been months I've closed tons of deals or months I've closed no deals. Every single month, no matter what level I've been playing at, anytime there's a low month of deal flow, it's because I have low lead flow. Lead flow is life flow. Write it down, tattoo it on your forehead. Lead flow is life flow. Why? Because no leads, no business. If you ain't having conversations, if you don't have people to talk to who have houses for sale, there is no business here. So lead flow is life flow. Now, what about all of the foreclosures that are happening and the market shifts that's happening? That is the biggest opportunity of a lifetime. I have done short sales, done foreclosure auctions, done, of course, bought judgments and foreclosed on myself. That's a whole nother seminar. We've done all sorts of strategies, except it comes back to what's the simplest way to go out and to gather some assets that will pay me over time. Lead flow is life flow. Find motivated sellers, and this is going to be the theme through both of these days and for every time in the future we continue to spend together. There's 3 things you got to do to build this business. Get leads, follow up, get contracts. After you get leads, follow up, get contracts. Get leads means finding houses for sale. Follow up means have a conversation. Contracts means emailing them a purchase agreement. Okay. Now you're going to turn around and you're going to do the same darn thing on the selling side. Get leads, find people who want to buy the house, follow up, have conversations with those people, get the freaking money, collect a deposit, and move them in. All right. That's the whole business. PPL, pay per lead source. So this is the costly lead source that if you're experienced, I highly recommend. If you're not, get some good experience in and start to work out with them. All right. Pay per lead. Property lead source, motivatedsellers.com, libertyleads.com, fasthomeoffer.com, just to name a few. Then there is pay-per-click marketing. You can go on carrot.com, you can create your website, and you can hire third-party companies who will run Google ads and Facebook ads to your website. The difference is pay per lead. They tell you how much each lead is going to cost. You pay them, you get the leads. Pay per click means that you're paying a certain amount every month to attract people to click on your link. Probably you're going to end up paying less per lead than you are with pay per lead when you're doing pay per click, but it's not guaranteed. You could spend $2,000 and get no leads. You could spend $2,000 and get 100 leads. There's no guarantee because you're driving them to your website and you're responsible. Now, the downside to spending money on leads is you don't know what you're going to get. You could call 25 PPLs, 25 PPCs and not buy a darn house, and you're out that money. So I always tell people, budget 3 months and be okay with losing the money before you're willing to spend it. So I'm not suggesting you go out and spend a bunch of money. If you're experienced and you're running a business, these are tools that add fuel to the fire. If you're looking for your first deal, don't go spending 10, 20, 30 grand on paid ads that you don't yet know how to deal with. All right. Business cards. These are super low cost. You should be handing those out everywhere you go. Go put them in tire shops and restaurants. Tell the owner if they'll let you, put them up on the counter and tell them you'll pay them $500 if you buy a house from the business cards on their tire shop counter or restaurant counter. Bandit signs. Anytime, any place you can. Word of mouth. This is a big one. If you are located in your community that you're working in, you can start that right away. If you are buying in a different market than which you live, word of mouth will begin spreading once you start doing deals. Have conversations. If the phone is not ringing, pick it up. Find some investors in the area you're wanting to work in and start having conversations. You can go to Facebook Marketplace. You can go to Facebook groups. You can start finding people and having conversations. You can do like me and Leo do. Find the right communities and pay to be in the right group of people where the magic is happening. We have an event coming up where it's going to be 140 as of this morning are registered for the upcoming event. And it's going to be an incredible time. Cold calling list. That's a good way to get hundreds of sellers on the phone and start moving the needle. Driving for dollars. There's various apps that you can do and take pictures of properties and scan. You can pay an Uber driver to do it for you. You can pay an Uber driver to take pictures of for sale by owner signs for you. I'm just showing you free and cheap and low cost ways and paid ways to get conversations going. No leads, no business. Lead flow is life flow. I can't stress that enough. All right. Newspaper ads. Just had one of our masterminders recently spend $70 in newspaper ads and buy an incredible 5-figure profit deal from $70 of newspaper ads. Bulletins, local churches, gas stations, wherever. Car magnets. Find an Uber driver, pay him $500 per deal you close, and see if they'll put your car magnets on their car. Find people who drive around town a lot. Put them on your own car if you want, or do the wrap. Put the sticky in the back window, the see-through. Mailers, this is a big one. If you're taking notes, write it down. REI Print Mail. They do a great job. They will give you a list to call. They will give you mailers. They will give you a list to call and do the mailers for you and handle everything so you don't have to think about it and just start getting calls. Or, of course, they have more costly packages where, and again, don't spend money on marketing unless you're ready to take the leads or you're part of a community who knows how to. So I'm not promoting spending money on leads. I just want to give you the tools and the resources so you can see behind the scenes of the business. REI Print Mail will mail for you and take the calls for you and pre-screen them and only send you the lead once they have been gone through, once they are qualified. In the near future, as your business ramps up, some of you may already be there. The rest of you soon will be. I want you having a phone answering service, taking the calls, because there's going to be dozens and sometimes hundreds of people calling you who you're not likely to do business with. Want to sell you their house, want to buy houses from you, and there's no reason for you to talk to them. When we go to put a house up rent to own, we're looking for, let's say, $15,000 down. We get 100 calls from people who have $500 to $1,000 down for every 5 or 10 calls we get with people with $10,000 and $15,000 down. There's no reason for you to have 92 calls, waste, if you're lucky, 4 hours, maybe more, depending on how long the conversations are, of your time talking to all those people when you could pay a little dab of money in order for somebody else to take all those calls for you. Pat Live is a great resource that we use. There's a lot of answering services out there. The objective, again, is how do you as the business owner get from this great big stack of work that needs done, finding all these houses for sale, having conversations, to doing the minority of things that are high income skills. How can you do the IGAs? Type it in the chat, IGA. What's an IGA? That is an income producing activity. How can we get you from doing the tons of crap that you shouldn't be doing, that has to be done by someone, to doing the handful of things that are income generating activities, which is what? Talking to sellers, closing deals, talking to buyers, collecting checks. And I'll show you how you can hand that off too. All right. If this is helping you out, give me a yes in the chat. Just want to see if you're awake and alive and doing well. All right, let's see. Let's see the chat. We got the yeses going in. Oh, yeah, we got the IGAs too. You guys are awesome. All right, keeping the energy up. By the way, who is already scheduled to be with us in Louisville? Give me a yes in the chat. If you're not, just put not yet. Who is already scheduled to be with us in Louisville? Not yet. Yes, yes, not yet. Yes, not yet. Okay, Okay, we got several who's going to be there, several who's not yet going to be there. All right. So we will we'll get that solved for you. And for those of you who want, we're going to do something very special for you guys. And I'm going to give you an opportunity. I just have you hop on it when you're doing the business review, and you just let Caleb know that you want to come to the event, and we'll get you a very special opportunity to join us and hang out. And we're going to give you a incredible time. We're going to be having. I just have to tell you this because I'm giddy about it, and I just want to share it. We're going to be having John Ortner, who's deployed over $4.2 billion of money into single family real estate. We're going to have William Dickey, who manages 14,000 doors across the country. We're going to have, who else are we having? Oh, yes, we're going to have Tyler Long, who lends Leo and I money on our projects, on our developments and projects that we work on, as well as our single family stuff. We're going to have Robert Vasquez, who has a 8-figure fund where he's building hundreds of build to rents in today's market due to the housing shortage. We have several other surprise guests. We have a guy there who is connected with the hedge funds, and it's just going to be an incredible time. So make sure you, if you don't already have your bookings to get there, make sure you figure out how to get your bookings to get there. And we'll make sure you're taken care of. In fact, I think I have here. Let me see where the number is. I'll look it up for you. Give me 3, 2, 1. Almost there. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? All right. Here you go. I have the number right here. Just for any of you, and team, if you could put this number in the chat, for any of you who want to either attend or get the business review done, just type it in the chat. Excuse me, not type in the chat. Text this number, 940-468-7852. Just text call. We'll do a free business review. Make sure you tell Caleb because his objective is to review your business and dig in and help you become successful. And if you want to attend the event that's coming up or want the details to know what the heck it is, just let him know, hey, I want to hear about this event Andrew's talking about. And make sure you reference that to him. All right. And the team put the number in the chat. So go ahead and text that number. Just text the word call, CALL, to 940-468-7852. And we're going to keep on rolling. Text that, and Caleb will be reaching out to you probably before the end of the day. By the way, I want to see what time zones you guys are in. So let me know if you are in EST, PST, MST, CST. Just type it in the chat. What time zone are you currently in? I want to see what time zones we got. All right, we got PST, we got CST, EST, CST. Oh, good mix. All right, I'm one of the rarities over here with Tina in PST. All right, beautiful. So this afternoon, this evening, we're going to be diving into the Airbnb business. We have so much to cover. Here's something I need for you to know. I'm going to take you through an example of a deal that we have done that is going to help it make so much sense to you. By the way, team, I know I had comments coming in there. Type the number because I know several are going to be texting call to that number. And type that number again in the chat just so everyone has it at the tippy top of their list. All right. Something very special I want to do for you guys. I want to do this deal review, and I'm going to show you guys something that is going to be very transformative in the way that your mind works. And I want you to understand this because I want you to write this down. If you're taking notes, write down, I am a matchmaker. I am a matchmaker. I'm going to show you a couple of examples of being a matchmaker and how it can serve your business and your growth and how everything begins to line up and change when we change. Something came to me, Leo and myself, a few months ago. It was a Sunday morning. My attorney never calls on a Sunday morning. And he called me out of the blue and I seen his number and I answered. I said, Joe, like, hello, what's up? Couldn't believe he's calling me on a Sunday. And I said, how can I help you? And he says, hey, Schlag. I said, yes. He said, do you want to buy that piece of land? And I said, what piece of land? And he goes, the one you tried to buy a few years ago. And I said, well, crap, I'd forgot all about that, man. Like, I don't know. Tell me about it. And so we go through it. Long story short, and I share this because I want this to be an inspiration to you. This is not about this event. This wealth summit is not teaching judgments or tax liens or all of that, although we can do that at another time. The purpose is I want you guys to be creative transaction genius, CTGs. When we're together in Louisville, you're going to see me in my favorite custom suit of all. And in the collar, I have in green letters, embroidered in CTG. They get me all dressed up in a suit for the first day, looking good. CTG, Creative Transaction Genius. Now, why do I want you to be a creative transaction genius? I said to Joe, I said, look, I'm interested. I mean, I guess I would need to know the situation. And he says, well, you're not buying the property, you're buying the judgment. Okay, that sounds complicated. Tell me about that. And he says, and I want you, if you're taking notes, to write it down. Find the right people. I have at other times in other places trusted the wrong people. And I know what that's like. But I also know there's times where I just see someone. I know immediately that there's someone I like and I trust. And it's someone who I was meant to be around. Someone who I'm meant to do business with. And Joe is one of those guys. I've known Joe for many years. And I said, sounds complicated. Tell me about it. And he says to me, Andrew, if you do this deal, I can get you clear title. Now, for anybody who's new to the business, understand there's a deed. And that deed is what gives you ownership to the property. But if you don't have the deed, you don't own the property. Now, if you buy the judgment, you have a right attached to that property, but you don't own it. Neither do you control it. That's a whole nother ballgame. But because I trusted Joe, because I knew that Joe would only tell me what he knew to be accurate, I said, sure. He said, all right, since you say you want the land, I'm going to need you to wire $50,000 non-refundable to my office. This is Sunday morning, tomorrow morning. And then I need the remaining X hundreds of thousands of dollars on this 141 unit development in the next 10 days. Oh, crap. And I went back in the house, and me and Leo was I believe we had traveled somewhere internationally. Went back in the house and I said, hey, brother. He said, yeah. I said, what do you think about wiring $50K out non-refundable tomorrow for a deal? He said, well, what's the deal? And I told him, I had you write it down earlier, but I want this to be driven home. No risk, no goodies. No risk, no goodies. Because of the relationship I have with Joe, because Joe said, I can get you clear title, we now are in the process of doing a 280 unit development. All because a couple of years back, I took a phone call on a Sunday morning and said I'm in when I'm not sure even what the heck I'm doing. Because I never bought a judgment before. I never foreclosed on myself before. I'd never been through that process before. Now, whether that relates to you and you're more experienced in the business or you're going like, that's kind of Greek. Either way, I just want you to get the point. Sometimes in order to accomplish what we've never yet accomplished, we have to take the actions we've never yet taken. If that's making sense, give me a thumbs up or a yes. I want to see if this is resonating, because this is the pivotal point, guys. This is the game changer. This is the difference maker. This is the difference between the people who sit on the sidelines and say, hey, I like what that dude's saying. I get, he's done a few hundred deals, smart dude, made a lot of money, and him and Leo love to travel the world. them and their team are awesome. And like, I get it. Poor preacher's kid, success story. God bless him. Like, there's those people. And then there's those of you who it's resonating and you're going, oh, crap. This is exactly what I need. This is the thing that could take me from where I am financially right now to where I need to go to reach my mission, to give to the church, to give to the charity, to make the difference, to not live under the constant stress. Because that's what I did the first several years. I got in the grind, I got in the hustle, and I lived under constant stress. So my prayer is that I give you this guidance in a way that you can do it more right from the beginning than I did. Meaning, yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. Yes, you're going to have to take some actions that are out of your comfort zone, but every step of the way you go, yeah, this is the right thing. This is getting me one step closer to where I know I'm meant to be. I know if I do this thing, I can give more to charity like Leo and I do. I give more now, thank you, God, to charity some years than I used to make in an entire year before real estate. Sometimes 2 or 3 times the amount in a year as I used to make an entire year before real estate. How does that happen? Thank you, God. Number one. Number two, it is the fact that I said, I'm willing to get uncomfortable. I'm willing to take the leap I've never taken before. And I'll see if it works out. I have to make this change because it's time. It's time for me to make a difference. It's time for me to do the thing I've never done because I need a change now. Time for changes now. We have a window of opportunity that's incredible. Whether you are looking to build a creative portfolio, which is very much at your fingertips, whether you are looking to be a part of a team or partner with someone who knows how to do that, but help on the business side, whether you're looking to be in the money game and just be the backing for that and raise money and be in a group where there's millions of dollars floating around, whatever that place is, I want you to know you're in the right place. And there's so many great things that are coming ahead. All right. I have 30 minutes here before we take a break. The reason we will be taking this break for a little over an hour is because I do a daily live show. Leo and I do a daily live stream every single day. And we show up, we talk about God, money, and entrepreneurship. We talk about good things in life, and we have a good time doing it. So we have a daily podcast, I guess you would call it. It's called The Daily Shift. And we have a fun time with that. So we'll be taking a break here in 30 minutes to go handle that. And then we'll be back together to finish the afternoon talking about Airbnbs and how Ashley and her team has 6-figure Airbnbs, how she's helped us get over 6 figures in our Airbnb revenue in the last few months, and how you may have an asset already or may soon have one that can change your life. Now, here's a seed I want to plant in your mind. Again, improve your relationship with money. If you can improve your relationship with money, everything else will begin to change. I had someone come to me a little while back when we bought the second home in California, because I used to envision like $1 million home in a beautiful area, and I couldn't fathom, poor country boy, how could he ever do that? And when me and Leo went together and bought this home, this studio out here in California, as a second home, I said, that's pretty awesome. I'm grateful. And I was talking to someone close to me, and he goes, oh my gosh, that must be incredible. And I said, it is. He goes, man, I don't know if I could ever do that. And I said, it might be much easier than you think. And I'm going to give you a quick breakdown. I said, what if you own a home where you live? And if some of you do, or you could buy one using the strategies I'm teaching you here, using the tools I'm giving you here. And imagine you buy a home and your mortgage payment is like on one of our homes, the one I used to live in back in Louisville, and I still do when I'm home, it's in Louisville, Kentucky. My payment's $2,000 a month. All right. So Who here realizes, of course, interest rates are higher? Had a couple of options when we decided to get a second home out here in California. The last several homes I bought before needed work, and I would live in them for months, partially unfinished, until they got work done. And I finally said, you know what? Time is money. I gotta quit doing this. So my next home I'm gonna buy traditionally. So we did. And what happened was, and here I want you to do this math with me. This is the way of thinking I want you to be thinking. People of wealth don't ask, can I? We ask, how do I? Type it in the chat. How do I? We find out what we want and we ask, how do I? How do we take a trip internationally every little while? Well, there's several ways. Number one, we're blessed and grateful. How do I? Number two, some of you guys are going to be going on an international trip with us in coming weeks and months. We're going to be having a lot of fun together, hanging out, doing deals. I've closed a few hundred deals. I just closed dozens of deals in the last few weeks for our mastermind community. Just yesterday afternoon, called 2 sellers with one of our mastermind members. By the way, who here thinks that you would be more likely to get deals if I was calling and closing your leads for you? Give me a yes in the chat. I've had a few thousand conversations, closed a few hundred deals. So that's what I want to see for you. All right, so here's the situation. I said, what if it's easier than you think? Why? Because I don't ask, can I? Ask now, how do I? I said, we have the home that used to be the one I was at all the time in Louisville, primary residence. Mortgage payment's $2,000 a month. We can Airbnb it, thanks to the knowledge Ashley shared, and we can bring in a good month, 10 grand. Brought in $4,000 last week. Can bring in a good month, 10 grand. Some of the months are lower, of course. Now, let's say we buy a home in California traditionally, and the mortgage payment's $8,500. Paying $2,000 anyway for the house that I live in Louisville. Let's say I'm gone, and throughout the year, because I'm gone, I can rent it out part of the time as Airbnb. Now, I'm not suggesting that you need to rent out your personal home as an Airbnb. You don't need to. I don't need to. I'm just putting thoughts out there. Understand the way money flows. So I said, okay, if it brings an extra $60,000, a good month is 10K. Let's say it on average, it'll bring an extra 60K a year. $8,500 a month mortgage payment on a California home. 60,000 can nearly offset what, 2/3 of an $8,500 payment. So suddenly a moment ago, you was thinking, gosh, I have to make an extra $8,500 a month to afford the home I want. This is the kind of math I'm going to take you through when we're doing your vision. I want you to take your pen and paper right now, unless you're driving, and I want you to write down, again, your freedom number. I want you to write down in 2026, your dream home. Where's it at? I want you to write down, my dream home is in X city, X state. I want you to write down what it looks like as best you can. Is it a new home? Is it on the ocean? Do you have a pool in the backyard? Like, just start to think, what could this be like? All right, we're going to get back to some real estate in a minute, but I need to plant this vision, because so many times as kids, we have this big dream. We go, anything is possible. And then bam, reality hits us. And suddenly those dreams start to get a little squelched and a little squashed. And sometimes life just beats us up. My prayer is that today opens up that willingness to receive again. So you know what? I can dream again. I can dream big. There is tremendous opportunity. All right. So what city and state's the home in? What's it like? Ocean, pool. How many bed and baths? What type of floors? As detailed as you'd like. All right. Think about this. Now, you're writing it out. You're making a list. You're imagining the home you want. And you're realizing when that driveway is a beautiful car. What kind of car is in the driveway? Is it a Rolls Royce? Is it a Hyundai? Is it a Toyota? Is it a Ford? Is it a Tesla? Doesn't matter what it is. Just picture the vehicles. Just envision this thing. All right? Keep writing. Now, here's something I want to ask you. I want to future pace you for a moment. And I want to ask you this question. I'm going through this very rapidly. When we're together in person, we're going to be digging in way deeper, and the breakthrough is going to be so strong. I want to ask you, imagine in that home, imagine in that car, in today's rates, what do you think the mortgage payment would be? It's $1 million house, your payment's going to be about $8,000. If it's $2 million house, your payment's going to be about double that, taxes and insurance. Give or take, it's round numbers. What is the monthly mortgage payment on that house? As best you can figure in the area you want, just a roundabout number. And write it down, what is the payment on that car, leasing or buying it? I want you to think in this way because suddenly what seems far away sometimes becomes within reach. Because we realize that the home we wanted, my first dream was if I could just get enough houses, I could make $2,000 a month net. I would be so good. And then one day I could be really rich and have 30 houses and I could collect rent from them one day per month and I could be rich. That was my dream. And now, of course, hundreds of deals later, I realize, while that was fun and that was awesome, and I'm grateful for that season of dreams, that I was thinking way too small. Because you're meant for so much more, and so am I. And God said, hey, not only do I want to give you $2,000 a month, I want you to do hundreds of deals, and I want you to have a 280 unit development. I want you to lead communities and events. And I want to introduce you to the greatest brother and business partner you can imagine that's going to empower you. You're going to lose 45 pounds and feel like a new man and be more confident. You're going to inspire and help him in finances. And you guys are going to build an incredible, life-changing, world-changing empire that helps people, all by starting helping people change their relationship with money, learning how to build wealth, change a relationship with themselves, and improve their relationship with God. Because I'm firmly a believer. Every one of you are king's kids meant for the best. You're royalty. My prayer is you live that way. So you have the car payment, you have the house payment. What are your living expenses? Write it down. What's your electric bill? What about your living expenses? Just round number, just fast. You don't have to. My thinker brains are going to get their electric bills and their gas bills to see how much it is. Don't overthink it. Just write down a round number. I think I need $6,000 a month. We'll handle the details later. I think I need around 10,000. I think I need around 20. Just put your number. Now you start to look at this and okay, if I have a home, I'm just using this as an example of a way of thought. How do I? If I have a home and it would rent as an Airbnb for $4,000 a month and the new home I want has a mortgage of $4,000 a month, by golly, it might be closer than I thought. If I don't have a home, I'm renting, or as I does when I started at 21, I was living with my parents, and I want to change that. Well, what if I could buy a business that would make me $4,000 a month? What if I could buy a laundromat or an ATM route or some other thing that would allow me to build up a business that business would pay for my mortgage of my new house? And by the end of the time, I'd have a house that was paid off and a business that's still cranking me money. Hello? My prayer for you is that there is a new level of you that is unlocked today. I'm going to continue giving you tools. I'm going to show you a to-do that I want to inspire you with. And you can do this now over lunch, or might be early dinner for my Eastern time folks. Or you can do this evening, or you can do it both. No rule says you can't. But I want to show you this because this is going to be a game changer for you. This is a piece. Remember, no leads, no business. All right. So we have this, by the way, 3 years ago, before I lost 45 pounds. That's the old me. I was making money, but I didn't like how I looked. And I didn't like how I felt. And I'm always been a high energy individual, and I would find myself getting tired and short of breath. And my prayer is that every one of you can be in a more healthy, more at peace, more wealthy, more financially secure place by this time next year. That only happens from being around the right people, making the right connections. By the way, several of my friends there, incredible time. All right. Here's what I want to show you. This is what you guys can do while I'm on live stream lunch break, or while you're on break here shortly. You're going to go to Facebook Marketplace. I just went in Facebook and I tapped on the Marketplace button. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go house for sale by owner. Now you're going to notice I already have the area picked out, Evansville, Indiana, within 40 miles. Evansville, Indiana, within 40 miles. You're going to pick out your area. Do this in Louisville, Bowling Green, Elizabethtown, other cities, other states, Dallas, Fort Worth, wherever you want to go. All right. And then here's what you're going to do. This is the script. Word for word. I want you guys to utilize. All right. The house looks like an investor company. All right. This is the script you're going to use. Hello, interested in this house, have a couple questions. What's the best number to reach you? Now, if you're already running business successfully and you're needing access to more capital and bigger and better deals and more opportunities and want to partner on commercial developments and all those things, know there is a place for that. And we're going to be hanging out talking about all those things together. But the purpose here, I just really want to break this through for those of you who've been stuck on the sideline, figuring out like, what the heck do I do? Like, how do I break? It feels like I'm hitting a brick wall. How do I break through the dam? How do I, what's going to cause the dam one day to just break for me? And if you can start to position yourself to break the dam, now the whole world can open up to you. All right. We're going to say it again here. Boom. I'm going to change the first word because if I keep copying and pasting the same thing, Facebook Marketplace doesn't like that. I challenge every one of you. You can do this on break or do it tonight. I challenge every one of you to go in and send 10 of these messages on Facebook today. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking more and more about how to follow up with them. We're going to be talking this afternoon about what to say to sellers. But no leads, no business. So I challenge you to go in and to start sending these messages. Oh, let's check this out. One. Interesting. That's a rough one. Let's try this one. Oh, that's a rough one. Let's try this one. And probably a rough one. North Elliott, wait a second. 14 own house, 2 houses on that street, I believe. Let's see what else we got here. We'll just keep going until we find 1 or 2 more. Let's see what this one is. Boonville. Completion expected. 8.73 acres. All right. Send that message again. Hey, interested in this house? Have a couple questions. What's the best number to reach you? This is where you'll get on the phone with them and use the opening call script that you'll get from Caleb when you're having the business review call. or that you'll get from us today or tomorrow. All right. Let's do one more. Just want to show you guys. It's just really this simple. Let's see what else we got. Owensboro. Let's see what this one looks like. Maybe this one. We'll keep going. Don't overthink. Just send the freaking message. I just know I'm going to be getting blowed up later because half of them are going to message me back. So I am choosing who I want to get blowed up from. All right, we'll go with this one. Done. All right. So I challenge you, go send those 10 messages. Interested in this property, have a couple questions. What's the best number to reach you? Plain and simple, guys. This is how I've bought so many deals over the years. This is how I've closed so many deals, just by simply being willing to go in and to ask the questions. All right. Now, there is three main points on this. There's three main points that I want to cover here in these last 10 minutes before we go to break. Make sure you are writing down a bunch of questions, because when I come back from break, I want to answer your questions. So go to Facebook Marketplace, message 10 people, either here on this break or this evening. Message 10 people. On average, you'll get 5 phone numbers back. Then you're going to have phone conversations. I'm already getting DMs from Facebook. It's already popping up. Check it out. Already got 2. Can you guys see that? Boom. 2 messages right there. And I just freaking sent, what, 4? Already done. Guys, this happens so fast. When you put the effort in, the flow starts to happen. So what's going to happen is you're going to go message those 10 people. You're going to come back. You're going to have opening conversation. You're going to have, there's 2 calls. I divide them up into an opening call and a closing call. Opening call means I'm gathering facts. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, what's the price of the house? What condition's it in? Is there a debt on the house? Again, all this on the script. Is there a debt on the house? Are you open to taking payments? Is there any more details I need to know? You know, the acreage, all of the details. The closing call, which I do both in the same call if I'm doing the call. I like to have a virtual assistant do the opening call, or I like to have a pre-screening form do the opening call. My objective is to do them both in the same one. But in the beginning, I would do the opening call, because then I would get scared and be like, well, what do I do next? So I would need to hang up. And then, of course, in the case of those of you who are working with us, you 3-way me or your coach in, and we close it with you. Or for those of you who are doing it on your own, you're just going to get your facts together and call them back. And you're going to call them back and say, hey, so I'm interested in the house. And then I have a script for you. I'm going to give you guys absolutely free. When you hop on the call with Caleb, you can just ask him for the scripts, and he's going to make sure you have those. And you're going to hop on the phone and you're going to use these scripts. And the scripts are simple. If they said yes, they would take payments, you're going to get to the big 3. What's the least you'll take on price? Least you'll take a month. Buy with nothing down. If they said no, they will not take payments, you're going to ask them the question in 2 other ways, if they will take payments and why they won't, and then go around to a cash offer. All right. We buy houses 2 ways. We do payments over time, which is the majority of our business. We pay cash, which is the minority of our business. When we pay cash, your cash, bank cash, private money cash, we get at least 30% discount off the price of the property. If it needs work, it's going to be way more than that. That's the 2 ways we buy houses. Payments over time, always first, best price possible. Cash, but we have to get a lot of equity. We have to have a big difference between the value of the property and the price we pay if we're going to tie up our cash, private money cash, bank cash, or other people's cash, right? So understand that that is the name of the business. We're either going to get price, we're going to get a huge discount, or we're going to get terms. We're going to get payments over time, both of which give you the ability to turn around and make a beautiful profit. Understand, you don't know anything about these Facebook leads until you have a conversation. So we can't just look at them and assume they're good deals or not good deals, or the seller's motivated or not motivated. Yeah, you may see a photo that gives you a vibe that, hey, this is a person that's looking to sell. They may have put in the description, inherited this property. There's things like that that may give you a cue, but don't overthink it. There's no right or wrong. A question I often get, I want to answer it now because some of you I know on this break are going to be messaging people. And probably some of you are in this break going to be having your calls with Caleb as well. And I want to point out to you that mobile homes, I always get the mobile home question. Should we be messaging mobile homes? Only if the mobile home sits on land that is owned by that. Meaning, if it's in a mobile home park, I'm not going to message a mobile home. If I can't tell if it's in a mobile home park, then I'm going to go ahead and message it. If I buy mobile homes, I want to own the land. Yes, we used to own a 66-year mobile home park. We sold it. I just don't like owning the wobbly box in the park when I don't control the park. There's a whole nother lesson in there. All right. So go find you 10 people and message them. Don't overthink it. Type it in the chat, write it down one step at a time. What is my next step in order to get to the dream life I just laid out? What is my next step? Well, gosh, that house I'm dreaming of is freaking $16,000 a month mortgage. Cool. I get it. And that country boy years ago who was dreaming of a life that he could only imagine, never making over $30,000 a year before, if he can do it, I guarantee you, any of you can go and begin to change your life right now. It's the difference from, am I going to stay where I am, or am I going to start moving the needle toward where I am called to be and meant to be? All right. It is a game changer. We can make money or we can make excuses, but we can't make both. And when we choose to make money, when we choose to make movement every single day, it's just saying, hey, how do I move the needle? I want to share this nugget with you. Every single day you're asking yourself, how do I move the needle forward? Every single day you're asking yourself, what action can I take today that creates some momentum? Consistency is key. If you are going to only go message people one time and then never again and say it didn't work, I challenge you to just not do it at all. Because I would rather you not do it at all than to have a validation in your mind that you've done it once and it didn't work. But if you're willing to say, hey, I'm seeing this working for me. I'll go message 10. I'll go do it again tomorrow. Shoot, I'll do that. How many of you would be willing to do what I just did every day for 10 minutes if it meant an extra $30,000 a month? Give me a yes in the chat. If you would be willing to do what I just did for 10 minutes every day if it meant an extra $30,000 a month. Now, of course, you don't know if it means an extra $30,000 a month, right? We don't know what we don't know. We don't know if it's going to be an extra 30,000. We don't know if it's going to be extra 100,000 or if it's going to be an extra 0. But no risk, no goodies. So we have to put in the effort, and effort always starts to create a result. Now, there is what we call taking inventory, or taking an analysis of our actions. Here's what I mean by that. If I message people on Facebook every day for 30 days straight, and I had no deals and no meaningful conversations, one of three things is happening. This is the way my mind categorizes it. One, either the leads are super crappy. Possible. But Andrew says they're working for him, and Christy said they're working for her, and Joe and Judah said they're working for them, and Chad said they're working for him, and Ahmed said they're working for him. So if I'm the only one finding them crappy, then maybe it's one of the other two. Number two, there's something broken in the conversation I'm having. What's that mean? Am I asking the wrong questions? Are you making the offer in a way that causes them to say no? Or number one, write it down. I want this to be your takeaway from the first two segments here. Become fun to say yes to. Become fun to say yes to. This is the game changer, guys. When you become fun to say yes to, the whole world becomes your oyster. Why? Because you know how to add value to people. You know how to offer value to people. And just like earlier when I said $10 for 100 or 100 for 1,000 or 1,000 for 10,000, and everybody said, I'll take the 10,000 for 1,000. Everybody was excited to give me $1,000 if it meant returning of $10,000 of value. Why? Because I'm fun to say yes to when I provide incredible value. And so if the world is not giving me what I want, I'm either asking the wrong questions or I'm framing the value in the wrong way. So how do I give people more of what they want and more of what they need? How do I give them more $10,000 opportunities where they're giddy to pay me $1,000? Or in the case of real estate, how do I give them more opportunities to sell me the asset that's their headache where they're excited for me to make $52,000? How do I plug in my skill into the marketplace and make it pay me? All right. I am going to do the live show. All of you guys, if you team could get ready to share your screen, Michelle. By the way, give my team, I know they can't see you or hear you, but give them a great big virtual hand watching this in your living rooms or in the car or in the bathroom or wherever you are. Thank you for being here on the first half of the first day. Great big virtual hand to the team. Text call to 940-468-7852. And make sure you do that now. We're going to be giving you the free scripts. We're going to be answering your questions. We're going to be giving you the free business valuation. And we're going to be ensuring you have all the information you need for the upcoming event and for some of the other cool projects where I'm going to be choosing another couple people to call and close your deals for you. All right. So, by the way, if you want to be one of those 2 people or so, it's either 2 or 3 that I'm going to choose to call and close your deals for you, give me a yes in the chat. I just want to see whose energy's up because I'm watching these names come through and I want to find out. All right. It all starts, communication equals wealth. It all starts with a conversation. So, very good. Thank you for being here, Ruth, Marlon, Vaclave, Cindy, Austin, Maryland. Thank you guys so much. I will be back. This will be left open and go ahead and text, call to 940-468-7852. And I'll see you in an hour and 15, I believe, or whatever the timer says. All right, team, share the screen. I'll see you guys shortly. Make sure you're back in an hour and 15 because we have a jam-packed afternoon to teach you your 6-figure blueprint. All right, guys, thanks for being here. I'll see you in just a little while. Text, call to the number in the chat. Welcome back. How's everybody feeling? How's the energy? 1 out of 10. Bring the energy up. I want to see how the energy's feeling. I love it. So here's something that's going to be awesome. You're going to love this, and I want to share this with you. We're getting ready to dive into some really powerful tools that have added 6 figures to our income and can to yours. It's a great tool. We're going to go into negotiating deals, the strategies we use to get incredible deals, buying them nothing down. And what's going to happen, though, first is I want to introduce to you, those of you who are new to our world for the first time, those of you who have known us for a while, you already know him. But my friend and my brother, Leo Valentino, is about to join us. And so, team, if you could make Leo a panelist, I think he's on here now. And so, Leo is someone who I've already referenced earlier, but he's someone who came into my life about 5 years ago and just transformed the way I think, the way I do business, the way my mind works, and helped me get rid of insecurity, boost my confidence. I already had financial successes, but I wasn't enjoying life. And he helped me lose the weight, get my mindset right, get my morning habits down, because I was just a grind and a hustle day and night guy. Helped me get that all down and set forth. And we have just developed an incredible brotherhood and partnership that I can only pray that each of you get to find the right people in the right places in your life. And when they show up, you know that it is something that is transformative. Now we're building multiple companies together. We have a real estate portfolio empire that we built together. We have this education company where we help others, and it brings us more deals and opportunities. We help others grow their real estate investing businesses. We have a personal growth and development education company where we bring together young entrepreneurs and empower them, and so much more. So without anything further, I want to bring on my friend and brother, Leo Valentino. Give him a great big virtual hand clap in the chat.
What is
Brother
going on,
Leo.
beautiful people? Can you hear me?
Ken, how you feeling, my friend?
I am feeling probably an 8.92 out of 10. I saw some 5s in the chat. I saw some 6s. And my goal here in this little time that I have with you guys is to get it from wherever it is to at least a 9.5. And I myself will get to a 9.5 while doing it with you guys, because the energy that we give out is the energy that comes right back to us. So that is my goal, and I can't wait to chat with you guys, to get to know you guys a little bit. But put in the chat where you're from. I just want to get to know you guys a little bit more, know who I'm talking to, because I can see Andrew's face here. But for you guys, I can see all your writings, all your chats, all your comments right here. So I see Elizabeth saying Leesburg, Florida. I see Alaska. I see the Bay. Tina's in the Bay today. Okay. Alaska. Jim's in Alaska. How's Alaska doing? Hey, Maryland. Marlon from Missouri. Christy's in Kentucky. We'll be out there next week. Texas, Maryland, Ruth, Fort Worth. So do we only have 12 people in here? Because I know there's a lot more. My screen says a whole lot more. I know there's some people hiding, not typing in the chat. So I want everyone to type in the chat where you're from, because when you're here, of course, you're watching, you're listening, you're taking notes, but I want you to engage, because the winners engage every single day. They engage with people that they meet. They engage with partnerships. They engage with themselves, communicate with themselves every single day on a strong level. And that's what creates such a strong energy to build this business. And that's what I want to talk about today, Andrew.
Absolutely. So thanks for hopping in and giving us a shot of energy post lunch for our PST folk.
It's my favorite slot.
For maybe pre-dinner for our Eastern time, folks. But Leo, just give us a little bit of insight and energy. You know, we've been talking this morning about the business, been talking about finding deals, negotiating deals, all the nitty gritty of the real estate investing business, and got into a little bit of, you know, getting the mindset right, walking in abundance. But just share what's on your mind. What is the thing that transformed you a few short years ago number one to broke and also somewhat insecure years ago to a confident, awesome, powerful speaker, presenter, educator, and coach and brother that you are.
You said it completely right. Broke, insecure, slightly, not overweight, but I had a little bit more chunk on me, and very lost.
Yeah.
To now, of course, being very confident, having run these 3 companies with you and building every single day. I want to give you that roadmap, and everyone here, I want to give them the exact roadmap that they can use also. But type in the chat yes if that's something that you want to go over. If you want that roadmap for how to go from overwhelmed to very clear, how to go from maybe having a bit of a scarcity mentality like I used to for so many years, living check to check, to having so much abundance where I don't have to worry so much about money, where I know my investments take care of me. I know our companies pay us incredibly well, and I know that our team is always taken care of. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses.
In the end,
Just like Christy said, she just needs a reminder, right? Christy just typed in the chat, I just need a reminder. And sometimes this is all it is, guys. It is simply a reminder for who you are, whose you are, and where you are going. So I remember in the time where I was very scarce and I had a pretty bad mentality. That's the time where I started to develop myself and I started to understand financial abundance and financial clarity, which led me to start buying real estate. But I was held back for so long from actually getting that first deal because I still held the same mindset and the same thought patterns as the young kid who was working at the post office 7 days a week. I was still that guy who took care of all the tasks. You know, I worked at the Burlingame post office where they were very understaffed. That's why I worked 7 days a week illegally at 17 years old. Don't tell them that. I would go there and I would do all the jobs, all the different jobs that were there every single day. I would wake up at 2 a.m. and I would go to work by 4 a.m. and I'd be off by noon. I did that every day just to make $2,000 a month. So when I got into real estate and my first deal, it made me $3,000. It confused me in the beginning times of how could I spend 10, 20 hours making calls and make just as much as spending 70, 80 hours a week doing every single job at the post office, waking up at 2 a.m., having no life because of that. And it wasn't until I fully adopted the identity as a real estate investor. Did I do 20 deals? Did I do 500 deals like Andrew? Absolutely not. I had done zero deals. But I've always had this belief, guys, and I really want you to do this with me. I've had this belief where if you imagine the person 2 years from now, you imagine the person 2 years from now, and you just say, what if this person worked out every day and made calls every day and became a very abundant person? Who would they be? Let's just say it's a real estate investor 2 years from now. What would that person do today? And how would they lead this life if we had to switch minds? Oh, they, as a real estate investor, would make the calls. Even if they didn't know this market or if they didn't know this business model, they would still figure it out because they understand that. Type in the chat, repetition is king.
That's a writer downer. Repetition is king.
When you are a true real estate investor, a real estate entrepreneur that is doing multiple deals a month, like Andrew helped me do, and Andrew's going to help you guys do, you start to understand that simply the repetition of working with a mentor, the repetition of making calls, the repetition of being on these type of summits is what gets you the confidence to move forward every single day. Now, I saw only a couple of you guys type in the chat. I want to make sure you guys get this down. I want to make sure you guys write it in the chat and get to understand it, because when you fully identify as a real estate investor, you're choosing to say, I'm not somebody who just dabbles. I'm not a drifter. I'm not somebody who just puts one foot in, one foot out. I'm not a lazy person. I'm not an inconsistent person. I am a real estate investor who is disciplined. I'm a real estate investor who creates deals and creates momentum. So when I say those things, we have to understand that we choose to identify every single day. In 2025, I can identify as a rat at this point. I can identify as an ant. I can identify as a teapot, and that's okay. It's just what it is. Now, for you guys, I want you to understand, though, we choose to identify the characteristics that we have. And characteristics are simply a habit of being every single day. If I identify as someone who's disciplined, guess what? My decision of, am I going to go work out or am I going to sit on the couch, is going to be, I'm going to go work out because I am an disciplined person.
How does somebody, though, take on that identity? You're talking about taking on the identity of a successful real estate investor, someone who has built legacy wealth, someone who is transforming generations. How do you go? How did you go? How do you help other people walk through that path, Leo, of where they are now? You know, we got freedom numbers coming in earlier, 100K a month, 50K a month, 30K a month, 3K a month, 5K a month. How does somebody go from where they are to take on that future identity of that wealthy, successful real estate investor in a more rapid fashion than what might be typical?
I'm about to show you guys how you can get that first step, that first win, that first hit of truly stepping into this identity. And all the people we have here, I know 80% of them won't do it because they've identified so heavily as a dabbler, as a drifter. But the 20%, I'm talking to you here, and I'm talking to the 80%. Hopefully you actually take this action. But the 20%, if you simply right now in this moment decide to be a real estate investor, you can call it a real estate entrepreneur, you can call it a real estate millionaire, whatever you want to do. I like investor because it's for the mind, it opens up opportunity. When I changed my life and stepped in to doing deals in real estate, I learned this mentality of saying, I am a real estate investor. That's step one. Type it in the chat. I am a real estate investor. And it's going to be uncomfortable for the 20% of you who actually do it. Because maybe you've identified so many other places. I identify as a W-2 worker. I identify as someone who's been broke. I identify as someone who's been a part of a poor family. And my question is for you is, why identify as that? You could say, I've been a part of a broke family. I've been a part of maybe a disadvantaged place, but I identify as a real estate investor. And that is every day where I'm stepping into. That's step one. I am a real estate investor. Now here's the next thing, okay? I was right, the 20% of people who will start getting deals and who will start really building something that makes them proud, that makes other people proud, did it. And Andrew, honestly, when we do these summits, those are the people we're talking to anyways. The 20% of people who genuinely want it, who are not just watching this for entertainment. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I think it's a game changer when, some people show up for the fact that we feel like because we went to a seminar or we went to a Zoom that we made progress somehow. But there is those minority of people like you, like me, that we go to a place and we say, I am going to be putting in action. They're the people that when we're live together, they're getting there early. They're sitting on the front row. They're the people who are typing in the chat when we're virtual. They're the people who are taking notes in their notebooks. They're the people who are leaving the event with tools. They're the ones who texted Carl earlier. I seen the text coming in. They're the people who say, I am here to gain knowledge and to transact in a way that causes me to level up because that will help everybody around me level up. Because I realize there's more than enough to go around. So for somebody who sometimes struggles to be that person, like I used to, because I was broke at the time, and I just couldn't see myself. Like, what's that shift that people you can leave everyone with today? That action that they can take over these 2 days together, Leo, that will set them on a path of success in the way they are meant to have it.
So what you're probably feeling right now is something called proximity. Type it in the chat, proximity. When you choose to be a real estate investor, you know that you have to be in the proximity of successful people. You have to be in the proximity of winners. Because if your closest people around you, your closest pool of individuals are those who don't want you to win, or are those who are insecure about themselves, so when you start to win, they start to look at you and remind themselves of why they're playing small, then you're always going to play small. But now, when you can understand the flip side of proximity, hey, how can I get around the greatest winners in my life? How can I start to get around people who actually have an energy of wanting other people to win? Because that is the biggest influence on anyone's life, is who is around them. And then a little bit outside of that circle is what you input, what you take into your life. That is other people's voices, other people's words, that is music, that is podcasts, that is things like this that either make you or they keep you small. And I want to give you guys the thing, because I only have so much time here with you guys, and then I'm going to a couple meetings. I want you to have something that you can take and just build upon. Okay. The biggest challenge with proximity is that we follow so many people. We follow so many different individuals with so many different philosophies, so many different ideas, so many different energies. My biggest advice to you with proximity, with becoming someone who's truly going to be successful, is going to be focusing on the 1 to 2 people that you genuinely want to follow and take their advice. Now, for many of you, I would highly recommend doing some soul searching and getting yourself to a place where you eventually get back to the Creator, get back to God, get back to the Bible, because He will lead you in the best place that you need to go to. And when it comes to business, and when it comes to mentors, when it comes to people in your proximity, I would make sure that every day, including today, you can fill your mind with things that push you forward to action, that cause you to go through breakthroughs like, hey, I can be a real estate investor. I don't have to identify as these things I were before. I can fully, with all of me, take action like I am a real estate investor. And then the last thing is deciding. I want everyone who felt that shift. We've only had a couple minutes here, but it's a powerful thing that this realization can do. Everyone who felt that shift, I want you to type in the chat, I decide. And what that means is simply you decide today to stop playing small. You decide in this moment to stop letting other people get to you. You decide in this moment to stop identifying as someone who is broke, someone who is lost, someone who might think that they need a certain bit of information, but they just need to work on themselves and their mind. And we're about to go into the technicals here in a moment because I saw that chat, but I always point it out whenever I see, hey, when are we going to get to the technicals? Is you have all the technicals in front of you. You're going to get all the technicals. But if you have an overwhelmed mind, if you have a poor broke mentality, you're going to look at the technicals and you're going to get right back lost to where you were this whole time. And that's why you're not getting deals. And that's why you haven't created a system in your business to grow. So, throughout the rest of the summit, this is for those of you who really want it, those of you who have decided to build something great for you and your family, and those of you who are open and willing to do the work it takes to change your life. Andrew, I'm going to throw it back to you. If you have anything else, you let me know.
Absolutely. I so appreciate you hopping on and sharing that, Leo. You always bring such energy and fire. And I appreciate you hopping in and giving everybody a chance to say hello. And if you guys would just give Leo a beautiful virtual hand for being here and bringing the post-lunch energy up for us. So give him a virtual hand. And thank you for being on, brother. Always love hanging with you.
Absolutely. Guys, you got this. You're in fantastic hands. And this next individual who's about to come up has taught me so much. Their energy is incredible and very technical as well. So this is a good place to take notes. After you've got this fire, I want you to give this individual so much attention, so much love, and you're going to learn so much. Andrew, I'll throw it back to you.
Absolutely. Well, welcome, Ashley. Leo, doing a little pre-introduction there for you. Welcome in. And how are you feeling today?
Fantastic.
Good. What part of the country are you in? You in Tennessee today?
Yep, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville, Tennessee. So for everybody who's on here, something you're going to quickly learn about Ashley is she's a brilliant mind, but also a caring heart. And someone who is a technical, he's talking about superpowers earlier today, and someone who is so powerful in the technical side of the business, knowing systems and operations. And while she is a master in the technicals, she has plugged that technical brain into the short-term rental business is one of her many talents. And that's what she has focused on, really being a pro at the last few years now. And so I'm going to let her tell you about her and her short-term rental business and how she's helping others, help me and Leo get ours, add 6 figures to our revenue through it. But first off, if you don't mind, Ashley, just tell everybody who you are, where you're from, what you do.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name's Ashley C. I'm in the Knoxville, Tennessee area. We do a variety of revenue streams. We do long-term, short-term. We do lending as well. We'll go a little bit, talk more about that. And we also work as well to bring in more revenue. But that's about the gist. We've been doing this for a little while, and I can't wait to share all the lessons learned that I've went through, and also excited to get in the weeds and take you away from Andrew's brain a little bit more to my brain.
And I love that. And I think it's a perfect example, you know, and for anybody on here watching, listening, joining in, I want to make the point for any of you who are going to watch the recording as well, that Ashley's a prime example. When I said earlier, you can make money or make excuses, Ashley's someone who works a job, runs business, does multiple hats, wears multiple hats, and is a prime example of someone who builds up business to support and center around her lifestyle. Yeah, I know you love to travel as well. And so we have a lot of fun, but that's what I want you guys as you're here, getting ready to take some copious notes, grab your pens and pads as Ashley's going to screen share in a moment and jot some notes down. But I'm going to be asking some questions along the way as Ashley gets into the weeds of what and how this business works. And first off, I just want to address, and Ashley probably will reiterate this, but I was under the impression a couple years back that the STR business, the short-term rental business, was on the decline. And I've come to find, I said it this morning, rich people run in when everyone else runs out. And regardless of what it is, if it's higher interest rates, we're going to buy more houses on terms with low and no interest. If it's short-term rental, in some cities have been banned, there's other opportunities that are incredible. And being around the right people who showcase those opportunities is the game changer. So you're in the right place. And Ashley, I'm excited for you to share with the crew. By the way, I just need to share this real quick before I turn you loose. Um, if I can find it, give me about 10 seconds to look it up here. I made this for you, and then I didn't have it pulled up. All right, let me see. And 7, 6, 5, 4. Here it is. I knew it was there. All right. So this is the house that Ashley helped us with. And this is I've lost track. I don't have the profit and losses in front of me. You may know the numbers better than I do of how much it's brought in over the last 17 months. But last week, I don't know if you knew this or not, but it brought in over $4,000. And so thanks to you for helping us get this running. And guys, it's a nice house, but it's nothing special. It's a $330,000 house in Louisville, Kentucky, and the south part of Louisville. It's just a brick house. And whenever you start to know what to look for, you begin to see the income streams that other people pass over. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Ashley. I'm going to jump in and interrupt and ask questions here and there, I'm sure, but go ahead and share your screen and take it away, my friend.
Okay, well, I see no one has jumped off, so this is a really great sign. I did see someone ask about midterm rentals. A lot of this can be applied to it as well, just to address that one. Okay, so everybody can see my screen.
Yes.
So Andrew, I've listened to a lot of it in the morning. He's a wealth of knowledge. Definitely take a lot of good notes from him. He is definitely the foundation to a lot of this. And Leo brought up a good point about proximity. I joined Andrew and Leo a little over 2 years ago. I'm in the Freedom Life Mastermind with them. And really, we started out in the real estate mindset, and now I'm actually speaking on things that I do that's other revenue streams. So listen to Andrew, get as many houses as you can, and then from there, we can hook up and make you multiple revenue streams, because you can make it through long-term rentals, midterm rentals, or short-term rentals. So there's a lot of avenues we can go through. So today, I'm just going to give you as much information as possible and tell you as many stories of clients I've worked with. So as my aunt always would tell me when I messed up growing up, well, you bought that lesson, young lady. So that's what you're doing. I bought a lot of lessons along the way. So learn from us. That's what speeds up your process way faster.
That's powerful.
Okay. Well, my arrow's not working. Okay. So going into this, I don't want STR to be another job for you. It can turn into a full-time job. Andrew mentioned several times he wore many hats in the beginning of his career. We don't want you wearing many hats. We'd like you to put on one hat and let systems and automation really get you to where you need to be. If not, then let's get you some teams. I'm going to dive into how do you develop a team and really work with them. So along the way, we're going to talk about how to maximize your property's potential, increase your bookings and profitability. Automation is makes me all giddy. That's the one I really want to talk about. Guest communication. This is a big one. This is now a hospitality business, so that takes another focus from you. Ensure compliance with STR regulations. A lot of people think we can just dive in and put these wherever we want. You can, but I'll tell you some stories where the city, county, or HOA has come back and said, no, you cannot. So we're going to try to look out for you and talk a little bit about that later on.
I want to mention here, you guys are going to consistently hear, and I'm not the automations king by any shot. I just surround myself by really smart people. And I want you to notice this theme throughout these 2 days together is every business that you launch into, Bob Slow strategies, short-term rentals, midterm rentals, everything you add can either be a job that sucks your effort and focus and time, or it can be an automated business that prints money for you in your bank account. And so understand that the way we set it up is the difference of that. And that's what Ashley is going to consistently be driving home here throughout her entire presentation, throughout her entire segment here, as she shows you guys, going to be talking about automating this business, because we don't want you up at 1 a.m. messaging guests because the freaking washer doesn't work, right? So automate everything. Type it in the chat, automate everything. Keep going, Ashley.
Oh, you're fine. Great advice. So if I had to look from a 10,000-foot view of many years doing this and working with other clients, what are the 4 top game changers I would highlight? So the one would be location. That's where is your property located? We're going to talk about amenities, the property and the area in which you're at, your nightly pricing, and that's where we'll get a little bit in the weeds with automation, and then more automation and tools to tie in your systems. The one thing we cannot get back as investors is time. I have not created a time machine or figured out how to get you more time just in life. So the time you have, let's make the systems and foundation we set up for y'all, let's make them simpler so you can have more time with your family. He asked you to put in your dream home, spend more time at your dream home. So this is the whole point. We want to get you more time back. Okay, so starting with location, my very first thing I'd like to highlight is you've got to buy with strategy. If you're just diving right in, trying to buy with STRs, we got to buy with strategy. What I tell people is buy the property based on long-term rental rates. So make sure y'all highlight that. Buy the property to work on long-term rentals. Because if it works for long-term rentals, then you spend a little money and go to short-term and doesn't work. If you had to revert the property back to a long-term rental, you're still going to make money. So we want to set you up to be successful from the beginning. I understand in vacation areas where I'm at, I can't buy based on long-term rates because it's predominantly full-time. People just don't live there. They live on the outskirts. It's nothing but vacation. But any rural areas or other areas, let's buy with strategy. What does your property and your area offer? A lot of times y'all buy the properties and you're like, okay, it's STR, it should work. Well, guess what we're in? We're in the hospitality business, right? So we want to understand if you were to rent your own property, why would you rent that property? So you need to highlight what is in the area. What does your property offer that someone else's doesn't? You need to look at it through the lenses of someone that wants to rent that property. The next one is just a fun fact. We saw a 16% increase in STR listings in 2024 in the small and rural areas. So I have a feeling the cities are starting to push some out, but that's no worries. The rural areas are a lot cheaper. That's even better for us. That's bigger ROI. So start looking in the rural areas right on the outskirts. That way you can add more amenities. You have beautiful nature. There's a lot to see. And then the last, low restriction areas. And what I mean by that is we've got to start looking out who's out there to restrict us and who wants to get in our pocketbook. You're in an active cash flow business. There's always someone with their hand out. But I'm going to walk through more tools as we go through of everybody that you can look out for.
When you say low restriction areas, and forgive me if I'm getting ahead of you here.
Oh, you're fine.
There are some tools you're going to be talking about shortly that can show us the restrictions per area.
Well, what I'm going to do is talk about all the people that will try to come in and restrict you.
Perfect. Because I know Vegas is pushing out pretty hard right now, right?
I haven't looked into Vegas in a long time, but a lot of them are, and it depends on how heavy hotels are in the area. It's kind of like the big fight with realtors and investors. Well, it's kind of like hotels and STRs. They don't want you to take their business. And you'll see a lot of advertisements now, which is funny. I think it's very relevant to this. If you follow commercials, they'll say, well, why be cramped in the house? And it shows the guy cleaning his own pool because the host didn't do it. And it's like, why stay at a house? You've got to do all the work. Come to our hotel. And then Airbnb is like, why are you going to cramp up in one room? Come stay at your own luxury. So I love seeing the competition between the advertisements and commercials, which is good for you. That makes it more relevant in social media and in present day. So it's good that they're spending the money to make it popular.
Absolutely. And I think it's a powerful, this is part of the Midwest Gold Rush I talk about, guys, because, in California, where I'm sitting right now, you're not going to buy some nice 4-bed, 2-bath house for 150 or 200 or $300,000, right? You're going to, in the Midwest, though, in Tennessee and Kentucky and Indiana, and these areas where my B&Bs are, where Ashley's B&Bs are, you're going to be able to tap into that Midwest Gold Rush.
And I think this is a good point too, Andrew. Let's ask everybody in the group, and I've got the chat up on another computer. Who all has STRs currently? And if you'll just put yes and then a comma, and how many do y'all have? Just so we get an idea of.
And if you don't, just put not yet.
Absolutely. Awesome. I'm reading through the messages as they come.
Not yet, not yet. Yes, one.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Midterm rentals, they're good as well. I can tell you a lot about that. I have a lot of friends that do it and know numbers on that one as well. Okay, so we've got some that's in it, and okay, that's a good one. 32 long-term rentals. This is a good thing when we talked about strategy as well. When you get in a group like Freedom Life, or you get in your local communities, all those people have a lot of rentals, but they may just be like, if you want to pay me what I'm making in the long-term rent, you can take it and do short-term rentals with it. So you can actually work with fellow investors they're getting their bottom line. That's all they were expecting. And then you can take it even further and make money on what they weren't making. David's going to talk tomorrow. He used to do that. He rented from a guy and said, don't worry, I'll pay you your long-term rent. It was cheap at the time. He said, I'll take care of anything that breaks. I won't even call you. And the guy's like, sign me up. So he ran a short-term rental out of the guy's long-term property. And he said he made so much return on that property. So start using your community and think outside the box. Strategy is everywhere out there. You don't have to have all the money right away. So it's the same as a lease option. You pay $1,300 rent, but you can bring in $4,000 a month. I mean, I wouldn't sit back and wait.
Yeah, I want to make the point there, Ashley, just so in the frame of thinking, the house in Louisville I just showed, that rent in that area would be $2,500. Thanks to your tools and your automations, it brought in, I believe last year alone in the calendar year, you was only part of it for the last, half of the year. And last calendar year alone, it brought in something like $60,000. This year it's going to do better than that. And I share that because the same darn asset that could bring in 25, 30,000 a year is bringing in more than double of that. This is the way I want you guys thinking, because many times opportunity shows up in front of us and we have to know, hey, where can I plug this in? Where can I think differently than I've been thinking to use the same amount of effort to get a massively increased result?
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's talk about amenities. What sets you apart? That's the theme of all of this. And I said, let's look through the perspective of someone coming to this property. If you do it up with cheap stuff and it just looks like a long-term rental sometimes, that's not going to probably draw in the audience. But if you have it really done up, it looks nice, then go out in your community and understand, is there experiences that are around there, theme parks where Andrew's at. The Kentucky Derby is the big one that we highlighted that brought in a lot of guests. So the big one is you're now memory makers is what when I start out speaking, I say you're memory makers. When people come to your property, if they have a good experience, they're there to do something within the community, to be with somebody. You're setting the memory for yourself. And just to go back for a personal story of mine, it was funny. I was on stage and after presenting, I came to Christy and I was like, this come full circle for me. I said, when my mother, when I was younger, was given a couple months to live, and one of the big trips she did with me, she brought me to Pigeon Forge, the Smoky Mountains, right here in my backyard. And we came up here, had a wonderful event, and then somehow I moved up here, and now we're in short-term rentals in the same area that I had that memory. Never connected it the whole time. But it was after I got off stage, I was like, that that had to been such a memorable time for me that something in my body and my energy and my spirit kept pulling me to this area to buy it. So it's amazing what one trip can do for somebody. So just remember that you're memory makers now. It may
That's
seem like
awesome.
a lot of work, but just you don't know what your property can mean to somebody, whether maybe they're coming to stay there to go to the hospital to be with a family that's sick. So just kind of bring out that sympathy side of yourself on this one. Look for history, industrial, local attractions. Where we're at close to Oak Ridge, we have some friends that have STRs over there. That's where the first nuclear bomb was built. I don't know if that's fun history, but it's a history to somebody. So it has, it was a secret city forever. They covered all the houses in that area, and the kids had to play under tarps under the house because if they had planes fly over for the war, they didn't want no one to know they were living there. So one of my friends went to all the antique shops and highlighted the history. So when they come to our house, they get a little bit of what Oak Ridge was all about. So
Mm.
that's just some fun stuff. Then we get into furnishings, themes. One of my clients I have, they end up they took pictures of everywhere in their property and they called it Bigfoot, but they dressed up as Bigfoot and took it in every room. So it was pretty cool. They made it very themed and they actually dressed up as a Bigfoot. That was one of my buddies that I ran into. Games and entertainment, you want something if you're kid friendly, you want to be able to come in and have something for the kids to do. We put board games, cards, if you got room for ping pong tables, pool tables, anything like that, that would add some entertainment value to the property. And then landscaping, I put that in there, not so much about around the house, that's always helpful, but for our area, we have mountain views. If you have a property that can oversee mountains or oversee the rivers, the lakes, all that boosts your ratings to come to that property. And then, hot tubs is always fantastic. Andrew just showed you one. He has a pool in his. That really helps things when you have a pool that's working on that one. Okay, going into the next part of it. This is my fun section. How do we maximize the earnings through nightly pricing? Everybody that has STRs that I have worked with, they left money on the table. And we go in there and try to figure out how do we pull that money out. One client I just got done with, I pulled 2 years of data and I compared just their April. One April and 23, they were making I think they made $6,000 and in 2024 they made $2,000. So right there, I just found a $4,000 gap and I'm like, well, what happened? Well, we got that back this year. But if you're not looking at your numbers and kind of looking at them and figuring out what's going on, you're going to lose that. The big thing is applying dynamic pricing. A lot of people tell me, Ashley, I'm going to just do Airbnb. I'm against it, and I'm going to tell you why. Airbnb is in the business of getting the most people to book a property. So it may be true, may not be true, but I don't feel they're going to always be in the best interest of making sure you have the highest price while still making sure they get everybody booked in it. So I believe in getting another software that for dynamic pricing to do it. I don't want too much where Airbnb is controlling all of my systems. So I have another system that ties into my Airbnb and does my dynamic pricing. Another thing is optimizing orphan nights. You may ask, what is an orphan night? And that would be a case if you were booked Monday and Tuesday, Thursday and Friday you were booked, but Wednesday you were vacant. That is considered an orphan night because you don't want to open your calendar up for one night for the whole year because someone could book a party, come into our house, do whatever. But if it's a random night and a random week, orphan nights are good to go ahead and try to get someone to book that one night. They're still paying your cleaning fees and you're getting that extra $120 that you would have lost if you just let that night go. always analyze your data. When I work with people, I'm like, send me 2 years of your income and let me look at it. I've got Andrew sitting on my desktop right now where his team feeds me his records, and I'm always looking to see what can we do to keep going with it. And holidays and events, if you have a dynamic pricing, they actually have a list that will track all the holidays and events. If an event is not highlighted that you are aware of, you can add it. And then it'll start tracking it from then on out. So then you're helping build the systems that they have. I put this graph here to try to highlight some key things that I thought would show you if you were plotting your data or your systems. Some systems I'm going to talk about will give you these kind of graphs for you. I plot my own, but if you look in January, does my mouse work on it? Oh yeah, perfect. So if you look in January, the price of the home per night was $300. But if you look down here at the red dot, the occupancy was only 40%. So I know this y'all can't interact a lot, but what I would say is you can see that your prices were too high. So if you had brought those prices down, your occupancy could have went up. So it's things to recognize that in the month that you're in, so you can make accommodations quickly. Now there is a fine line. You can do the math that it probably wouldn't matter one way or the other. And then if you look at June, you were at 100% occupancy, but you were only charging about $200 a night. That you're losing money. So if you already reached 100%, you could have raised the prices to $250 a night, brought your occupancy down, and made more money that month. So this is just a way to look at your data on it. And there's tons of it to look at. And this is where I get in the weeds. So Andrew will pull me out and break this down for you all. But this is a way to look at things to know how you can go in and adjust. Dynamic pricing may not always do that for you. You have to go in and manipulate it sometimes.
And I think it's powerful here and what you're sharing. And I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of questions for Ashley, which she's generously agreed to stick around a few minutes after and take. And so make sure you're writing down questions, because first time I seen this stuff, like I had so many questions whirling in my brain. So write down your questions, and we're going to be diving in here to the objective again is to say, hey, how do we take what we do and maximize it? If I can do a certain amount of work and I can make $200 a month, or I can do the same amount of work and make $1,200 a month, then how do I get to the 1,200, right? So our objective in this summit, this Wealth Summit, is to expand your tool belt, but more importantly, create clarity from where you are to the next action steps. By the end of tomorrow, you're going to be crystal clear on what are my next action steps to get to my freedom number, to get to my desired result. So this is amazing as you started laying this out for me, Ashley, because numbers don't lie. And it's just positioned you to now look at the property and say, hey, I got these assets or potential for these assets. Maybe I can do something with them. And I think it's a very powerful tool. So
absolutely. And Cindy, you bring up a good point. What is dynamic pricing and what does it do? Dynamic pricing is a tool that you use to connect to the different platforms, whether you advertise on Booking, Vrbo, Airbnb, or your direct booking sites. They go in and they analyze everybody in your area and what they're doing, and they kind of guesstimate, well, by statistics, they tell you where you should be charging per night, and they adjust the rate every night. When Airbnb first started, it says, what do you want to charge? And someone put $100. Well, it'll be 30 days at $100. Whereas dynamic pricing, those systems come in and they're like, well, the weekends you could get 160, but you need 99 this night, but you can go 120 in the middle of the week. So if you look at all that stack up, that's an extra $1,500 to $2,000 a month that you would be losing if you just said, hey, my price is $100 for 30 days, 365 days. So it just goes in and highlights where you can get more money. Hopefully that was clear enough. And we'll talk more on it as we keep going. Okay, automation and tools. So like Work harder, work smarter, not harder. We always say the opposite. When you work a W-2, it's like, let's work harder, not smarter. But work smarter, not harder. Let's automate and scale. And the more you can simplify your short-term rentals, the more you're going to feel comfortable with growing and getting more properties. I'm going to tell you, many times when we first started, everybody said, y'all are crazy. Y'all don't know what y'all are doing. And me and Christy, at the time, we were like, we don't know what we're doing. So we had a 20% down payment on a property. We said, we're going to go for it. So the first year we had that little property, it wasn't even 700 square foot. We made $70,000 that year on it. So I was like, okay, well, maybe we do know what we're doing. But as Andrew's highlighting, Leo, sometimes you just got to make that step, make a decision, and just trust everything will work out. Everything we've ever done's always worked out. So I go with my gut feeling more than most people do. So I go on a lot of feel and intuition on that stuff. So some of the tools within the automation, you have channel managers. Channel managers is an offline system. What they do is they go in and they pull in what I'll circle right here. It's an iCal link. Every platform has it, and that's your Vrbo, Airbnb, Booking, Vista. Like, you've got everything out there they can connect to. It's like over 30 or 40 systems now you can highlight your property on, and they pull in everything. So what they do is now, instead of going to all these systems and doing messages, you have one platform that you can now have all your inbox questions. You can do automated messages to the guest. And then you can also do auto reviews. And I'm going to highlight a little bit more about this platform. Your calendar, you have unified calendars on the system. When I first started working with Andrew's team, we sat down and I said, where do y'all want to spend money and where do you don't? And they were like, we don't want to put a lot into it. Because I think at the time, Andrew, y'all were thinking about getting out of short-term rentals.
Yes,
Pretty
it was.
close.
It was barely breaking even. It was not worth the focus.
Correct. So I think it was taking a lot on their team. So I said, what do you want to spend? And they came back and they said, we don't want to spend a lot. So I think I went on 3 interview calls with 3 different channel managers to get pricing for them, ask the questions for them. And I think they decided on another one that's a little bit cheaper. And that's great. My channel manager is $25 a month. I mean, we're not talking expensive tools here. They're very inexpensive. I think to run a property management that we do, I think we're $70 a month. That's what we spend. And that's all the tools that I'm talking about today that's coming in and working unison with my automation. So when you look at that, that's not a lot of money for overhead compared to many other avenues that you take. So when we talk about automated messages, I think Airbnb will allow you to send so many messages, but Vrbo doesn't have that system. Well, this channel manager, when that guest books, you now have automated messages you pre-set up in the system. As soon as they book, an email goes out and says, thank you for your booking. We're so happy for you to join us, and you may make out whatever you want. I have about 5 automated messages that go out to my guests. I'm going to tell you, I dreaded picking up my phone when I first started STR because I only got complaints. They only message me when they need it. The way I've set up my messages now, I don't mind looking at my phone because the one message that has been a game changer in my life was the follow-up. The day after they wake up, they get a message from me saying, hello, I hope you had a wonderful night's stay. I hope you got in the property okay. If there's anything that's not meeting your expectation, would you please give me the opportunity to correct it now? That message alone, I get nothing but thank you. No, this is a beautiful home. Thank you for everything. I would highlight this is maybe wrong, but they don't complain. So having contact with the guests, don't fear them. Don't fear the messages. Engage with them and make it an experience for them. So those messages have been game changers for us. Then auto reviews, Airbnb, all of them, like you just send them a review based on how did the guest stay. Well, I have about 360 check-ins a year. If I had to sit down and do all those handwritten auto reviews, do you think I would have much time to do anything else in my business? So the channel manager alone will now, they'll automatically give them a 5-star and a generic message. You may say, well, why are you going to give them a 5-star and wonder if they wreck your place? I get that question all the time. I'll go ahead and answer it now. My cleaners will message me as soon as they show up. If they say, Ashley, do not ever rent to this person. They did this, this, and this. I go into auto review just for that person. I cut it off and then I go give them the score I want and write it in. But it's not often I ever get that during the year. Someone said examples of channel manager. You've got Guesty, Host Away, Hospitable. There's tons of them out there. So you can just search channel managers for STR and you'll get the full list. But like working with Andrew's team, we tried to see what did they want to spend money on, and we kept them in that bubble, and we tried to make the best out of it at that point to get it. But I think now we can see just what little changes. It wasn't a lot, Andrew. What little changes was done has been a game changer for what y'all's outview on STRs are.
Absolutely. Big time. And I want to point that out because, you from your perspective, it's not a lot. Everybody listening to this, I want you to realize, we was talking about superpowers earlier. What is normal to you is expert to someone else. Ashley does this stuff like it's a 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon while she's half yawning. Like it's just comes natural, except it is brilliant and it's added 6 figures of revenue. What if you can plug into people's brilliance where their superpowers are and offer your superpowers? Don't have to do the things that you hate doing because there's Ashley, there's team, there's a partner, there's different people who have different expertise. I think this is a powerful thing and something being showcased well. And my prayer is an inspiration for each of you and your superpowers. This is really good.
Oh, good. And I want to take the time. I know, Andrew, just thank you for your kind words. Want to go back to the Freedom Life. When we met one time, Andrew just randomly in the conversation was like, well, I know you have STRs, but what do you make on the 2? And I said, over 6 figures. And he was like, his eyes perked up. And I talked to him afterwards and he was like, well, I've got this one, this one, this one. And we started going through all this. And Andrew's like glazed over and he was like, he was like, my team will call you. You can have my stuff. And so that's the power of being in a group and having a mentor. And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the confidence to be sitting here talking to you about, because I didn't see the value in my own knowledge. So it's taken many hard meetings and probably Andrew hitting his head against the wall, being like, gosh, woman, see the value in this. So that is the power of being in Freedom Life. That's still so precious to me and important to me. So just to have a mentor to believe in you and say, here, take all my property, see what you can do with it. Who else would do that just randomly? So Andrew's amazing with that, being my mentor. One comment was asked, I just have one property. It doesn't generate a lot. I had all these systems on that one property. And then wasn't until I grew that the systems grew with it. So yes, I 100% would say get all these automations, even if you have one property. Cleaners, that's the other big question. Where do I get good cleaners? It's kind of like contractors with flips. You just keep getting them and firing them until you find the right one. That's the best response I have for you. There is a an app called Turno. It's free. You can go on there and sign up that you want to find cleaners. And what they do is they go out and find the top 3 cleaners in the area. You can, I think you can do Zoom calls. You can either meet them at the property, and in the event that they can't show up and clean your property, that company will go ahead and get number 2 if they're not available to get number 3. So it's kind of like having your own cleaner finder for you, and it's a free app, and that app will integrate to your channel managers. So if there's certain tasks that you want your cleaners to have, you set those tasks up and it sends it out to Turno so the cleaners have it. So you didn't even have to do none. One time set up and you're good to go. The other questions I got is security systems. Ring doesn't attach to channel managers, but everything I'm talking about is from the palm of your hand. I run my business through my app. I don't hardly ever take a laptop with me to even run STRs. So Ring can be on an app. Now, keyless entry locks, there are several different kinds. The one I like is Schlage, not to be confused with Slag. Maybe we need a Slag lock. Yeah, we need a Schlag 2.0 lock and just feel like we'll secure your assets with one button. So this is the first one we started with, and I love it because it will tie to your channel managers. And every time someone checks out, they'll automatically change the 4-digit code for you if you want. And it's free in some channel managers. Mine charges like so many cents, but the turnover we have, it wasn't worth it to me. I just keep the same 4-digit code because my cleaners are in there every 2 days anyway. I'm like, I don't have to worry about people hoarding or staying in the property. But that keyless lock entry, it also is on your phone. So anytime I hire a new contractor, if something's broke and he's like, well, how do I get in a property? I go in there, I do the last 4 digits of his phone number, put his name, and it keeps the record. It keeps a record of all the people that I have given entry to the lock. And then that name will pop up as soon as they put in their keypad. It'll say contractor 1 has come in. I know every time my cleaners come in, the pesticide, any other routine things, I know every time they come in the property because the app will say, hey, the cleaners are in your property or the pesticides in your property. So I love that because it's another way of keeping a little bit of security and knowing who's coming in and out of your property in the event you miss you don't want to sit there and look at your Ring cameras all day. Also, vendors, automate routine items. You want to try to automate as much of your contractors. You want to have as many on hand, definitely cleaners, contractors, plumbers, electricians is few and far between, but occasionally you may want to call some. But all these can be set up in your channel manager if you get one that's a task. And when you call and set up the appointment, you can log a lot of that in there. So there's no reason that you can't do everything from the palm of your hand. I'm going to see if we got any questions. So there, I don't know if the question that Teresa answered, I may have to get that for you. There is another app that will do full on maintenance. An app that you can tie to your channel manager, but most of them, Hospitable, Guesty, all of them will send out tasks and you can set them up in your systems and they'll send out reminders to your contractors and stuff like that. Okay. Well, I'm going to move on from automation. I know this was a lot, but automation's fun. And
good, and this is the piece, Ashley, and I know trust everyone is getting this because while I know not everyone here may be doing short-term rentals at the moment or even be launching into short-term rentals at the moment, this is something where they're going to have conversation with you. They're going to memory bank this and they're going to know, like, I remember Ashley, some of them are going like right now, like, oh my gosh, I gotta get a couple of my properties in this. Some are going like, lease option's cool, but this is what I'll be looking for. And then some it's going to be a month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and you're going to be buying properties and it's going to hit you. Oh my gosh, what if I could get triple the prices by Airbnb in this? And so understand as you're taking these notes, this is tools that you'll come back through because this is a market that while it's shifted, if you play it right, it's not going anywhere. It's actually increasing for those played right.
And when I did our long-term rentals, I found an app and I automated our long-term. So I set up the leases and I sent out automatic reminders every time. I set up my pesticide guys to come in the same time every month. So they got an automatic 24-hour reminder that they would enter the property. And I set up keys, a lockbox on the property. So the pesticide didn't have to bother me. The guests didn't have no complaints. And then that app also, it was very minimum. I paid for 24-hour maintenance calls. So when they would call for maintenance repairs, they would go to their app and they had all my service guys. So they would already go and get quotes for me. So I had that completely automated too. So I know y'all might have me in mind for STR, but you can automate any business that you have. And Andrew's team is automating a lot of stuff. So it's a fun time to be in. I know it seems confusing. Everybody's throwing AI tools at you, but this is also a wonderful time to be in. Just because I'm giddy about it, because you can be in so many different places and still take care of things. I can't imagine doing real estate 30 years ago where you had to go to every door and talk to someone because it wasn't as freely with automation. Okay, so proven strategies. How do we fill your calendar and maximize your earnings? I know a lot of people are like, okay, well, this is great, but how do you increase my bookings? Well, I don't have to spend a lot of money. That's usually the big one. So dynamic pricing, I brought that up. Price Labs is the one I use. I think Andrew, you're using Price Labs now. That was added a little bit later for you. And then there's Beyond. They're another dynamic pricing, but Price Labs is one that is my go-to. And anybody that works with me, I do a one-on-one session and we go through a call and I teach them everything that I know about it and what am I setting up for them so they know how to make adjustments in their future. In a story on this Price Labs, one client, I was going through it and we were looking at their dates of when an event happened and that they didn't have it set up when it was a far out booking. They should be a 3-day minimum. So far out bookings. So if someone says, I'm looking today, but I want to book in October, you should have a 3-day minimum. Well, it depends on your property, but for them, they should have a 3-day minimum because an event came and someone booked it for 2 days. They lost $1,500 on that third day because that person would have booked the third day because they wanted to be at that event. So it's little things like that luckily we talked because we were able to catch something like that. So now it's going to be an extra $1,500 in their pocket for that event in future time. Weekly adjustments of a few words in your description. So your description could be your title or it can be the beef of your description when you.
Let me just interrupt you, Ashley. I just got to make sure everybody's awake. Who here's okay with Ashley coming in and add an extra $1,500 to your business? Just like that. Give me a yes in the chat. If they say yes, they're still awake. Got to make sure everybody's awake.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we got the, oh, yes. Ruth says yes. Marlon says yes. Elizabeth says yes. Alicia says yes. Tara says yes. All right, we got the, keep them coming.
Okay.
Keep them coming.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't, I tell you, for what you do, I can pay for myself and usually the first time we talk, just because of what I find a lot of times. So weekly adjustments in just a few words. You got to think these systems, nobody has hacked the Airbnb algorithm, but it's out there. We try everything we can. So it's good if you're just sitting stagnant, it's good to go in there, maybe add a sentence, take a sentence out. It's not a lot of work, but it's just something in there saying, hey, I'm an active owner. I'm actually looking at my listing. And somehow that does affect the algorithm. So I say, go in there weekly or monthly, just go in there and make some small little tweaks, take a sentence out, add it back next week. I keep a Word document of all my original listings. So sometimes I'll just copy and paste and I'll be done. I'll pull it up in a drive and do it while I'm riding as a passenger in a car. Sometimes I'll just do that. And then in Price Labs one time, a story, I was at the gas station and I happened to pull up my channel manager and I was just like, I'm frustrated. I'm not booked any next week. And I was like, I'm just going to go in. So I went in the seasonal option. I dropped about 15%. By the time I got home from the gas station, I had booked 5 days. So that's the power of just being bored at the gas pump and just make you a couple $1,000s right there just by making one little decision. The other is highlight key amenities in the title. So I see so many times where people say house in Louisville, house in Louisville, house in Louisville. Well, if I'm going to go rent something in Louisville, well, who do I pick? Because that's the first thing you're going to see is the title. So now it's like house in Louisville or the house in Louisville. Which one do I pick? So I say, make your title bold. You can still have the name of your property if it's, I don't know, Kentucky Derby, that's the name of your property. That can still be there, but this is the actual title description that they require you to do when you post your property. So do things like if it's king bed, if you got hot tub, arcade games, pool table, mountain view, you highlight the biggest things you can just in that title because Andrew highlighted it, the attention span is getting shorter and shorter with society. So you need to grab their eye quickly and kind of know exactly what they're looking for. And then everybody has STRs or long-term, whatever you have, they're not proud of them. Nobody ever posts their property and say, hey, look what I've got. I guess we're afraid of haters or lawsuits, liability, but go out and share your property to Facebook pages if you can, to your family. Tell them to go heart your property. Because you got to think, if you're getting hearted like 20 times, then Airbnb and them are going to say, hey, this property really got looked at and someone likes it. They're going to move you up. They're going to change the algorithm for you.
That's
So
pure
go
gold right there.
Yes, go out and make people heart your property. So many times I talk to people and they're like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, share your property. One person in our Freedom Life, I'm like, go in our Freedom Life chat and share your property link. I know every one of us will go and heart it. That's just who we are. We want all of us to succeed. So that's the biggest one I would tell you is to heart your property.
Go
And
to
I'm not-
Walmart, hand out $10 bills if they'll heart your property. Go to Guerrilla
Absolutely.
Marketing.
Just sit on a corner somewhere and and ask for that. And then this is probably one of my trade secrets, and I know Andrew wants me to bring out the best. You write out automated messages to your guest. If I have 365 turns in a year, why would I not ask my guests to heart my property?
Mm.
Okay, so you're missing out on even more leverage. So we talk big on leverage. Leverage your property as much as you can. What I do, this is my sneaky trick. When they first book, I say, welcome, I can't wait for you to join the Smoky Mountains. I tell them, if you don't mind, heart my property, because you may lose the link. And if you heart it, it brings it back to the top of the page for you. So I worded to help them
So
to
smart.
say, you'll be able to find my property again, but the heart is for me. So that's in the first message. In the last message they get when I ask for a review, I say, if you haven't, it's really appreciated if you would heart our property. I ask them twice before they leave my property. So times that by 365. How do you think I keep my properties rented and keep the algorithm going? So if nothing was worth anything on this presentation, that one hands down is the best one that's helped me out. Okay. I said, this is really good stuff. Will says, good. That's what we wanted for you all. Okay, well, let's go into, I call this my free slide, because a lot of times when I do speaking events for sales, they get in the rabbit hole of what's my comps? What do I do to get a property? And I try to tell them, I'm not the guru that's going to get you into short-term rentals. I'm the guru that's you bought the short-term rentals, but it's not making money for you. So now I'm going to come in and make you money, because there's plenty of people that's just going to push it and walk away from you. We're not that kind of people. I'm on the back end saying, hey, let's do this. I like punishment, basically. We like to, it's very challenging, but we like to make you the money. So I throw this in there because everybody always asks about how do I run comps for short-term rentals. So over here to the left, the rental pricing comps, these are a few websites, if I can get my words. Rabbu, you can get in there for free. They might keep throwing up some advertisements, exit out, but Rabbu, you can search the address, put how many bedrooms you want, and you can search the areas around you. You can check off the properties that don't have the amenities that you do. They usually highlight the best in the area. So you really got, if you don't have a pool, don't compare yourself to someone that has a pool. AirDNA is going to cost you. I recently tried to look up the prices. I thought they charged you per zip code. So you just be aware, if you really have narrowed down the area you want, AirDNA is one you can purchase. You got Host Financial and All in the Room. I have not personally used these two, but I did go to their websites, and you can put in the address and get some quick comps. Over here in the box, that's what I love to do the most. When someone calls me and says, I'm thinking about buying this, I had a text message late last night. Someone in Freedom Life's like, hey, I'm about to buy another STR. Do you mind running some comps for me? And I said, yeah, absolutely. Just send me the numbers on what they say they're going to get. And what am I going to do? I'm going to go into Airbnb and Vrbo. I'm going to enter this address, and I'm going to click that I want to personally, I'm flexible. So I pick 1 week, and I'm flexible. So it'll go in and it'll pick several months. So I'll try to get more calendars open, and I go and find who your neighbors are and see what they're booking for. And that's what I find. And sometimes I'll click and say, I want to book their, once you say you want to book 2 nights, you don't have to go through it, but then it'll show their calendar. And if their calendar is grayed out, you know they've got bookings. But if you show up and their whole calendar is black letter numbers, they're not booking. So I know that if someone's selling you some for 100% occupancy, I can tell you, you're not getting 100% occupancy for the month of April. So use the free tools that you can find, and Airbnb and Vrbo already have all the data. You just got to do a little bit more clicking, but go in, say you're flexible. And if it has a pool and a hot tub, say, these are the amenities I want, and it'll start narrowing down the houses just in the region that you're looking for. So it's always good to just check your competition. That's the fastest way for me to get comps for someone. And there's a lot of people that we have not went forward with deals because I'm like, I'm going to tell you the bare minimum. I think it's only going to bring in 32. I think 32,000 a year. The long term, if we use it as a long-term rental, it's going to make about 31,000. So is $1,000 worth buying all the furniture and stuff? So I work with a lot of people in our group to kind of walk through that mentality of spending the money. Is it worth it? Now they can make 60, but just based on looking at their neighbors, if 32 is all I'm seeing, I'm not going to over guesstimate for anybody. I want them to be successful. So that's
good money, bad numbers. And that's something you're going to hear me preach, Ashley preach, everybody who comes on here, guys, you're going to hear us preach that. Is this set up in a way where if everything goes to crap, worst case scenario, we can still make money. And that's what you're hearing Ashley say. Yes, we would love if we can make a $60K a year on a project, except we can't buy it based on those numbers. Remember in 2020, I started seeing people who I knew around me grossly overpaying for properties, grossly over leveraging properties because they were getting stupid amounts of Airbnb rents. And I said, look, it's nice for now, but it's very soon going to come crashing in. If you have a little low occupancy, your whole business crashes. And so as you follow Ashley's systems, it's a twofold thing. I said earlier, no risk, no goodies. And we need to be business savvy. And you're setting yourself up to say, all right, I'm going to get the asset. I know I can make money on it, even if it goes not as planned. And also, if it goes as planned radically well, I'm going to make a crap ton of money. This is very powerful stuff. All right, keep the questions written. Where as Ashley.
Now, this is a good point. I'm about to go into some good stuff, but any questions so far that I can highlight or clarify? I think right now it looks pretty good, Andrew.
Awesome.
Hopefully they're still awake, guys. Okay, so we're gonna go a little bit into guest communication. I told you, like over here, this is pictures of times that me and Christy just went out and enjoyed. You're memory makers. I can't stress that enough. And you're in the hospitality business. And I'm going to tell you so many times, I mentioned it before, owners dread talking to the guest. Your guests are your greatest asset to your property. And I'm going to repeat that. Your guests are the greatest asset to your property because they're your eyes and ears. If you will just control your emotions enough, take in what they're saying, you can keep improving your property. And it's amazing. So many times, I have it still. The cleaners don't clean well and they give me a long list. And I say, you know what? Thank you so much for your communication and your understanding during this time. I'm going to try to do my best to mitigate this. But I say, always never be afraid to communicate to me. I said, this always helps us grow and give a better guest service to the next person. So I lay it on thick. I mean, why not? I mean, they're being respectful in the way that they communicate to me. So I also want to let them know that their communication's heard. I want to make changes, and this is always to grow and to make it better for someone else. And I never have any complaints from the guests. So going into guest communication, automated messages, we highlight it. That's what your channel manager can do. You cannot have enough automated messages to help you. We haven't set it up for Andrew, but another client, we did a channel manager, and they kept getting questions about the lock. Somehow they had a lock box under the house. They had problems getting into it, couldn't get in the door. And I said, why are you keep answering the same question over and over? So we went into the channel manager. We set up a keyword. If it said anything with lock or key, it automatically now spits out a full verbiage on reiterating instructions on how to get to the lock and how to get into the house. And if we have to jiggle the door a little bit, we put that in the instructions. So now every time someone asks that, that message automatically goes out. So now my client doesn't have to sit there and type the same message every time she has a check-in. Pretty genius, huh? That's the power of automated messages. We also did one for, this goes a little bit tangent, but the channel manager we picked for them, it has upsells in it. So I went in there and made a code that if they have an orphan night, that we upsell them that night for 20% off with no additional cleaning fees. And it's awesome because the guests are actually saying, oh, I would love to book that extra night, but I can't. So we're asking them if we're setting it up if the night after they check out is vacant, that upsell goes into their message. So that's already.
Oh, wow. That's powerful.
Yes. So before I was hand typing all of those when I first started at STRs, hand typing every time I saw a vacant night after my guest checked out to ask them that same question. And now AI has got smart and it automatically does it in her messages. So that's awesome. And I get giddy on it just because I know the time it took me to do all that. And for me to spend, I think it took me 10 minutes to set it up for her. She does not ever have to go through that pain. So Vault Lessons, got how many hours a week do you devote to them? So how many hours per week do I devote to my whole STR business or to my clients?
I'm assuming that would mean to your STR business.
Okay. So I think we spend 1 hour a month for QuickBooks, because we have to do the, sorry, Christy says 2 hours because she has to write the checks and send it out. Other than that, I'm on the fly, just answering questions that they come up. Other than that, I'm not doing anything. The cleaners take care of the property. The automated messages are working. Yeah, maybe 1 to 2 hours a month is what she's saying. Because it's not often I'm ever in a pickle to have to do that. What limits the expansion of my business? Nothing limits us. We were buying all of our properties to own them. We haven't went into a sub-2 because in our area it's very strict, but we're open to working with people and doing more. But I was doing property management. I scaled that back. I'm not managing other people's properties, and I'm focusing more on going out and helping clients to build their portfolio. So that's a shift in my career or just in my life, but that doesn't mean anything with the STR business.
Something I want to point out to you guys, we're going to be talking about this afternoon, and we're going to be talking about this tomorrow. Look for the non-traditional revenue streams. Type it in the chat, write it down, NTR, non-traditional revenue. Here's what I mean by that. For Ashley, she has her own properties. She also helps others. She was doing some other tasks that were not, in my opinion, well paid enough for her level of expertise. And I said to her, how do we use your expertise to add more value to the marketplace? If, as we talked about this morning, if someone can add $100,000 to your revenue, would that be worth $10,000? Absolutely, yes. So we start to look at this and say, wait a second, how do we multiply your skills, Ashley's skills, my skill, everyone's skills to be able to leverage it at the highest level? And so what you're going to find is it's a way of life. It's a thought process saying, and this is what I told Ashley, I said, it's not smart to use your brilliant expertise to just manage and get a management fee. What if you could use the same amount of time and help someone build out their automated business like you have ours for a lifetime, for many years, and the automations and the management is then very, very little. And if that can happen, and there's machines and AI that does it, many people I know uh, are in the position, just like a few years ago, I would have gladly for that extra $8, $10, $12,000 a month from our short-term rentals, I would have delighted to put in that extra hour or two a week. Now, of course, in the current position, I'm unable to dedicate that time. The team handles it. I'm grateful for that. But for each of you, understand that you are finding the leverage points. Think of everything in the leverage point of your time and your systems and your life, because that's what we're going to be talking about a lot more as we continue through the rest of today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Andrew. One other question, one automation tool I would buy hands down right now. I have Guesty. I wouldn't recommend that one to you. But Hospitable, I would probably be a cheaper channel manager I would purchase now. And then we buy in our area, but we're not opposed. We've worked with some of the Freedom Lives to buy elsewhere. It's just the deals, the money didn't make sense for those, but we're open to any of that stuff. Respond to guests. Is there another one? Said, what made you choose to focus on helping other people get set up STRs rather than acquire more STRs?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I made her choose that, Austin. Awesome question. No,
Yeah.
I say that a bit jokingly, but and Ashley, you can respond to that. And I want you guys thinking in this way when I talk about leverage, and genuinely, if I was advising Ashley, because she's talked about acquiring more properties, and I've said to her, because I don't believe Ashley finds a lot of pleasure in calling sellers and closing deals, except she does find a lot of pleasure in systems. And so it comes down to two things. Number one, what is the most profitable? What makes sense? And number two, how do I add the most value to the marketplace and enjoy life while doing it? And so my advice to Ashley Austin was that she should absolutely help 20 other people over the next year get 6 figures additional added to their business and make the same amount of money as she would adding maybe 2 or 1 property to her business, doing what she doesn't enjoy as much. And this is the thought process I want you guys thinking, because I get access to lines of credit. We love to fund deals for and with students. Why? Not because I can't just put the money in my own deals and make more money. I can, but it gives me leverage, which comes back to key. How do I help more people? But go ahead and give your perspective on that. But that's my perspective.
No, you're right on. And a lot of people are like, well, why don't you have 100 and some? And if you're coaching it or teaching it, and I'm like, if I had that many, I would never be able to give you the value I own now. I would be so deep in the operations that I can't do it. And being deep in the operations don't fill my bucket. I am a people person. I love going out talking. I love educating people. This fills my bucket. Once you get into real estate, you may get so many properties and realize that teaching and coaching for you is filling your bucket. So you just have to do what feels right for you all. Probably gauging based on my experience. You have to have your own experience, but just know if I kept buying right now, I wouldn't have listened to Andrew and you wouldn't be here hearing what I have to say today. So it comes full circle. Everything's meant to happen for a reason. And I just trust that faith and spiritual guidance just guides me there. I don't deviate from what they say. So respond to guests, get 5-star reviews automatically. My checkout letter, yes, it has a few things saying, hey, please do this before you leave. But I always ask my guests, please give me a 5-star review. And I educate them in that letter because 5-star review, if you think about it, most people think it's still in their mind, they're thinking 1 through 10. So I educate them and say, just realize that this is how Airbnb views 1 through 5. And I basically tell them what it says in their procedure. If they give you a 1-star review, basically it means burn down your property and rebuild. That's how strict their 1 through 5 is. 4 says you would never advise anybody to go rent there again. And I'm like, that's really harsh. But I teach them in that checkout letter about this is a 20% scale. So if you hit me with a 4 and don't give me an opportunity to change it, then that really hurts our business. So don't be afraid to give them that. And Christy did something great. She went on Etsy, right? And she bought the magnets of what Airbnb meant by 1 star 1 through 5, and we put it on all of our refrigerators in our properties. So we're reiterating to them of what 5 star really means. So if you don't like your income, then if you don't like your outcome, then influence your outcome. That's what we were doing. We were influencing our outcome. So create your guidebooks. You want to say anything on that one, Andrew?
No, I think it's good. And I think, it's thinking of those little things. How do we get renewals? How do we get people coming back again and again? How do we educate people on how it helps us to give 5-star reviews? How do we empower them to be able to? How do we give them that 5-star experience? And it comes down to, how much you want this business to be a part. Because this is not a business for everybody. There's a reason I only have what, 1, 2, 3 short terms, I think, and a fourth one in the works. Because my team runs it all, but it's not our main business. And so I think for each of you, I see Austin asked how many STRs is realistic to own without burning all your time. And my perspective on that, if I was starting out, of course, I would absolutely do it with the 2-3 hours a week that Ashley's talking about. Hop in every week, check the messages, and do that. Well, could you do that times 10? Probably, but where is your enjoyment of life? And so for me, it's about having the team to do it. And this is a tool. If you're playing the money game and doing 10 deals a month, I don't recommend making this your main business. But if you have a nice house or 2 or 3 and you want to add 6 figures, or you want to do like I did and say, how does this Monopoly piece move and play with that Monopoly piece? That's the strategies and the mindsets I want to show you guys.
Absolutely. And I think when Andrew says he's got 3 and 4 on the way, I worked with his team. I did not work with Andrew to do anything with his property. So when you get to a certain point, you've got to know in your business, when do you need to start leveraging other people's expertise? The people that I started with, one assistant I think Andrew had, and they end up going with another, I don't know what you call it. I'm going to say assistant, but another person on your team, Andrew. And then we talked. I actually still know them. Every time I go to Louisville, I call them and I'm like, hey, you want to hang out? So anywhere that I work with, I try to build relationships with, because you never know where they'll take me. And I also get feedback from them, because if you get someone that has more properties, well, guess what? That's more guest communication, right? I'm getting their feedback. So I just talked to them recently and did a Price Labs tutorial with them just randomly. I was like, hey, do you want to learn a little bit more about Price Labs? And they're like, yeah. So we jumped on a call, and I got a lot more feedback about things that they've run into that I haven't seen. So it's good to keep those communications and feedback. So I'm always accepting more and more information, because anything we do, Andrew, from the time he started to now, real estate is evolving. We can't just say, this is the bubble I'm going to stay in and it's never going to change. We're going to constantly keep having to change. And that's why people like us that have more flexibility and time, we're going out there getting as much information from a variety of different people with STR, so we can come back and give you good information. And any of my clients, I'm like, if you don't want to take a risk, I go into my properties and I do what I think would work for them, and I test it on my systems. So you actually have a 100% beta tester that you work with. So that's pretty amazing. Yeah, to have someone to work with. So going into your guidebooks, Airbnb is the only one that does guidebooks, but that attracts your clients for free. Like, you don't have to do anything. It used to be I had to go take all the pictures, write the sentence structure, but now every time I go eat somewhere different up in the Smokies, I go in my guidebooks and I search the property and I hit yes, and it'll automatically say, where do we go? Apple Barn. We went to Applewood Barn, or something like that. And when I got done eating, I said, hey, I'm going to put this on my guidebook. So I searched the Apple Barn and I hit go, and all of a sudden now it shows up in my restaurants. I didn't do anything. I just ate there and I was like, hey, I'm just going to add it to my guidebook. But that lets my guests know that at least everything on my guidebook I have went to and I've tested for them. Request guest feedback. This is a big one. Anytime I work with someone, I tell them, if you're not comfortable with getting guest feedback, I tend to waver from working from them. Because the first thing I'm going to do right away, if your property doesn't have high ratings, I go in there and I set up an automatic message right from the get-go. Right when they check in, they get an automated message from me saying, hello, welcome to our home or our cabin or our property. We're always trying to continue. Well, first, I think I highlight we're under new management, even though it's the same owner, but I highlight that. We're under new management and we're trying to do everything we can to improve this property. What would be some key items that you would suggest that would make a better stay, or stuff that you think we could add in the future that would make this stay better? Did that take too long? And that message goes out to every person that books when they're working with me. Eventually I take it off, but right there, I was able to tell the person that I'm working with, and within 2 weeks, a suggestion list. And it's not saying go out and buy everything, but we make that list, and then you can start making your yearly goals on, okay, this I need to replace. This would be something cheap I could add now. But use your guests to your advantage. I can't stress that enough in this. I use my guests every chance I can to get their feedback, because they're in there taking showers, they're playing our games, they're on the property. Guess who's going to be able to give you the most feedback? It's going to be your guests. And then automate guest reviews, we highlighted earlier. I do not want to write 365 5-star. This person was great, communicated on time, left the property clean. I do not want to type that many times. So all these items is to get your time back, and it's free resources. It's all free. All you have to do is send them an additional message. So I know y'all are saying, what's the best automation? This is an automation. This is just communicating with what's already established with your guest. Okay. So now we're getting to any questions on this one. I think
This is good. Keep going.
okay. Okay, how do we optimize your listing for profit? Paint the perfect picture with your listing details. So basically, I tell everybody, be your Bob Ross. If you had to paint your property in the best feature, then do it. Paint the best picture for your property. Think about a resume. When you go out to the job, a lot of times we tend to hold back, but what do you want to tell the people you want to work for? You want to highlight every good thing about yourself, right? Well, think of writing a resume for your property. That's the best analogy I could probably give you. Highlight everything that is great about this property and showcase it. And then put it in your listing detail. So I take clients and I optimize their listings for them and I make it true. So I'm going to walk you through an exercise. If I was to click on Airbnb right now, we've already established locations. So let's say that's out of the question. I know I want to go to Louisville and I'm already in the Louisville area. So what's the next thing they pull up? They pull up a screen with probably 25 listings on a page, and they all have a picture and then a description. What is the first thing people are going to do? They're going to pick the best picture. So a lot of people put a picture of the front of their house. We're not realtors. We're not agents. We're not bound by MLS standards where we have to put the picture of the front of the house. So I always tell people, why are you showing the front of your house? What's so special about that? So that's immediately the first thing I change. We showcase the best thing of your property. I think maybe a month ago, Andrew, I asked them to go behind your hot tub, take a picture of the hot tub overlooking the pool, and make that y'all's cover photo. Because I said you need to that's highlighting two of the major features of your property right away without just saying it's the front of the house. Because if someone showed you a brick house with a blue door and showed you a pool that's heated in the winter, I think you're going to lean toward the pool because that's going to be the shiny object that catch your eye. The next thing, once they've narrowed down, I like these 5 pictures because they all got great amenities. Then they're going to look at the title description, and that goes back to the previous slides. If it says house in Louisville, house in Louisville, house in Louisville, hot tub, king bed, arcade games, do you think I'm going to pick the the house in Louisville? No, I'm going to go to the one that already has the picture I like. Then I'm going to pick the subtitle or the description that highlights the amenities in the title. Then we start getting to the nitty gritty. Then when they click on the property, and I've paid lots of money to have people optimize for me to learn. So what are they going to do? They're going to read your description. We've already established we have no attention span in right now in America. It's got to be quick and we got to go. So if all your good details is in a paragraph form, they're done. They're gone. They're not going to read it from you. So what I do when I optimize people's listings, I go in and I tell you, what is everything good about your property you love? And I go and do some emoji and I highlight. That's the first thing I do. So the title will have all the highlighted bullet point key points of that property. So if I lost them in paragraphs, I will not lose them in bullet point. They'll be like, oh, okay, okay. Oh, high-speed internet. They got a workstation. They have games. I'm going to win them. So that's walking you through the perspective of renting a property. Because sometimes we forget. We just book hotels. We don't think twice about it because we travel so much. But slow down and think. That's really walking you through their eyes. And that's how I optimize the listings. I try to get their attention as fast as I can and hold it for as long as I can.
Love that.
The other thing for optimizing the guest, if the client I'm working with or the owner does not tell me everything or the truth, I will always find the truth. I will find it in your guest reviews. So a lot of times I'll go in there and I'll probably read the first several pages and I can already tell you how the owner acts to the guest, how they take care of their property, and what their response like. One response that was given is the fire alarm was going off and it was told to them to put in earplugs. I can tell you now that I could already say a lot about who is either the owner or whoever's operating that business. So the guest reviews tell all, and guess what? People love reading reviews. When they Google search, are they going to look at the 1-star reviews or are they going to look at the 4.5 and up? So it's the same way with you. People are going to read the reviews. If you've made it all the way through the highlighted key features, the next thing they're going to do is be like, well, what does people really say about this property? And then they're going to start reading and reading, and they're going to be like, that can discourage them really quickly. So I love taking advantage of the reviews, and that's how I go in and right away correct the wrongs, I would say. One time I had a consultation, and in 10 minutes, I think I had 10 minutes before the call because they wanted to jump on real quick. It met their time frame. So I was like, okay, well, just send me your address. Well, in 10 minutes, I came to that call. We talked for quite a bit. I knew them personally. And they were like, how'd you know all that about my property? And I was like, because your guest reviews told me everything. So whether we like it or not, your listing is an open book. And also be transparent. From my personal experience, the first property we bought, I didn't realize it at the time, but later we realized it was next to a landfill and a composting center. The landfill did not stink, but the composting center did. And I constantly got reviews. Oh, it stinks up here. Bad reviews. It stinks. So I hid from that and I was scared to address it. And then finally one day I was like, I'm done. I'm ripping off the Band-Aid. So my listing description is very long. I actually have disclaimers in the bottom. There's a lot of construction in the Smoky Mountains. They're always building. So I put, you will hear loud construction. And I also put that you may smell all in Pigeon Forge because we have a composting facility nearby. I have yet to get any more messages about the smell anymore. So that's a lesson to learn from me for not being transparent. It bit me for many years and it stressed me out. And I'm like, why did I even go that long? So I always tell my clients, I'm like, let's just be transparent. The worst they can do is read the description, not like it, and go on. But you're being very honest with them, and that's all they want is honesty. Okay. I'll look at some of the questions. Okay, so one of them said, do you automatically email previous guests that might have used your STR like an annual event, for example? Just wondering how important repeat business guests are. You can. I don't collect. They don't give the emails. They used to. I don't think they give emails out anymore, but there is an app you can get that will pull all that information. And if you have a funnel created, you can funnel all these people. I'm just in an area that I don't have to worry about repeat business, just because we get about 3 to 4 million tourists a year. So it's always an abundance of people coming to the area. So my areas will be a little bit different, but I do work with people that have funneled the emails and they use it through a funnel system. So I can, I don't have it right here in front of me, but I have it wrote down on another page because we looked into that system. I don't know if it'll tie to your channel manager, but it'll tie to your iCal through Airbnb and Vrbo and somehow pull out the emails from them. Okay, let's talk about cash flow strategy. I'm an engineer by heart, so I always tell all my guys, anyone I've ever worked with, we lead with data, not emotion. You'll hear a testimonial next of how they were about to spend a lot of money to redo their property, and they really didn't need to. We got it turned around. So I analyzed 2 years of their performance. This alone, this is what pays for me for all the people I work with, because I can find the gaps between the months, the years, and I analyze a lot of data from there. Customized revenue tracking sheets. I pull in from their channel manager and I set up my own spreadsheets, and I look at the data in a lot of different ways just to understand. I do income versus occupancy versus nightly rate. So I have 3 different ways of generating the data to see how it works for me. And I'm big on patterns, so I look for patterns. So setting up price labs, it's about $20 a month per property. If you do more than one, they'll cut you a deal, they discount you. The big thing in price labs, take advantage of the orphan nights. They have that feature in there. Far out bookings. Some people roll their eyes at me at events, but anybody that's a far out booking, I ask for more. They have to book their time longer. So I'm usually a 2-night rental. I don't mind. I ask them to do 3 nights for far out bookings, and anybody that's far out bookings, I charge 20% more. And you may say, well, that seems mean or not fair, but in our area, people like to book out all your holidays, and then they'll wait right up to the last minute for the cancellation and then drop your property, and it's not enough time to rebook it. So I always upcharge to prevent them from going out and getting major holidays. You can hide your holidays until a month before and then surcharge it, but that is a risk for that. So there's a lot of little strategies I try and test out. Seasonal calendar, that is one that you can add certain events to your price labs. And then also seasonal calendar, you can go in, let's say your month of May is doing really good. You're at 60% and you're like, oh my gosh, it's only one weekend. You can go in there for that whole month and increase your price by 20%. Or the opposite effect, if it's 2 weeks in and you haven't booked anything, you could go in there and say, for the whole month of this stay, I want to reduce it by 15%. So you can utilize the systems to kind of help move your tracking, and then set up multiple platforms. So many people come to me, it's like, I just got Airbnb, I don't need anything else. And I'm like, why not? Why not set up Vrbo? Why not do multiple platforms? The last person I worked with, we set up Vrbo. It's a free app. They made $800 right away, just setting it up. So that was $800 they wouldn't have made. You would hope that Airbnb would come through and make that $800, but so it's little things like that. And I threw out my spreadsheet for the data-driven people, but this is how I track so much stuff.
Any of my thinker brains, you can screenshot this.
Yeah. So my spreadsheets track a lot of stuff. When clients come to me with their 2-year data, I do a donut tracking system. I like to track how many days they have not booked for the whole year. And a lot of times it's like 30 to 40%. But when you look at a calendar, you're like, oh, it looks full. But when you look in the weeds, you're like, well, you lost 2 days here, 2 days here, 2 days here. They're orphan nights, but you say you have a 3-night minimum. Why? Why are you losing 2 days? So that's where I can go in and we can really get you some money.
That's awesome.
So I worked with Suzanne Moore, still working with her. I tell her, I'm like your personal little ninja.
Suzanne's amazing, by the way.
I
She's
know,
part
she
of
is.
my family.
I was like, I've got it in the background. I was like, I check your stuff before I go to work. When I come home, I check it, and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool. So for Suzanne, she'll tell you a little bit more, but we booked 28 days in 2 weeks of signing up. We got 28 days booked. She had her ROI in 2 weeks with me. So I'm definitely undercharging. Thanks. And then right now we're at 100% 5-star reviews from the day we started. And then one fun fact, I don't highlight it, but I think it took me 3 days to get her fully optimized. We got her on page 1 in 3 days of Airbnb.
That's a feat. That's crazy.
So Andrew tells me I should really market it. I was like, no, I need to track it. I need a statistic on that. But that's Andrew always gets me. So I'm going to unplug my mic and go ahead and play Suzanne's testimonial.
I just want to take a quick moment and tell you how much Ashley and Christy's short-term rental expertise has changed the game for me in my short-term rental property. So I'm a realtor in Central Oregon. I sell short-term rental properties all the time. I have one of my own, and mine was doing fine until like 3 years in. And then I started getting a few 4-star reviews, and I freaked out and talked to an interior designer. And I was about to embark on a 6-figure remodel before I talked to Ashley and Christy, and they changed the game for me for a fraction of the price. And basically what happened was my March 2025 went from 0 days booked to only 3 days vacant in the span of 2 weeks. And I am not exaggerating. These two have the experience personally with their own short-term rentals. They've helped other investors get way better results with their short-term rentals, and I am absolute proof of that. They helped me set up a VRBO site in addition to my Airbnb listing. They helped me optimize my Airbnb listing so that it was higher up on the algorithm. They helped me with making sure that I don't have double bookings with a direct booking website. And they helped me select the right tools that I need as a DIY self-manager to help me keep track of everything, provide a very seamless and wonderful guest experience, and make sure that everything is flowing smoothly. And ever since I started working with Ashley and Christy, I have received 5-star reviews with guests that are so excited about their experience, can't wait to come back, and it has completely changed the game for me to have worked with these two. So if you are contemplating working with Ashley and Christy, I say absolutely go for it. You will be paid back with revenues and return on your investment in no time, because these ladies know what they're doing. They're experts, and they will help you find and streamline your processes so that it takes less of your time and returns more to your pocketbook.
Big virtual round of applause for Suzanne. That's amazing. Suzanne is such a sweetheart. I'm so happy that she's succeeding like that, and that you was able to transform her B&Bs kind of like you did ours. And that's powerful.
Yeah, so it was fun working with Suzanne, and who would want someone who would definitely pay me to get a 5-star review on a double booking.
Yes, because I've never got a 5-star on a double booking, but I haven't got any double bookings since working with
So
you.
we pulled off a 5-star review on a double booking. I don't think she'll mind me telling this story. I know we might be tight on time, but she texted me and she said, "Oh no, I forgot I had booked the property after you set up all the systems." So it was a direct booking of her own. And I said, "Okay, no worries. We can work this out. I'm calm and chalant in my house." And I noticed she didn't message me, and I was like, "Well, we can do that. Let's just start emailing them ahead of time before they show up." And then I log into her systems, and I'm like, "Oh, the double booking is now." The message said, "Hello, I'm in the driveway and there's someone in the house that I'm supposed to rent."
Oh, darn.
Suzanne's network is amazing. She ended up getting up with another owner that had a property, luxury, I'm telling you. So I said, "Do you want me to call this guy and we get this sorted?" She said, "Yes, would you?" She's all upset. So I called him and I said, "You know what? I apologize for what's happened, but I am so excited. We've upgraded you to a luxury cabin, and I think you're going to love this far better. And are you okay with that? And he's like, yeah, okay. Well, then he gets there and then I see the messages. He's like, this place is nice.
That's awesome.
So we ended up with a 5-star review on something that was just purely innocent. So then from there, I created a direct booking website for her through her channel manager. So I said, please send all your direct bookings through here. So if you don't make mistakes, we can't learn from them. So I'm glad that did happen. And we were able to recover very nicely from that one.
Well, how can these beautiful folks get a hold of you?
Oh, I've got a QR code at the end of the slide that you can check into my calendar.
Can you put it up?
Yeah. Let me slide on
So-
over. I know we're getting.
What Ashley is going to do for you guys is she is going to have a strategy session with you if you are looking to get either Airbnbs going, or you already have some long-term rentals or short-term rentals you want to ramp up. She normally charges for this, but she has generously agreed, because you're our people and you're here, to give you a free 30-minute session on increasing your revenues in your portfolio. And I think that's a powerful thing. And I know that for each of you, as you're stepping into this next level of business, and we're going to be talking about how you're going to collect deeds. So if you don't have a property yet, and you're going, I want to talk to her when I do get a property, scan the code, book a call, have a chat with her. You're going to be in Louisville with us, right?
Absolutely. I'm gonna be there on the 14th. So definitely come
Beautiful.
find
So
me.
we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be hanging out in Louisville with Ashley and Christy. What's some additional things here in the couple of minutes we have? What's any additional things that anybody here needs to know about you when they're booking this consultation you've been so generous to offer?
I just know I'm going to come with a lot of customer service. I'm very direct, so I hope you don't mind that.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. But I want to make sure it's a good fit. I want you to have just as much fun working with me as I do with you. I love data. If you're not a data person, it doesn't matter. I'm in the background doing those numbers for you and giving you the spreadsheets that you need to be successful in the future. And then if you have teams, I think a lot of people are maybe not at that step, but I do help people with teams, and we get you aligned and get them trained. Imagine
That's
having multiple of me working for you. I mean, that's the object, is to take what I've got in my brain and get it into you all.
That's powerful, and get it into the AI, training the
Yeah.
AI systems. And I think that's the powerful thing here. So I am, so any questions in the 60 seconds or so we have left, type them in the chat. I want to, again, just thank you. Thank you, Ashley, for transforming mine and Leo's business. We talk about it so often that you transformed our short-term rental business. And, buying hundreds of properties, I was proud of myself, but I couldn't figure out this stupid short-term rental crap. It was just too brain taxing for me, and I didn't have the patience. So thank you for helping us with that. Elizabeth asked, if I don't have 2 years of rental histories, can you still help me?
Absolutely. We can go off of what you have.
Elizabeth, scan that QR code and book the call with Ashley. Elizabeth is so incredible, by the way. Have you guys met Elizabeth yet?
I don't think I have.
Oh my goodness. I think she's going to be in Louisville with us. She's
Great.
amazing. She is somebody who's hung around us for a while and just absolutely getting taken off. And Elizabeth, you're gonna have to smack me if I get this wrong, but I believe she's 82 years young.
Nice.
And so very, very good time. I'm dangerous. I can't see your beautiful smiling face. 81. I was close. But I swear she looks and sounds like 37. So she's incredible. You're going to have a fun time with Elizabeth. And for any of you who take advantage of that opportunity to capture a half an hour of Ashley and Christy's brilliance. And, one or two of you are going to wind up working with them for a long time, and they're going to add 6 figures to your revenue, to your business. And that's what I want for you. That's what this summit is about, is getting you to that next level. So one more virtual round of applause for Ashley for being here with us. Thank you so much. Any final words of wisdom?
What you put into it's what you get out of it.
Powerful. Thank you so much, Ashley, for being here. Thank you
Thank
for
you all
sharing
for the invite.
your brilliance. And I am excited to see you in a few short days.
Yeah, we're coming up Saturday, so we're gonna have a good 5 days in Louisville.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, we'll have a good time. We'll see you
And
very
happy early
soon.
birthday.
Thank you. And tell Christy hello from me. You're coming to the birthday party, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. All right. I'll see you there, my friend. We'll talk very soon. Bye, Christy.
Bye. See
Ashley.
you guys. Thank you.
Bye for now. Amazing. That's a lot of fun. All right. Every one of you, I wanna do a little exercise here with you while Ashley, thank you again so much. Everybody, if you're in a virtual place to do so, stand up with me. I know we can't see you, but stand up with me. And if you're in a place to do so, take a deep breath. Stand up, stretch out. Showing my belly there. Sorry about that. All right. So stretch to the right. Again, if you're in a place to do so, do it with me. Stretch to the left. Now, why do I do that? Touch your toes if you want. Why do I do that? Because there is something about the external that affects the internal massively. When we go to do seller calls, I'm going to be sharing with you in a moment how we find properties. Already been messaging people on Facebook Marketplace. We're going to be talking about how we turn them to profits, but I used to get so freaking terrified. By the way, type it in the chat now. I want to hear, after that little exercise we just did, how's the energy 1 out of 10? All right, I can feel my energy. It just absolutely increases when we do that. It's a thing that happens when we physically exert a level of energy. We put ourselves in a state of positivity. We put ourselves in a state of ready to go. And so I used to get terrified before I got on the phone call, and then I would verbally say, this is going to be a great call. This is probably going to make me like $30,000. This is going to be so much fun. This seller's going to love me. And I would say those things to myself, and I'd feel like an idiot. But I would say those things to myself because that's what gave me the mental tenacity to get the next call. After somebody cussed me out, after somebody told me to hit the road, after all of the things that would happen when you're doing these calls. So I want to show you guys something. I actually don't normally do this, but I'm gonna dial a couple of these leads that I messaged right before lunch. This was not in the agenda, but I want to do this because I think it's going to be a cool. Hey there, yes, just had a couple questions. What's the best phone number to reach you? Question mark. Let's see. House listed. Okay, let's try it. We're just going to dial. I don't know if they're going to answer. This was not in the agenda. I'm getting ready to go over the script, and I just like to practice what I preach here for you guys real quick. If somebody will answer. Nope, no answer there. All right, I'm gonna go to the next one. Call 270-855-1804. All right, let's see if Carmen answers. These are messages I just sent right before. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey there, this is Andrew calling about the house on Jackson.
Uh-huh.
Is this Carmen?
No, this is Miguel.
Okay, Miguel. Do you own the house or Carmen?
Both of
Awesome. Let me ask you this. What kind of work does the house need?
Oh, it needs all inside,
Yeah.
all the work inside, yeah.
Okay. And then is there a debt on it or taxes owed, or is it free and clear?
What is that?
Is there a mortgage on it or you own it outright?
I'm on it.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you this. If we was to agree on all the details, what's the least you would take on the purchase price, Miguel?
We try to take 2,000 lease.
I'm sorry?
2,000 lease.
Oh, so 18,000?
Uh-huh.
18,000. Okay. 18. Okay. Would you entertain if I was to buy it from you and pay the 18,000, would you do an owner financing where we pay you every month until we pay you off the 18,000 in full?
No, I want the cash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is the power and water on?
No, no.
Okay. How long have they been off?
Maybe almost a year, I think.
Not over a year though?
No.
Okay. All right. Would you, if I pay cash and close whenever you want, would you take 10,000?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You would take 10?
No, no. Uh-uh.
How close to 10,000 could you get if I pay all closing?
You say you try to keep me 10,000 for it?
Yeah, how close to 10,000 can you get?
No, no.
What's the lowest?
It's what I told you.
Little language barrier. Would you take 17? It's listed for 20,000.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. How much do you think I'd have to put into to it on the inside to get it up to?
No, I got the picture. If you want, I can send it to you.
Yes,
Because
please.
yeah, already I take all the, the plaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to patch it. That's why I take all the plaster inside.
Okay. Cool. How many square foot is it?
I'm not sure how many square foot on it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If you don't mind, send me those photos. Are you going to send them to me text or are you going to send them to me in the Facebook Messenger?
No, on the text.
Perfect. As soon as I get those, then we'll talk again and we'll go from there.
This is your number?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I can text on this number.
Perfect. Thanks so much, brother. I'll talk very soon.
Yep.
Okay. Bye for now. All right. So that's a little cheap house in Evansville that needs a lot of work. So sometimes those come up and we contract them, close them. Power if it's been off over a year.
Good afternoon, this is Jordan.
Good afternoon. It's Andrew Schlag calling you about the house we was messaging about on Messenger. How you doing?
Doing well, what's yourself?
I'm doing awesome. And your name was Jordan? Jordan. Awesome, Jordan. That Owensboro house, what can you tell me about it? It looks like it's in pretty newly renovated shape. Is that accurate?
Yeah, my husband and I live there with our family. We bought it in 2021. We did a total interior remodel on it that same year. In 2024, the fall of last year, we did the exterior remodel. So
Can you all hear it okay? Give me a yes or a thumbs up. Make sure that you can hear it.
a separate HVAC system, a newly built deck, a pool, a hot tub, fire pit, new roof, new tankless water heater, new French doors on the back patio. Yeah, so we've done a ton of work to it. I recently just took a job in Bowling Green, Kentucky for Chamber of Commerce. So
Congratulations. The Corvette Museum. Nice.
commuting daily, and yeah, so we got it listed and have full intentions of our kids starting school there in August.
Okay, very cool. How soon are you looking to sell it if you come across the right buyer? Just right away?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. We could be out immediately, literally.
Okay.
We have another home under contract in Bowling Green.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome. Let me ask you this. I have a couple others in Owensboro, and this one caught my eye. Would you all be in a position to entertain where we buy it from you and cover the mortgage payment on it until we pay you off when we resell it down the line?
It's a VA loan.
Okay. What's the interest rate?
Oh, awesome. 2.34%.
That's what I like to hear. Okay. What's the go ahead.
Bowling Green is contingent on this one selling.
So you're going to use your VA loan for the Bowling Green.
Absolutely, yes.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we would, because the way we normally do it, because of course we pay cash sometimes and fix and flip them when they need a lot of work. But nice ones like this, we usually do it on taking over the debt. Of course, taking advantage of those 2% and 3% interest rates. But if you're needing a VA loan for the new property, then that would kill that opportunity. So.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time and I thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right. We'll talk soon. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Now, I want to make a couple of notes about this call, and we can keep going. I enjoy doing these, but I have so much to teach, and so I just want to share. This is a house. It's a very nice house in Owensboro, Kentucky. They did the backyard, the whole pool deck and hot tub, and so Owensboro, $300,000 house is a very nice house there. Okay. Now, here's the thing I want to point out, though. As you're doing this, as you're calling these sellers, our objective is to solve their challenges. Our objective is to solve the seller's challenges. The fact that she has a VA loan, they have a VA loan, the only way we could buy the house and take over is we would take over the VA loan, take over that 2.34% interest rate, which would be amazing, but then they would have to get an FHA loan or some other type of loan for the new home. There's two things. Number one, we should follow up on that in 2 or 3 weeks. The system Connor is going to show you guys tomorrow will send all the auto texts and follow up with her consistently for us. And number two, if you're taking notes, write it down. Number two, this is going to be powerful because I want you to remember as you're talking to sellers, write it down, become the connector. And what do I mean by that? This is a $317,000 house. They need to sell it. We're not going to buy it because unless they come back around and say, yes, we'll sell it on let you take over the debt, which is possible, by the way. It happens. It happens sometimes. But assuming that doesn't come back around and we don't take over the debt, we then are going to follow up because we very well may, because multiple houses are in this area. And this is the network I want you guys thinking about building. We very well may come around and somebody calls in one of our houses and they say to us, hey, I'm looking to buy a house in Owensboro. I am pre-approved for $300,000. And we say, oh my goodness, I don't have that house right now, but actually I just seen one. What about this one? And we can connect them up with the right people in the right places. So for each of you on here, I want you understanding that you are the connector. Become a connector, because how many hands you shake is going to determine how much money you make, how many phone calls you have, how many conversations you're able to have. How have I done over 500 deals? By having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of conversations, probably thousands actually. So that's what I want to see for you guys, is how to level up those conversations, how to put yourself in a position of being able to consistently connect, grow, and build. All right. And we're going to be sharing some very exciting things. I want to note this for you before we go along. This is the script. Darn it, where'd it go? Here we go. This is the script that Caleb is going to be giving you, or Judy, or whoever you talk to or going to be talking to. One of the scripts. This is not the $1 million script. This is not the closing script. This is the opening call script. And so when you are calling the Facebook people, you heard me take that one through to completion to where it's no deal. There's only 3 outcomes for every single closing call, which I'll tell you in a moment. If you're taking notes, though, write down opening call. What's the 3 main things we find out on the opening call? Number 1, we want to verify price. We want to find out condition. Number 2. Number 3, we want to find out debt information and if they'll take payments. So when you're filling these out, in fact, for those of you who we end up working together, and I'm calling your deals for you, you're going to be sending me a version of this, either this version or the version from the automated CRM, and it's going to have this information. Where did the lead come from? Facebook Marketplace, the crappiest leads, outbound calls, inbound calls. When did you talk to them? Owner's name, I like to address them by their name. The address. Is there a debt on the property? Do you know how much you owe? Getting through all this information and then any notes about the property. All of that's right here. Because if we know the condition, we know the price, the basic information, and is there a debt? And this is the key. If it's free and clear or the loan balance is less than $35,000 excuse me. If it's free and clear or there's more than $35,000 difference between the debt and the ask price, you're going to ask them, if we can pay a great price and close whatever you want, pay all closing costs, are you in a position to take monthly payments till we pay you off in full? If the asking price is close to the debt amount, you're going to say, will you sell the house for what you owe on it? By the way, once you get this information and send this over, we can turn deals consistently to contracts. On average, you heard me talk to a couple of sellers there. It on average takes me off of outbound calls, 20-something calls to get a deal, to get a contract. And on average on inbound calls, every 7 to 11, all the way down to, in some cases, bandit signs are up to 5. But let's say it's 20, let's say it's 30. This is where I want to teach you the chunk it down theory. Let's imagine that your average profit, instead of 52,000 like ours is 30,000. And let's say on average, instead of 10 conversations like mine is to get a deal, let's say it's 50. Your freedom number earlier, I want to go back to this. Your freedom number earlier that you wrote out. If your average profit is 30,000, not 52, and if it takes you 50 calls to get a contract, a deal, not 10 or 7 or 11, how many calls do you need to make per month to get your freedom number? I'm going to ask it a different way. If your freedom number, just for simple math, was 30,000 a month, that means you need 1 deal a month. If your average profit is 30,000. If your objective is 30,000 a month and you have to make 50 phone calls to get there, well, there's about 25 weekdays in a month, give or take, depending on the month. Would you be willing to talk to 2 sellers a day, like I just did right there in front of you? 2 sellers a day, knowing the majority of them was going to be no's, but the minority was going to be yeses that would pay you $30K a month. Would you be willing to make the 2 calls a day like I just did in front of you right now for an extra $30K a month? Give me a yes in the chat if you would. Now, I like to simplify things. I like to break it down. I like to make make it make sense. I'm passionate about this because I remember what it was like to be stuck, not knowing where the money for my bills was going to come from, feeling overwhelmed, feeling stressed out, feeling anxiety, being overchecked. I remember all of that feeling, except sales solves all. Something happens when we begin to put ourselves in the path of progress. Opportunity comes to us, deals come to us, and flow comes to us. And as you step into a new level of flow, as you step into a new level of opportunity, as you step into doing the uncomfortable, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, you're going to notice opportunities that begin to come your way. All right. There's a lot more I want to cover. We're going to be talking tomorrow about getting lease options, how I find buyers, how I get non-refundable deposits consistently. We're going to be talking tomorrow about how we automate the business. We're going to talk about where to get the freaking money. Type it in the chat, GTFM, and how David got me and Leo access to tens of thousands of dollars of business credit, how he's got hundreds of thousands of dollars of business credit for a lot of the people in our world. It's incredible. So my objective is that you are taking away some clarity on what is it that I can do? What's the path of least resistance to success? I'm going to show you a quick example. I think this will be a powerful thing. So where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we go. So I'm going to show you some more deals. Last month, for the mastermind, we done a fun run, and we called and closed deals and or contracted deals in mastermind. Over 30 deals contracted last month around the community. Crazy. Over 30 deals in 1 month. And for all of you, I want to show you as these deals come to you, we don't know what they're going to be until we ask questions. We don't make offers. We ask great questions. Type it in the chat. Ask great questions. All right. On the home stretch of day one, almost in the books of the Wealth Summit. This is a house that come to us from a paper lead ad. The house was needing work a little bit. It wasn't in the tippy top shape. And it had a Section 8 tenant who'd been there for 20 something years. The gentleman calls us, had a conversation kind of like I just did with those two people, which by the way, he just texted me those photos I asked him for, Mr. Miguel. So I'll look at those and we'll determine what to do with that. See what he... Oh, he's got it gutted down to the studs. Check it out. Where'd it go? There we go. Check that out. He's got it gutted. I don't know if you guys can see that, but he's got it gutted and down to the studs. That's going to be too big of a project. I don't do rehabs anymore. You can. Fix and flips are a real thing. I used to do them all the time. I retired from them. So 6:30 Madison comes along. And we didn't make a deal. 2 years later, type it in the chat. Follow up is key. Follow up is key. Guys, I'm telling you, if you keep your word, you call people back when you say, and you keep open communication, you'll be ahead of 95% of your competition. Follow up is key. That's the difference maker. 6:30 Madison, 2 years later, Randy calls me and he says to me, Mr. Schlag. And I said, hello. He said, this is Randy. I don't know if you remember me, but we talked 2 years ago. And I said, awesome. How can I help you? He said, I have that house over at 6:30 Madison, and I was wondering if you would give, if that was something you would be willing to buy from me still. And I said, well, I don't know. What can you tell me about the house? So we go through, we have a conversation, and we dig in, and we agree to buy the house. And I think this is going to be very powerful for you. So I'm going to actually look it up real quick if I can and share it with you, because I think this is going to be something when you start to ask questions and you start to make it simple. What we used to believe was difficult suddenly becomes super simple. And as you can now see, this business is just math. I said earlier, money is math. And how do we consistently position ourselves in a place to where we can do deals with taking the guesswork out? How do we position ourselves to be able to do deals where we move it in a way that every single month we know the money is math? As long as I talk to 50 sellers, on average, X amount are going to close and turn to deals. All right, I found it for you guys. I'm going to share it. So this deal right here, this deal, I ended up buying for $81,500, $1,500 down, $500 a month. Lease optioned it for $109,900 with a non-refundable deposit. The tenant was moving out when we bought it, and renting for $850 a month. We still own it. The tenant's still in it. All right. Now I'm going to show you how this deal was done. You guys all right if I play you the short video of me closing that deal I just showed you? Give me a yes if you want to see that closing call. I can share it on my screen and play it for you. All right.
I don't want to do.
All right. I was in Bali when I decided to post this, so you're gonna see. Oops, hang on, give me 10 more seconds to get the sound shared. There we go. All right. If you can hear this, give me a thumbs
I'm
up.
about to show you a video, a closing call that I did a few weeks ago. And in this video, we bought a house, nothing down. We bought it about 75% of value.
1,500 down.
Principal only payments for 5 years. You're gonna love it and get a lot out of it. So come go with me and check out this amazing closing call.
Hello, I just missed a call from you.
Yes, I had talked to you a couple of years ago, probably.
Talk to me 2 years ago and say my number.
Well, right now my tenant is wanting to move out. She's with Section 8 and in June, and I'm wanting to sell it just to, I'm 75 and, I need to just get rid of it.
Well,
And I didn't know if you were still interested or not.
possibly. Did I ever come see it, Randy?
I'm thinking you did. I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure you were the one.
Well, first off, what would you be asking for the house?
Well, right now, I'll just tell you what the situation is. It's in Section 8 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a basically three-story Victorian mansion with a slate roof and porch and 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. I'm renting it for $750, but someone wants to move in and what they've been paying $950 her cousin, but I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that, but.
Now, let me ask you this, because if we come to a price, so I buy a house that's 2 ways. I'd either make a cash offer, but a lower price, or I'd do the owner financing route and pay you more. Would you rather net more money over time and have me be responsible for everything and get payments?
Well, it's, I'm kind of doing, I had done that before and I had to repossess it. I mean, the guy paid for a year and a half and then he just reneged, and I said, listen, the contract says I got to take it back. I don't want to take it back.
Yeah, no kidding. That's you sold it. I've done about 500 of them that way, and so far I've had nobody had to take them back. But that's not to say I won't die in a plane crash.
I know.
Knowing that we'd be, of course, we'd want to, we'd be responsible for any of the work needed and take care of everything. But what would be, let's see, the taxes? You mentioned what that runs. I got my notes here, 600 and.
You can figure out about $1,000 or $1,200.
Taken care of.
In insurance and tax.
Okay, and then what would be the least you'd take a month from us till we decided to either resell it down the line and portfolio like we do, or refi it and pay you off?
Well, in that case, I'd probably want around 85,000. But I don't know. I'm 75, man. I don't know how long you're talking about.
Oh, well, I'm flexible. What kind of monthly payment would you be looking at till we come up to the balloon or before?
Well, I mean, right now I think is it 750 or 800? I can't remember now. It's already for an increase, so if you go to 800, that would be how much? About 9,000 a year, or
You'd want 1,500 a month.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, the house wouldn't support that, brother. I wouldn't be willing to lose money on it.
That's what I was thinking. At the rate I'm guided at, it wouldn't. But if you get a new rate, of course it could, But I don't know if you could or not. You'd have to check with Section 8 on that, because I don't know about,
Yeah, I would want to pay, if we're able to get somewhere between 800 and 1,000, I'd need to be paying you net, because I'd be paying the taxes, insurance, maintenance, repairs, management, all of that. I'd need to be sending you a check for probably between $400 and $600 every month until I, sent you the big check for the remaining of the 85,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Would that be something that'd be doable for you?
What are you thinking about? How many years you thinking on that?
Well, what would you be comfortable with? I'm flexible. I roll it up and put them in a portfolio, like I said, and sell them sometimes, and other times I just refi them. So I want to do that sooner than later, but it gives me time to build my portfolios before I do that.
I would say, probably not over 5 years, because I'll be 80 years old.
We're in the same range. We could probably make that work. Normally I go, I tend to be safe, but I don't remember the last time I didn't pay one off within 5 years. So I don't see no reason it wouldn't be a challenge. So if we done,
I'm saying I ought to be 80 years old and barely move around by then.
Yeah,
I don't know for sure. But
maybe traveling the world, brother. You just don't know.
yeah, I may not be here by then.
Well, I may not be either. Shoot.
That's right. We may be in another world.
We just don't know. So are you if we could come to terms somewhere in the low to mid 80s, and I pay you somewhere between that $400 and $600 a month net until I pay you off with a 5-year balloon in 5 years or left, that'd be something you would entertain moving forward on if I come out and see the house again and like it?
And how much would you pay a month, did they say?
I
mean, how much would you do?
I said between $400 and $600. I said that because when I see the house, I don't know how much I'm going to put into it in our cash on cash return, but I'd probably just split it down the middle and say $500.
Yeah. Of course, I'm making $750, but
yeah. But of course, I'll be on top of that. I'll pay the taxes, I'll pay the insurance, name you as additional insured, and then management fees and take care of everything. So you won't have to worry about that. Yeah. Well, when we buy it, and I'm sending you a check every month for $500 a month, that'll be net. So if I ever call you, it'll be to chat, not to tell you to come fix my leaky toilet.
there you go. I might think about that. That might be something I might be interested in. And it would be a little income, and then plus when you get after the 5 years, we can look at getting something for it.
Exactly right, and maybe sooner. So that'd be good.
Maybe,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, what would you like me to do next? Do you want to think this over? Do you want to me to come out and take a peek at the house today or tomorrow, or what would you like to happen?
I think it'd be best for you to look at it first to make sure, let you know that I'm not lying about it. It's in pretty good shape, I think, overall.
Well, no worries. If if we don't come to a number for whatever reason, that's perfectly all right. And if we can and it's a win-win, then shoot, I'll be your one-stop shop.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Okay, your name is Andrew, is that right?
That is correct, Andrew Schlag. And I'm impressed you saved my number for the last 2 years, Randy, but that happens every once in a while. The last 10 years, I've had probably 3 or 4 people do that, but man, it's rare somebody calls me 2 years later. So that made me smile.
There you go.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
I'll call you right back on this to see if you'll be there at 11.
All right, thanks, Randy. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back. All right.
What you're about to see is how
Oh, darn.
Craig,
Hang on, I got another call playing. Here we go. All right, cool. So I want to open up for questions. I want to go through a few notes from that call, which, by the way, that was a 15-minute call, and my editor had chopped that down to 8, cut out the address and a few pleasantries and questions. I want to go through the hot buttons, though, and I want you to type any questions you have. Here in the last few minutes of the day, I want to answer your questions. I want to give you a breakdown of what we was doing there and show you how we structure deals to be a win-win. All right. Keeping the energy high through the end of day one. Keep the questions rolling in if you have any questions. If you don't, that's okay. I got plenty to share. If you're awake and here, give me a yes in the chat. Get the energy up, energy rolling. All right. Got yes, Marilyn. Yes, Elizabeth. Yes. I love it. Let's get a couple more yeses. Christy, Ruth. Beautiful. Cindy, Austin. Nice. Alicia, Marlon, Judy. What's up, Judy? I gotta introduce you guys to Judy. Judy's done over 100 deals. She is incredible. Christy, what's up? Nice to see you, Christy. So I'm going to show you this deal. What we ended up coming to terms on was $1,500 down, $81.5 purchase price, $500 a month. Again, we cut out a little bit there just because it went for about 15 minutes, and I don't have the patience. And so a few notes I want to take away, and if you're writing notes, you should write this down, because whether you're negotiating your deals, buyers, sellers, these are going to be some very, very big opportunities for you to get some nuggets of ways that we close deals, ways that I've closed hundreds of deals and still do consistently, and contracted up dozens of deals with and for our community last month. Number one, you notice, and this is probably starting with the last first, write it down, get to the conclusion. You notice Randy liked to chat. You've seen it in the 8 minutes there in the clip. You also would have seen it more in the 15 minutes in the full recording, the raw recording, where Randy liked to chat. Get to the conclusion. You notice I said, what would you like my next steps to be? I happened to be in the Evansville office that day when I was on that call, and for that reason, I just offered to drive over and see it. Otherwise, I would have sent him a purchase agreement that day for him to okay. But I was there. I was 7 minutes from the house. So why not drive out and take a photo of a house? So I did. By the way, I love being far away from where the properties are owned, because it takes away the temptation to go out and waste time driving around to properties that I shouldn't be driving to and doing crap I shouldn't be doing. All right. So if you think this can't be done virtually, I actually like it better virtually, because it keeps you from doing the crap that I used to do that I shouldn't have been doing. Notice I found his hot button. He'd had the Section 8 there for years. He had to take the property back before, and he was tired of fixing the property. He'd already told me the work it needs. Found his hot button. He wanted to be done with it. You notice I said, the only call you'll get from me won't be to fix my leaky toilet. It would be to call and say hello and chat. I wanted to warm him up to the fact that he said, I'm making $750 now. I wanted to show him the reality, and something I walked through there. Write this down. Walk through the numbers. How to walk through the numbers? I said, well, Randy, you're saying you're getting $750 now. You didn't hear this. This is part cut out. I said, $750 now. What's your taxes every year? X hundreds. Okay, what's your insurance every year? X hundreds. All right, so you're telling me $610 a year goes to taxes and insurance. It's $50 a month. Quick math, 610 divided by 12, approximately $50 a month. $50 a month. So you're telling me right now you're getting $750. Yep. You're telling me that you're $50 a month for tax and insurance. Yep. Well, let me ask you this, Randy. When's the last time you had to do work on the property? Oh gosh, I had to put in an $8,000 air conditioner unit a year ago. Well, how many months of difference here does it take to pay for the stupid AC unit? You telling me that you're getting $500 from me, I'm paying taxes and insurance, so you're netting $200 less. How many months of $200 does it take to pay for your $8,000 expense? So I'm showing him that he's actually netting more by selling to us than any other way. Key selling point. Why would sellers wait for their money over time? They want to be done with the property. They want to sell it now. They want to be done immediately. They want to be done with the headache. They realize they'll net more by selling to us than any other way. Nobody else was giving Randy, or would have gave Randy, $81,000 for this house because of the area, town, and the work it needed. Only way it was able to do that was the fact that we was able to pay him over time. Every month, $500 comes off that $81,500 purchase price. So in 5 years, do the math. We're paying $6,000 a year times 5 is 30 grand plus 1,500. We'll owe 50,000 approximately on the property. 50,000. By then, it'll probably be worth 150, give or take. All right. So future pace them. Future pace them. You notice I was future pacing him to say, I will be your one-stop shop if we come to an agreement, but no pressure. If you don't want to sell to me, I'm okay with that too. Understand that you're there to connect and to get to the conclusion. You're there to ask questions and to help the seller accomplish the goal. In this situation, Randy was 75. He wanted to be done with the house, and all the offers he was getting on the house was $30,000, $40,000, and $50,000. I was the answer to his prayer because I would give him his asking price. 81.5 is what we agreed on. 81.5. I was his answer to prayer because I give him his purchase price, and he in return would give me time to pay him off. How many of you could come up with the 1,500 down plus closing costs, call it another $1,100, $2,600 down, if you knew it would return as $5,000 plus cash flow every month in a matter of 30 days? Give me a yes in the chat. All right. Yes, yes, yes. We got the yeses rolling in. Ruth says she is ready. Elizabeth, yes. Marilyn is ready. I want this to be your way of thinking. Now, obviously, when I bought this house, I didn't know if we was going to get 5,000 down. Why am I showing you the low down payments? Because this house, again, needed work. Some houses we're going to buy need work. They're livable, but they need work. And because of that, we accept less on the non-refundable deposit than we otherwise would. So our average is 10%, because I can show you deals like Oak Hill Drive, where we collected $40,000 non-refundable deposit, or other deals where we've collected $50,000 or $70,000. I can show you a house we have on a Ravenswood Drive where we collected $50,000 non-refundable deposit. So that brings our averages up, and then these that need work, of course, brings our averages down. The whole game here is, how do I position myself in the flow of money and in the path of progress? For each of you, my prayer is that this first day of the Wealth Summit gives you some insights, some tools, some connectivity, some ideas in your mind to say, you know what, I'm gonna go message 10 people on Facebook. I'm gonna go have some conversations. I'm gonna get the script. I'm gonna have these conversations. I'm gonna have these chats, and I'm gonna start moving the needle forward in my business. Now, I know a lot of you are going to be hanging out together for 3 days in Louisville. You're going to be hanging out with the property managers, the wealth builders, the fund guys, of course, myself and Leo, and sharing with us. And something I didn't yet tell you is we fly in our team, or some of them drive in, some of them fly in. We bring in together the entire team so you can see behind the scenes of mine and Leo's real estate and business operation. Why? Because it didn't happen overnight. And my prayer is that it can help you shortcut the path as much as possible to build the business that supports the life of your dreams. To build a business that supports the life of your dreams. Now, what do I mean by build a business that supports the life of your dreams? When I got into this business, I wanted time freedom, wanted financial freedom, but I didn't understand what it was like to become the business owner. So that's why we have set it up in such a way. And I want to share this with you because I think this is something that we are going to be asked. And if you are watching the live here today, the next thing we have coming up is May 13. 13. May 13th is a resource day. And May 14, 15, 16 is training days. So here's what happens. Here's the way we've set it up. We fly in the team. And it's going to be so powerful for you guys, because if you're taking notes, write it down. Be in the room. What do I mean by be in the room? My whole world has been transformed by getting in the right room around the right people who help you get to the next level. I fought and clawed my way as a poor country boy years ago, living on 35 acres out in the country outside of Bellerive, Illinois. I dreamed of figuring out how to be able to acquire wealth and make money to be able to help people. I didn't know it was possible for me. And I share that because here I am later, 11 years later, going, oh my gosh, like, thank you, God. We're surrounded by 13 incredible team members. We're surrounded by 280 unit development that I could have never dreamed of, and investment properties and projects, and a community of 60, almost 60 people now in our mastermind community of people we're doing deals with and business with and building empires alongside of. It is incredible. And I just wake up every day and the first words out of my mouth are, thank you, God. But the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to ensure, as I was blessed with wealth and growth and opportunity, was that I never lost touch with how to serve others. Now, of course, it's not free to put on these events. We spend tens of thousands of dollars. We spend putting on an individual event, 6 figures a year putting on events, bringing together people, but it's so worth it. What we do is, my desire, my prayer is that it shortcuts the path that I spent years clawing and learning and failing and screwing up and getting the wrong partnerships and doing so many things wrong. And it shortens that path for you and gets you around the right people. So here, I'll explain to you the outlay and what we're about to do together. I'm going to put the number back up. The team's going to put the number back in the chat for you to text the word call to for Caleb to reach out to you tonight or tomorrow. And you'll text call to the number that you see in the chat. May 13th. May 12th is my birthday, by the way. I'm going to be 21 for the 12th time. You do the math. I'll be 33. And May 12th is my birthday, Monday. Tuesday, May 13th, we are going, thank you, Ruth. We are going to come to the event and we are going to have a resource day. There's going to be about 100 of us. And we're going to bring together one of our favorite real estate attorneys in the Louisville area. Incredible, well-known guy, Harry Borders. Investor, attorney. He's helped me so much over the years because, as I said earlier, when you start building a castle, some people try to come knock it down. You're going to be hanging out with William Dickey, who manages over 14,000 single-family homes. You're going to be hanging out with John Ortner, who's deployed over $4.2 billion of cash. You're going to be hanging out with Jordan Pone, who's lent over $17 billion, with a B, dollars in the market, and still lends out money to this day. You're going to be with Tyler Long, who has lines of credit out to a lot of people I know, and lends us a lot of money on our projects and developments. Incredible guy. You're going to hang out with Davis. You're going to meet Davis Mendez, a gentleman who connects buyers to sellers to hedge funds. So if you have deals you want to pass along to hedge funds, or if you're looking for deals, he has an incredible machine for a little fee that he'll bring you incredible deals with great profits, assuming that everything aligns. He's an incredible guy. So many more connects we're going to be bringing in. Some surprise guests we're going to be flying in. Also, Robert Vasquez, who runs a fund, and he is building hundreds of build-to-rent units, being part of the solution to the housing source. Remember, we get paid in direct accordance to the problems we solve. That's all one day. So we have 8 speakers coming in across the first day. The second day, or event 2, whatever you want to call it. So type it in the chat just so you have it. May 13 through 16. Second day, May 14th, is Leo and I going over how to become the business owner and start building the business. What we've covered today, except in way more detail. The third day, or Thursday, May 15th, we're going to guide you through the process. How do you get the money? What we're covering tomorrow, how you sell deals, but in way more detail with way more time. And, you know, the last time we done this in Louisville, we had a buyer who was there, an investor, one of our students, and a private lender who was at the event that funded the deal, and the attorney who you guys are going to meet was closing the deal, who was at the event. And so a magic happens when you get in the right rooms with the right people. And then May 15th, and then May 16th, we're coming back around and tying it all together to full-fledged automation. You'll be hanging out in person with Connor, who you're going to meet tomorrow. You're going to be hanging out with David, who's the funding guy you're going to meet tomorrow. You're going to be hanging out in person with Ashley and Christy, who you just met a moment ago, and so many more great people. There's going to be, like I said, about 100 people there. And we spend money putting this together because of 3 reasons. Number 1, I want people to have the opportunity to shortcut the learning path. Number 2, it brings us incredible opportunities and it grows our family. We choose at each of these a handful of people to work with on an ongoing basis and to help build alongside. And number 3, and maybe this is selfish, but it just feels good to me and I genuinely enjoy getting everybody together. I am a full believer in reciprocity and knowing that what we put out, we get back times 10. And so I'm a firm believer that if we plant, we will sow. If we sow, we will reap. If we plant, we will reap. We will gather. And so my prayer for you is that every one of you can continue surrounding yourself by the right people. I know we got a full day left tomorrow, and I am excited and thrilled to be back with you guys. We have a lot to cover. I have a lot of notes from today that we didn't yet get time to get to, but I want to leave you with this note. Write it down if you're taking notes. What can I do to move the needle forward? One more time. What can I do to move the needle forward? What can that mean? That means you might be doing some phone calls tonight. You might call some sellers. You might call some people who are looking to sell. I want to, though, point out, I said this earlier and I want to share it again because this is going to be a powerful note coming into the day tomorrow, to day 2. God has given you the powerful tools you need. It's up to you to plug them in and use it. The power is within you. You have been given and gifted an opportunity. And my prayer is that you seize that moment. You seize that opportunity. You have the chat with Ashley. You have the chat with Caleb. You connect with our team. You come to the event if there's still seats left by the end of tomorrow. You continue to grow and to build and to plug in the right people, the right places, the right times. And you can build something extraordinary in a very spectacular amount of time. Now, I want to point out, you're here today because you're looking for something more, you're looking for something greater, and you're looking to level up. I share that. Unfortunately, I haven't yet got to talk to every one of you face to face, but I know that's the type of people that show up on our Zooms. I know that's the type of people that show up at our events. It's the type of people who say, I know there's more for me. I know I'm meant for more. I love what I'm doing. In some capacity, I enjoy my life, but I also am dissatisfied knowing there's a next level. I don't have to beat my head against this brick wall. I know that if I step into the right room around the right people, that the dam will break. And there's a whole flood of opportunity that is meant for me that I need to step into. That's what I want for you. Now, this is something interesting I'll share with you before we wrap. Eduardo, we have Truca Trustpilot, and we occasionally get some people go in there and review us. I think we got 40 or 50 people who have. You're welcome to always Google those and read those. But Eduardo found us online and came in, first 3-day event. He said, these guys are the real deal. I attended a 3-day event with Leo and Andrew and their team, and it was life-changing. I highly recommend it. Carrie says, this has been the best real estate. This has been the best real estate training I have found. Very impressed. I have received how-to training in the past, and yes, it was helpful. But Andrew and Leo go above and beyond. I'd read about common seller objections. Through Truca, I'm now addressing the objections. I didn't even realize I was telling myself. All of this in a safe environment of like-minded, success-seeking community. Highly recommend. And I could go on, but I'm not going to bore you with another 50. I want to, though, encourage and empower you and say whatever the thing is that you need, that you know you need to do, just do it. I want to encourage you. By the way, who is scheduled to be here tomorrow? Are you guys got your calendar scheduled and excited to be here at 8:45 a.m. PST? Give me a yes in the chat if you are committed to being here and hanging out with us tomorrow. All right, we got the yeses coming in. Good. I'm going to be back here tomorrow. And I'm excited to be hanging with you. It's going to be a fun time. I want to leave you with this note and type in any final questions you have. I'll answer those as we're wrapping here. I got a hard stop at for a marketing meeting for PST. Think bigger. If you're taking notes, write it down. Think bigger. You can do way more than you think in way less time than you think you can. What you accept, you begin to expect. What we allow, we actually approve. Guys, if you can step into the next level of you, what would millionaire you do? What would freedom number you do? What would the $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 version a month of you do? And begin to step into that power. You're going to notice your whole world shifting. All right, text the number and we're going to wrap. Let's see, any questions? All right, beautiful. Looks like I don't see any more questions coming in. So I am going to wrap 2 minutes early. We are going to be here at 8:45 sharp tomorrow, 8:45 PST, 11:45 a.m. EST. And I just want to say thank you guys for honoring us with your time, for showing up, for being here, for hanging out, for interacting. I'm grateful to be meeting you guys virtually. I'm excited to meet many of you in person in a few short days. I'll see you tomorrow, 8:45 PST, 11:45 a.m. EST. Have a great night. Message 10 people from Facebook Marketplace, the simple script I gave you, and we'll talk soon. See you in the morning.